Chapter 1325. Qin Min hurriedly returned the greeting. She didn't know if it was because of his status as the crown prince, but she couldn't treat this child who wasn't even 5 years old as a child. She didn't know if it was because there were too many people or because Ru'er had grown up. When he was young, he liked to be close to Gu Beiwa. Now he wasn't clingy. He said, "Grand Tutor, Imperial Father, and Imperial Mother know that you're back and will host a banquet in the palace tonight to welcome you. Please thank His Majesty and Her Majesty on my behalf," Gu Beiwa said seriously. Ru'er hesitated, his gaze drifting to the little shadow at the side. He asked, "Grand Tutor, can I borrow that doll?" That doll? He was clearly smaller than the little shadow. What did he want to do? Qin Min was nervous again. The little shadow seemed to have heard the crown prince talking about him. He flew down with a confused expression. "What does your highness want the shadow for?" Gu Beiwa asked. "Practice with me. If he runs, I'll chase. If I run, he can chase," Ru'er said seriously. Qin Min's heart finally settled. At the same time, she noticed that the crown prince seemed polite to Gu Beiwa, but was actually very close. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used such a tone of discussion. Gu Beiwa seemed polite to the crown prince, but was actually very close. He must have treated the crown prince as both a young master and a child. He didn't order the shadow forcefully, but asked gently, "Shadow, do you want to practice with His Highness?" The shadow grinned. "Yes. Your Highness, the shadow's qigong is good, but his martial arts aren't." Before Gu Beiwa could finish, Ru'er interrupted. "Don't worry, I won't hurt him." The little shadow smiled happily. Seeing the crown prince turn and leave, he hurriedly pulled his father down and whispered in his ear, "Father, don't worry. I was going easy on His Highness just now. I can run faster. If I want to protect His Highness in the future, I have to make sure His Highness can't catch me." Gu Beiwa was a little surprised, but still rubbed his little head and said gently, "Go." It was only after the two children had walked far away that Qin Min spoke. "Grand Tutor Gu, a few days ago, Shadow asked me what the Shadow Clan's protection meant. I thought you had already told him." Everyone knew that the Shadow Clan's protection was to use their lives to protect their master. She had always thought that Gu Beiwa would tell little Shadow everything before he started teaching little Shadow Kung Fu. He would let little Shadow Kung Fu inherit his heavy responsibility. However, Gu Beiwa had yet to say anything. He should have said it earlier. Why didn't he say it until now? Would he not have the heart to do that? Qin Min faintly said, "I told little Shadow that the Shadow Clan's mission is to protect the imperial family. Am I right?" "Yes." Gu Beiwa nodded and did not explain further. Qin Min didn't talk about it anymore. Gu Beiwa had originally wanted to go to the palace to report to the emperor, but now that he knew there would be a banquet tonight, he stayed in the residence. Qin Min instructed the servants to brew medicinal soup for Gu Beiwa to soak in. She brought Xiaoyao with her and walked around the residence. Then she wrote down a list of the seeds of several flowers and had Xiaoyao by them. It was a pity that such a large courtyard was abandoned. Of course, she had to make good use of it. At night, little Shadow was brought to the palace by Ru'er in advance. Gu Beiwa and Qin Min entered the palace alone. The 15th day of the 8th lunar month was the Mid-Autumn Festival. Family banquets were held to admire the moon, drink wine, and compose poems. Every courtyard in the capital was very lively. Qin Min alighted from the carriage and looked up to see the bright moon in the sky. The moonlight was so bright that it was enough to illuminate the entire world at night. However, it was precisely because of its brightness that it overshadowed the light of the stars that it was destined to be lonely. "Grand Tutor Gu, did you notice that you can't see the stars on the 15th day of the 8th lunar month?" Qin Min muttered unconsciously. She still didn't know that Gu Beiwa's birthday was the 15th day of the 8th lunar month. She also didn't know that his real name was Gu Beiwa. Gu Beiwa looked up and didn't comment. He only said mildly, "Let's go. Don't let His Majesty and Her Majesty wait too long." Qin Min followed him deep into the palace. On the way, she said, but fortunately the full moon is only the 15th or 16th day. The moon always waxes and wanes, and the stars can also be dazzling. Gu Beiwe only grunted in acknowledgement. He lowered his head and walked quickly with the palace maid who led the way. The Mid-Autumn Festival banquet was held in the pavilion of the imperial study. When Gu Beiwe and Qin Min arrived, Long Feiyi and Han Yunqi were already waiting. There was no crown prince, Rui, or young Master Yin. It was just the husband and wife. They didn't know what to talk about. Han Yunqi chatted and laughed. Long Feiyi also smiled. When Gu Beiwe and Qin Min arrived, Gu Beiwe was about to leave when Han Yunqi stopped him. Gu Beiwe, this is the Mid-Autumn Festival family banquet. If you're going to be so polite, leave Qin Min here and leave the palace yourself. Qin Min, sit. Without Gu Beiwe's permission, Qin Min didn't dare to be rude. Thank you, His Majesty and Her Majesty. Gu Beiwe still bowed. He didn't know if he couldn't change this habit or if he didn't want to. Qin Min naturally thanked him. Han Yunqi rolled her eyes at Gu Beiwe. Long Fei Yi only glanced at him, then turned his head and asked in a low voice, "Is the princess awake?" "Not yet. Granny Zhao is keeping watch. I've already told her to bring the princess over as soon as she wakes up." The palace maid replied in a low voice, "It's windy outside. Tell Granny Zhao to give the princess more clothes so that she won't catch a cold." Long Fei Yi said seriously. Yes. Just as the palace maid was about to leave, Long Fei Yi added, "The princess likes to eat porridge at this time. Is it ready?" "It's ready. It's fish porridge," the palace maid replied. Long Fei Yi asked a few more small things before letting the palace maid leave. Although Long Fei spoke in a low voice and the court lady's reply was just as low, everyone present still heard them. Qin Min was very surprised. Although she knew that this master liked his daughter, she didn't expect him to dote on her to this extent. He was simply personally worrying about every small matter. Qin Min subconsciously looked at Han Yunqi. She saw Han Yunqi, drooping her head, looking very disappointed. Gu Beiwe wasn't surprised. He smiled and said, "Your Majesty, is the princess doing well?" Long Fei Yi had been paying attention to the little princess ever since Rui's accident when he was young. He had discussed it with Gu Beiwe several times. Now, the little princess was about 2 years old. Other than the strange phenomenon of hundreds of birds greeting her when she was born, everything else was normal. When Han Chun heard about the birds greeting her, he was also very surprised. He only guessed that it might have something to do with the power of the phoenix, but it was only a guess. After all, Han Chun didn't fully understand the power of the phoenix. They didn't find any power in the little princess, so it was more likely that Han Yunqi lost control of the power of the phoenix in her body when she was giving birth. It was all exposed and attracted the birds. After all, Han Yunqi hadn't been idle after giving birth to Vu'er. She had been cultivating all this time. When she was pregnant with the little princess, the power of the phoenix in her body had been completely activated and controlled. Of course, Long Feiye's love for the little princess wasn't because of the phenomenon of hundreds of birds greeting her. Even if the little princess was ordinary, he still doted on her like a treasure in his hands. God knows how long he had been waiting for a daughter. The usually serious person immediately smiled faintly when he talked about his daughter. He replied, "Everything is fine." Gu Beiwe and Long Feiyi chatted and talked about official matters. Han Yunqi pulled Qin Min aside and chatted with her. She asked Gu Beiwe in a low voice if he was taking good care of his body. After chatting, Qin Min found out that it was Han Yunqi who chased Gu Beiwe away from the imperial capital. He's been taking good care of himself. His complexion has improved a lot recently, Qin Min replied in a low voice. Perhaps if she continued to ask, she would find out that Gu Beiwe had already left Ningzhou. Unfortunately, she didn't ask further. When the herbs were all ready, Han Yunqi called Su Donglin over and said, "Go find Rue and Little Shadow. They've been running around all day. It's time to eat." Before Rue and Little Shadow arrived, the little princess arrived first. She walked over carefully with a doll in her arms. The doll was wrapped tightly in a purple fox fur robe and even had a hood over it. She couldn't even tell if the doll was a boy or a girl, let alone its face. Han Yunqi lowered her head and didn't even bother to look at it. Gu Beiwei and Qin Min were both curious. They looked on in astonishment. It was only mid-autumn. She didn't have to be wrapped up like this, right? Granny Zhao placed the little one in the emperor's arms and retreated with a smile. Long Fei Yi hugged his daughter and smiled. Yan, Grand Tutor and Madame Qin are here. Take a look. The little one didn't move and didn't make a sound. Long Fei Ye's lips curled into a smile and scratched the little one's armpit. Unexpectedly, the little one still didn't move. Long Fei Yi was shocked. Long Fei Yi pulled down the fox fur hood and saw that the little princess's eyes were tightly shut, as if she had lost consciousness. Yan Long Fei Yi was shocked and panicked for a moment. Gu Beiwei and Qin Min stood up almost at the same time and rushed over. However, Qin Min quickly moved aside. Gu Beiwei hurriedly took the little princess's pulse. However, once he felt it, Gu Beiwei frowned. "What's going on?" Long Fei Yi was so anxious that his face turned pale. He didn't notice that Han Yunqi was sitting at the side and drinking soup leisurely. "Her pulse is normal. How can this be?" Gu Beiwei couldn't explain it for a moment. He felt the little princess's pulse and seriously pondered. Unexpectedly, the little princess suddenly opened her mouth and asked in a serious tone, "Dr. Gu, you can tell from my pulse. Am I suffocating to death?" The little princess learned to speak early. Now that she was 2 years old, she enunciated clearly and her voice was as clear as a bell with a hint of immaturity. This voice, coupled with a serious joke, gave people a mischievous feeling. Gu Beiwei was stunned. He looked carefully and realized that the little princess was wearing a thick cotton-padded jacket. He suddenly laughed out loud. Qin Min quickly understood what was going on and burst into laughter as well. She carefully looked at the little princess's face and found that the little princess was as delicate as a jade doll. She was pink and carved from jade, beautiful and cute. The way she looked with her eyes closed made people not have the heart to touch her, for fear that they would break her. Long Fei Yi only realized then that he had been easily fooled by his daughter. He looked at his daughter, who still hadn't opened her eyes. He was amused and curious, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Many times, he really couldn't do anything to Han Yunqi. However, when it came to this daughter of his, there were many times that he could do nothing to her, but he was willing to be helpless. "Dr. Gu, please do a good deed and prescribe me some medicine. Otherwise, I won't be able to wake up," the little princess said seriously again. Gu Beiwei smiled and asked, "What medicine does your highness need?" "I need some medicine to convince my father not to wrap me up like a bun. I don't want to be a bun." As the little princess spoke, she opened her big eyes and looked pitifully at Long Fei Yi. "Father, I have rashes again." Chapter 1326. The capital was located in the south-central regions of Cloud Realm Continent. Although the weather was cold during mid-autumn, it wasn't enough to require people to wear cotton-padded jackets. Princess Yen not only wore cotton-padded jackets, but a fox fur coat as well. It'd be strange if she didn't get heat rashes. Long Fei Yi was so afraid of Princess Yen catching a cold because she'd caught a severe cold when she was 1 year old because she were too little. That was the first time she'd ever taken medicine in her life. Every time, she'd had to force medicine down her throat and choked on it a few times. Moreover, fourth young Miss Rin was very careful with her prescriptions, so she recovered slowly and took a long time to take medicine. Over the past few days, Long Fei Yi had almost gone crazy. At first, when fourth young Miss Rin and Zhao Mama forced medicine down Princess Yan's throat, Long Fei Yi would watch from the side. Later on, he couldn't bear to watch and simply waited outside the door. However, it was precisely because he had left that fourth young Miss Rin and Granny Zhao were able to pour the medicine down her throat much more quickly, and she no longer choked. After that, Long Fei Yi was especially afraid that his precious daughter would catch a cold again. His main concern was whether Princess Yen was wearing warm clothes. In other words, Princess Yen had already gotten heat rashes multiple times. Fourth young Miss Rin, Zhao Mama, and a group of experienced wet nurses were all watching over Princess Yen. Logically speaking, they should be able to persuade Long Fei Yi, but none of them dared to say much. According to fourth young Miss Rin, it was common for children to catch cold. If they said too much and Princess Yen caught it again, they wouldn't be able to bear the consequences of the emperor's wrath. People outside the palace might not know how much the emperor doted on the little princess, but they were the ones who served him all day long. Thus, Zhao Mama found the empress to explain the situation so she could persuade the emperor. Zhao Mama said, "Esteemed Empress, His Majesty listens to you the most. Please persuade him otherwise. If he keeps stuffy, he'll definitely get heat rashes." Han Yunqi said, "His Majesty listens to the little princess the most. When she gets heat rashes a few more times, she'll rebel on her own." As expected, Princess Yen rebelled in front of Gu Beiwa tonight. When Long Fei Yi couldn't tickle Yen, Han Yunqi knew that Yen was doing it on purpose, so she couldn't be bothered with her. Long Fei Yi became anxious when he heard that Yen had rashes. "Where is it?" "My stomach," Yen said as she lifted her clothes. Long Fei Ye's face darkened, even though he had told Yen several times not to lift her clothes and roll up her sleeves. However, Yen was still too young and would often forget. As they played, they either took off their shoes and socks or rolled up their sleeves high up in the air. Long Fei Yi hurriedly held Yen's hand and ordered someone to call fourth young Miss Rin over. "Qin Min is here. Let's not look for fourth Miss Rin," Han Yunqi said. She was about to carry Yen to apply the medicine when Yen stopped her and said seriously, "Imperial Mother, I have something important to say to Dr. Gu. It's more important than rashes." "Then hurry up and say it." "Once you're done, go and apply the medicine," Han Yunqi replied. Long Fei Yi was very curious. Who knew that Yen would also say, "Dr. Gu, please persuade my father now. Tell him not to be afraid that I'll catch a cold. I'm not that weak. Even my brother laughs at me." Yen even stretched out her hand. "Dr. Gu, why don't you take my pulse?" Fourth young Miss Rin said that my body is very healthy. I won't get sick easily. Just like that, Yen sat in her father's arms, completely ignoring him and talking to Gu Beiwen nonstop. Other than feeling awkward, Long Fei Yi felt even more awkward. Han Yunqi sat back down and drank her soup leisurely. Occasionally, she would look up at Long Fei Yi and laugh silently when she saw his awkward expression. She was especially happy. Yen, that little spirit was quite smart. She knew to complain to Gu Beiwe. Gu Beiwe kept a smile on his face as he listened attentively. At the side, Qin Min was very puzzled. Long Fei Yi was a man of few words, and Han Yunqi wasn't a talkative person either. How did they give birth to such a talkative daughter? She was comparable to the eldest young miss of the Tang sect. However, Princess Yan's childish voice was very pleasant to the ears. She even spoke with pauses like a little adult. No matter how much she said, it didn't annoy the ears. While Yen was complaining, Rui and Littling had silently landed on the roof of the pavilion. The two of them leaned on the roof and looked down through the cracks of the glazed tiles. Of course, Rui covered his ears the entire time. From the moment his sister learned to speak, Tang Hongdo was no longer the most terrifying existence to him. This sister was Little Ing, listened attentively to Princess Yan's words, not missing a single word. He listened and laughed. After listening for a while, Little Ing asked, "Your Highness, the princess is also someone I have to protect, right?" Rue looked up and saw that Little Ing was still lying on the roof. He pulled Little Ing's head up and asked also, "Who else do you have to protect?" Little Ing snickered. Rue immediately let go of his head and stood up. He looked down at Little Ing and asked, "You want to protect me?" Little Ing hurriedly got up and said seriously, "Yes. The Shadow Clan's mission is to protect the imperial family." Rue snorted. "You only know how to run. How can you protect me?" Little Ing said seriously, "Your Highness, I can help you escape." As soon as he said this, Rue immediately fell and almost rolled off the roof. After he got up, he pointed a finger at Little Ing's head and said word by word, "Gunanchin, don't tell anyone that I know you." After he said this, he continued lying on the roof. Little Ing muttered, "Your Highness, everyone knows that we know each other." After they left the Grand Tutor's residence, they went straight to the palace. The two of them ran around the palace the entire afternoon. Either he ran after His Highness, or His Highness ran after him. They ran all over the palace in one afternoon. Everyone in the palace, including the Shadow Guard, knew that he was Grand Tutor Gu's son and was going to be His Highness's sparring partner. It was His Highness who told Su Donglin personally. His original words were especially domineering. "Guard Su, inform everyone that this guy will be my man from now on. Anyone who blocks his way will be blocking my way." Rue looked up and asked seriously, "Gunanchin, what's the point of running away?" Little Ing crouched down as well and said, "Your Highness, it's a great skill to be able to stay alive without hurting others." Rue asked again, "What's the use if you can't deal with the enemy?" Little Ing quickly said, "You can anger the enemy to death, just like His Highness. Weren't you angry when you couldn't catch me this afternoon?" Rue banged his head against the roof and didn't want to talk to Little Ing anymore. This brat didn't even need to run away to anger someone to death with a few words. Little Ing smiled faintly and went back to reading the book. Lil Thing curled up on the side and looked at them lazily. Like Rue. Lil Thing was afraid of the little princess. Ever since the little princess picked it up, His Highness Crown Prince wasn't the most terrifying existence. At most, the little prince chased it around and wanted it to change. But the little princess kept a cat. It wasn't even afraid of tigers, but cats. Every time the little princess held a cat in one hand and beckoned it over with the other, it would feel like it was really a mouse. It had accompanied the gentleman all over Cloud Realm Continent until the medical reform ended. Then the gentleman suddenly left a few days after returning to Yuning, leaving Lil Thing nowhere to find him. Because the little princess kept pestering it, it stayed in Yuning until it went back to the capital with Mama Yunqi and the rest. Tonight, it finally saw the gentleman. Lil Thing waited quietly until the banquet ended before sneaking back home with the gentleman. Inside the pavilion, Yen had just finished complaining. Long Fei Yi felt awkward, but allowed his daughter to talk and talk. He didn't like to talk, nor did he like noisy people, but he loved to listen to his daughter talk nonstop. The awkwardness only lasted for a moment. As he listened, not only did he not feel awkward, he even laughed. Long Fei Yi was still worried about Yen's rash, so he cut her off. All right. Imperial father won't make you wear so many clothes in the future, all right? Hurry and apply some medicine. Pinky swear, Yen said seriously. Long Fei Yi extended his pinky without hesitation, but Yen only said, "Imperial father, pinky swear with Dr. Gu." Qin Min covered her mouth in time, or else she would have spat out the soup in her mouth. Long Fei Yi's expression stiffened, while Gu Beiyue's smile froze as well. Only Han Yunqi didn't have much of a reaction. She knew her daughter's temper and thoughts better than Long Fei Yi. Why? Long Fei Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yen replied seriously, "Pinky swear between adults and children is a lie. Pinky swear between adults is a contract that can't be broken. Long Fei Yi thought it over, then said, I'll pinky swear with your imperial mother, all right? Yenna shook her head. Pinky swear between men and women is also a lie. Pinky swear between men is a contract between men that can't be broken easily. As soon as she said this, Han Yunqi spat out the soup in her mouth. She really didn't expect her daughter to say something like this. This girl had been doing this since she was 2 years old. Who taught you that? Han Yunqi asked. Yen, I was very serious. Imperial Mother, I can't betray Master. Han Yunqi wanted to ask more, but Yen urged her Imperial Father. Imperial Father, I knew you were lying. Long Fei Yi felt helpless. He looked at Gu Beiwe, but Gu Beiwe also shook his head helplessly. In the end, it was Gu Beiwe who extended his pinky first. Long Fei Yi also extended his pinky. The two touched and immediately let go. Yen was very satisfied. Before her imperial mother could come over to hug her, she slipped out of her imperial father's arms and rushed to the room at the side. It was so itchy. When Han Yunqi and Qin Min chased into the room, they both burst out laughing when they saw the scene in front of them. They saw Yen leaning against the pillar and rubbing against it with all her might. Han Yunqi carried her to the couch and lifted her clothes to see a small red rash on her back. Qin Min took a look and said, Your Imperial Majesty, it's not a problem. Is the medicine that you applied before still here? Granny Zhao had already rushed over with the medicine. Anyone with experience would know that this was just a small matter. It was just that Long Fei Yi was making a fuss about nothing and wanted to call a doctor. Han Yunqi asked Qin Min to come over with her to reassure Long Fei Yi. Qin Min sniffed the medicine and said, Your Imperial Majesty, this is tea oil, right? Yes. Fourth young Miss Ren gave it to me previously, Han Yunqi replied. Chapter 1327. Qin Min took out a small medicine bottle and smiled. Your Majesty, this is coconut oil. It's more effective and tastes better than tea oil. Apply this. Han Yunqi naturally knew about coconut oil. She was very surprised. Where did you get this? From the south. I got it when I was living in Jiangnan. Children have delicate skin and are prone to rashes and eczema. Little Shadow is also afraid of heat, so I brought it with me. Qin Min explained as she personally applied it for Yen. Her technique was like a massage, making Yen so comfortable that she calmed down. As Qin Min applied the oil, she inadvertently saw a phoenix birthmark on Yen's tailbone. What a beautiful birthmark! Qin Min couldn't help but sigh. She had never seen such a beautiful birthmark. All the daughters of the imperial family will have one. Han Yunqi directly said imperial family and didn't say Western Qin imperial family. When Bai Nianqing announced the phoenix birthmark to the public, it was no longer a secret. However, Qin Min didn't care about the affairs of the world, so she didn't know about it. After applying the coconut oil, it felt cool and comfortable. Yen lay on her mother's body and didn't move. Yen, did Zhao Mama teach you that sentence just now? Han Yunqi asked seriously. Yen looked up at her and pouted. Imperial Mother, can you pretend not to know? Han Yunqi was amused. Then what benefits do you want to give Imperial Mother? Yen thought for a moment and said seriously, I won't pester Daddy tonight and let Daddy have another younger brother with you. When she said this, Qin Min's face turned red. Han Yunqi's face turned even redder. She said angrily, Did Zhao Mama tell you this too? Yen subconsciously wanted to nod, but she immediately stopped and shook her head decisively. No. Then who told you? Han Yunqi asked again. Yen felt especially wronged under her mother's gaze. How could she understand the ambiguity of this topic? She completely didn't know why her mother suddenly became so fierce. She thought for a moment and said pitifully, Imperial Mother, can you pretend not to know? I can give you other benefits. What benefits? Han Yunchi continued to ask. I won't pester father during the day. Granny Zhao said that during the day, father can also give birth to a younger brother with mother. As soon as he said that, not only did Han Yunchi blush, but her neck also turned red. She wished she could find a hole to hide in. Qin Min lowered her head. She was embarrassed and tried her best not to laugh. Seeing that her mother did not speak, Yen'er was so anxious that she was about to cry. She was afraid that her mother would do something to Zhao Mama. She asked anxiously, Imperial Mother, can you pretend that you don't know anything? I really won't pester Imperial Father anymore. I'll let you have a lot of younger brothers and sisters, all right? If not, I won't. Han Yunchi immediately covered Yen'er's mouth and stopped her from continuing. If this girl continued, who knew how many secrets she would reveal? Imperial Mother will pretend that she doesn't know anything. You have never told me about what happened today, and Imperial Mother has never heard of it. Got it? Han Yunchi said seriously. Yen'er nodded, but her eyes turned towards Qin Min at the side. Han Yunchi slowly turned her head. When Qin Min looked up, she saw the mother and daughter pair staring at her. Qin Min was extremely embarrassed. After saying I for a long time, she finally said, I don't know anything. Your Highness the Empress. Your Highness the Princess. Please don't worry. When Han Yunchi carried Yen'er and returned to the pavilion with Qin Min, the two adults were still embarrassed and silent. However, Yen'er had already recovered her cheerful mood. Is everything all right? Long Fei Yi asked. Yen'er was about to throw herself into Imperial Father's arms, but she suddenly stopped. She thought to herself, does the promise I made to Imperial Mother still count? Imperial Mother said that she would pretend that she didn't hear anything, so she should fulfill her promise. She can't pester Imperial Father anymore. Thus, she shrank back into Imperial Mother's arms. Long Fei Yi was puzzled. He stood up and took the initiative to hug Yen'er. However, Yen'er quickly dodged and wrapped her arms around Imperial Mother's neck tightly, not letting go. Long Fei Yi was puzzled. Ever since Yen'er was born, she had never rejected his embrace. What was wrong with her? Yen'er, be good. Come here. Long Fei Yi hugged Yen'er and wanted to pull her out of Han Yunchi's arms. Yen'er immediately cried, No, I don't want Imperial Father to hug me. I want Imperial Mother, woo. Imperial Mother, hurry and hug me. Long Fei Yi was stunned and stared at Han Yunchi in astonishment. Han Yunchi was originally afraid that Yen'er would expose what had just happened, but when she saw Yen'er's reaction, she was happy. She hugged Yen'er tightly and pretended to coax her. Yen'er, be good. Imperial Mother will hug you. Imperial Mother will hug you. Amen, amen. Yen'er nodded vigorously. You have to hug me tightly. Yen'er was too afraid that if Imperial Father carried her away, Imperial Mother would find trouble with Zhao Mama. Okay. Hug me tightly. Han Yunchi looked at Long Fei Yi's puzzled and disappointed expression and really wanted to laugh out loud. The feeling of being abandoned by your little lover must be very bad. Fortunately, Rue had already grown up and was not as foolish and gullible as Yen'er. Long Fei Yi could not snatch her little lover away, no matter what. What's wrong with her? Long Fei Yi asked. Hee, she's acting spoiled with her mother. It's inevitable. Sit down. Han Yunchi replied seriously. Long Fei Yi felt that something was wrong. However, Gu Beiwei and Qin Min were both present, so he did not pursue the matter and sat back down. Han Yunchi was a mother after all. Could she really be jealous of her daughter? She hugged her daughter tightly and unknowingly softened her voice. Yen'er, be good. Sleep with Imperial Mother tonight, okay? After having Yen'er, Long Fei Yi widened and lengthened the bed in Yuning City's sleeping quarters. The two of them, husband and wife, and the two children still slept together as a family of four. However, the bed in Leisurely Cloud Palace did not need to be widened. The bed in Leisurely Cloud Palace almost filled up the entire room. Ever since Rue was no longer afraid of Long Fei, he had been sleeping next to Long Fei. However, ever since Yen was born, Long Fei's embrace was exclusive to Yen. Rue could only hide in his imperial mother's embrace. Yen was different from Rue. Rue was very quiet during the day, but had a bad sleeping posture at night. On the other hand, Yen was lively during the day, but very quiet at night. She basically lay in Long Fei's embrace and did not move much. As a result, Han Yunqi really had not hugged Yen to sleep for a long, long time. When Yen heard that Imperial Mother wanted to sleep with her at night, she was stunned. If Imperial Mother slept with her, how could she give birth to a little brother with Imperial Father? She thought for a moment and immediately let go of her Imperial Mother. She shouted, "I want Xiao Mama! Woo-woo! I want Xiao Mama to hug me. I want to sleep with Xiao Mama tonight." When she said this, Han Yunqi realized that she had said something wrong. Long Fei was even more puzzled. What happened in the room just now? Yen, what's wrong? He asked seriously. "I want Xiao Mama." Yen's face was stiff. "I want Xiao Mama." Xiao Mama did not know that the little princess had betrayed her. If it was only the Empress, she would have already come over to hug the little princess. However, with the Emperor present, she did not dare to move. Long Fei stood up. Seeing this, Yen was even more frightened. She was so frightened that her eyes turned red. "I want Xiao Mama. Imperial Father, don't move." Seeing that his daughter was about to cry, Long Fei really did not dare to move. He could only let her have her way for now and wait for her to calm down before asking slowly. He was very sure that something big must have happened in the room. Yen got her wish and nestled into Xiao Mama's arms. Thus, Han Yunqi let Xiao Mama sit beside her and even gave her a bowl and chopsticks. Xiao Mama was scared silly. She sat there blankly, not daring to move. At this moment, Han Yunqi actually heaved a sigh of relief. Facing Long Fei's suspicious gaze, she smiled slightly and said, "Rue, little shadow, if you don't come down to eat, I'll punish you. Each of you will have to eat 10 mooncakes." Hearing this, Rue immediately jumped down. He had heard from Imperial Mother and Xiao Mama that he liked sweets when he was young, but he did not believe it. This was because he especially disliked sweet things now, and mooncakes were one of them. When her son arrived, Han Yunqi's smile became even brighter. She waved her hand. "Rue, quick, come to Imperial Mother." It was rare that Yen did not dare to pester her Imperial Father. Of course, she had to show off her affection with her son. As Rue approached, Han Yunqi hugged him tightly in her arms and hugged him. Rue was embarrassed and helpless. He was already 5 years old and was an adult. Okay. Imperial Mother could not leave him some face. It was fine if she wanted to hug and kiss him in private, but how could she hug him in public like this? Although unwilling, Rue did not resist and obediently allowed his Imperial Mother to hug him. He could not bear to see his Imperial Mother unhappy. Long Fei glanced over. How could his gaze be so complicated? "Shadow, why aren't you coming down?" Gu Beiwei spoke. Qin Min could not help but burst into laughter. She whispered, "Shadow loves sweets the most. With her Imperial Majesty's threat, he definitely won't come down." Gu Beiwei was slightly taken aback. Only then did he realize that he knew nothing about little Shadow's preferences. He stood up and flew soundlessly to the roof in a flash. Coincidentally, he landed behind Little Shadow. Little Shadow was sitting cross-legged, looking up at the moon. He coughed lightly. Rue immediately turned around. "Daddy, come down with Daddy to eat mooncakes," Gu Beiwei said gently. Little Shadow immediately stood up. "Daddy, the moon is so beautiful." Gu Beiwei also looked up. It was the 15th of the month, his birthday. He did not even have the chance to look at the moon properly. Little Shadow walked over and stretched out his arms. "Daddy, carry." Gu Beiwei carried Little Shadow up. Little Shadow said, "Daddy, when Shadow grows up, I'll protect you too, okay?" Gubeiwa was startled. His heart suddenly softened and warmed. He said, "Okay, Daddy, wait for me." After Gubeiwa carried Little Shadow down, he did not let go. Instead, he kept Little Shadow in his arms. Ruer watched for a long time. Seeing that Little Shadow had no intention of coming down, his heart finally relaxed. He was most afraid of being mocked by Little Shadow. Yen had been sleeping in the afternoon and did not see Little Shadow. She nestled in Granny Zhao's arms and, curiously, sized up Little Shadow. She whispered, "Granny Zhao, is he the Grand Tutor's son?" He's Little Shadow. His name is Gu Nanshin," Granny Zhao answered truthfully. "Granny Zhao, he's really good-looking," Ye said. Chapter 13:28. Little Shadow was indeed very good-looking. He had delicate features and was very handsome. Most importantly, this child loved to smile. Looking at his gentle and tender smile, it seemed that all troubles would disappear instantly. Granny Zhao acknowledged Princess Yan's judgment with a grunt of acknowledgement. Unexpectedly, Princess Yan added, "Granny Zhao, he's the most good-looking boy I've ever seen." Well, Granny Zhao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Due to the Emperor's excessive protection, the little princess had only seen His Highness the Crown Prince. Granny Zhao thought for a moment and said, "Princess, you must not let His Highness know about this." Yan looked up and answered, "Understood." Granny Zhao didn't know whether Princess Yan understood or not. She didn't dare to explain because the more she explained to Princess Yan, the more mistakes she would make. Princess Yan was nestled in Granny Zhao's arms. Long Fei Yi was the most depressed. From time to time, he would look at Han Yunqi in his arms and then at his little lover in Granny Zhao's arms. He really felt like he had been abandoned by the whole world. Although depressed, he didn't forget to pick up food for Han Yunqi, Ruer and Yan, not to mention Gu Beiwen and Qin Min. He wouldn't even feed Han Yunqi in front of Ruer and Yan. Feeding could only be done in private. He wanted to feed Yan, but Yan avoided him. He fed Ruer, but Ruer was too used to it and ate immediately. However, before he could swallow the food, Ruer regretted it. He was almost 5 years old, but he still had to be fed by his father. It was so embarrassing. He glanced at Gu Nanshin from the corner of his eye, afraid of being mocked. However, he saw Gu Nanshin eating the mooncake that his father fed him. Ruer was finally relieved. Qin Min was so happy that she forgot to eat when she saw Gu Beiwe personally feeding Little Shadow. Gu Beiwe thought that she was nervous to eat on the same stage as the Emperor and Empress, so he whispered to her, "You're welcome." As he spoke, he personally scooped a bowl of soup for Qin Min and picked up a large bowl of food for her. Thus, a bowl of soup, a bowl of rice, and a bowl of food were placed in front of Qin Min. Qin Min had mixed feelings. This was the first time he had taken care of her. There was bitterness, but more than that, he wanted to laugh. When picking up food for a woman, one had to slowly add more food to her bowl, and then pick up more food after she was done eating. His bowl of soup, a bowl of vegetables, and a bowl of rice were clearly the standard for bringing children out for a banquet. This idiot, Han Yunqi, could not help but laugh. "North Moon, do you think Qin Min is a child? You're just short of feeding her." Qin Min was about to start eating, but when she heard that, she stopped and felt a little embarrassed. Gu Beiwe, on the other hand, didn't have much of a reaction and just laughed it off. Who knew that the Little Shadow would push away the food that was about to be fed to his mouth and say, "I don't eat lettuce. I'll give it to Nyang Qin. Nyang Qin likes it." Gu Beiwe's hand froze. Qin Min was clearly a little surprised, but she quickly picked up the lettuce on Gu Beiwe's chopsticks and placed it in her bowl. Then she gave the potato to Little Shadow. "How about this? Do you want it?" Little Shadow seemed gentle on the surface, but he was very cunning inside. He knew his mother was unhappy with him doing this, so he took a bite out of the potato ball. Delicious! Just like that, Qin Min resolved the seemingly heartwarming awkwardness. Qin Min even paid great attention to what she said. She did not pick up little Shadow's favorite dish, but the potato ball instead. She asked, "How about this? Do you want it?" And not, "This is your favorite. Go ahead and eat it." As parents, how could they not know what their children like to eat and what they dislike to eat? However, Gu Beiwe just happened to be unaware of this. By doing this, she was helping Gu Beiwe cover up for him. It was just a pity that she had neglected her bowl of food. Her bowl of food had everything except for her favorite lettuce. Han Yunqi glanced at the food in Qin Min's bowl and discovered something strange, but she remained unfazed. Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiwe continued to chat as they ate. Occasionally, they would add more food for Han Yunqi and Rui, and ladle soup for Yin. Han Yunqi also chatted with Qin Min, from taking care of the child to cooking, from cooking to gardening. If Qin Min was not Gu Beiwe's wife, Han Yunqi really wanted to keep Qin Min in the palace. During this time, a palace maid walked to Han Yunqi's side and whispered, "Your Highness, the chicken roll you ordered has been cooked. Should I send it up now?" During these days when Long Fei Yi was partial to the little princess, Han Yunqi really had a lot of free time. Thus, she used all her free time to research a dish, chicken roll. This dish was not called chicken roll at first, but hot and sour hen soup. Moreover, the original version was very simple. It used chili, pickled vegetables, and old hen to make a soup. After several months of improvement, it had become a completely different version, but it was still simple. Put the old hen in vinegar and let it simmer for half a day to turn it into a vinegar hen. Then use a piece of dough to roll the chicken and add 2 slices of cucumber to make it into a chicken roll. No matter how it tasted, it still looked very good. After several months of improvement, countless dishes were created. Whether Long Fei Yi had eaten it or not, only Han Yunqi and him knew. Even the cook who helped out in the kitchens did not know. Han Yunqi thought for a moment and whispered, "No need." The palace maid really sighed in relief for the emperor. However, Han Yunqi added, "Warm the chicken in a steamer and give it to the emperor as a midnight snack tonight." The palace maid could not help but glance at the emperor before leaving to carry out the order. After dinner, everyone strolled in the garden to admire the moon. Gu Beiwe still did not mention his birthday. After walking around, it was still early. Han Yunqi privately told Rui to say that he was sleepy and wanted to sleep. Thus, everyone went their separate ways. Princess Yin was already fast asleep in Zhao Mama's arms. She was a sleepyhead, but Rui was a night owl. After sending off Gu Beiwe and his family, Long Fei Yi asked, "What happened?" Han Yunqi sent Rui away before saying, "Gu Beiwe and Qin Min, there must be something wrong." According to Gu Beiwe, he and Qin Min were childhood sweethearts and had been in love for a long time. How could Gu Beiwe not know that Qin Min liked to eat lettuce? He gave Qin Min so many dishes, but there was not a single piece of lettuce. If Han Yunqi did not mention it, Long Fei Yi would not have noticed. He raised his eyebrows and smiled. Let Gu Beiwe do as he pleases. Han Yunqi thought that since he was already married, there shouldn't be any big problems. She shrugged and did not think too much about it. Yen was sleeping with Zhao Mama, and Rui was nowhere to be found. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi walked into the depths of the garden, admiring the moon and chatting. It was as if they were revisiting an old place, as if they had returned to many years ago. And in another part of the palace, a red shadow flitted past. Zhao Mama ordered the palace maids to guard Princess Yen while she secretly chased after the red shadow, all the way to a secluded place. Who else could this red shadow be other than Shaoqi? "Your Highness Prince Yu, the Mid-Autumn Festival is a time for everyone to reunite. Since you're here, why don't you show your face?" Zhao Mama said helplessly. 3 years had passed, but Gu's face showed no signs of aging. He looked back with a smile that was as bewitching as ever under the moonlight. His eyes narrowed into slits as if he was eternally happy. He handed over a box of mooncakes and said with a chuckle, "For Poison Lass and Yenner, don't tell them I came." He had spent 2 months trying all of Cloud Realm Continent's time-honored restaurants before picking out the best one. Poison Lass and her daughter both liked sweets, he knew that. 2 years ago, he had been in the mysterious continent. This past year, he had been hiding in Cloud Realm Continent, occasionally delivering nice things to Poison Lass and Yen, or through Zhao Mama's hands under the pretext that they were tributes from below. There were plenty of people in Cloud Realm Continent who wanted to curry favor with the Empress and Princess Yen, so this excuse had never been seen through. Besides delivering gifts, he would also have Zhao Mama teach Yen about her 3 views on money, power, and men and women. He always said to Zhao Mama, if the Long Fei Yi hides Yen are in the palace like this, she'll definitely be tricked as soon as she leaves the palace. Granny Zhao also agreed with his opinion. Thus, Granny Zhao became Yen Er's substitute teacher. Gu left a few more instructions before leaving in a hurry. He was afraid of being discovered by the Long Fei Yi, so he didn't dare to stay long. Gu had already forgotten whether he had joked about marrying the Long Fei Ye's daughter in the future, but he was very clear that the Long Fei Yi would strengthen his defenses as soon as he discovered his presence. He wouldn't let him see Yen. Gu Beiwe disappeared as soon as he left the palace, but Gu Beiwe saw a very familiar brocade box in front of his house. Gu Beiwe was stunned, and Qin Min was curious, but Little Shadow rushed over and picked up the box. "Daddy, this box is so beautiful." Little Shadow was still very cautious about things of unknown origin, so she handed it to her daddy. "Did His Highness Prince you come down?" Qin Min couldn't help asking. "It should be." Gu Beiwe answered as he opened the box. Inside the brocade box was a round jade pendant. When the box was opened, the jade pendant was still dim, but after being illuminated by the moonlight for a while, it seemed to absorb the moonlight and gradually brightened. It was very beautiful. "Moonlight jade!" Qin Min exclaimed. Gu Beiwe was very surprised as well. He took out the jade pendant and held it up to the moon for a while. The entire jade pendant was not only sparkling and translucent, but also seemed to emit light. It emitted a layer of light that was as clean and gentle as the moonlight. "It really is moonlight jade." Gu Beiwe was very certain. Moonlight jade was one of the most precious stones below white jade crystal. The reason why it was so precious was firstly because it was rare, and secondly because this stone was very strange. It was usually very dim, but as long as it was illuminated by the moonlight, it would absorb the moonlight and become transparent and bright. It would even emit light. "Why did you suddenly give such a big gift?" Qin Min asked curiously. Gu Beiwe seemed to have thought of something, but Little Shadow suddenly shouted, "Daddy, Mommy, look! There are words at the bottom of the box." Gu Beiwe turned the box over, and only then did he discover 4 large golden words at the bottom of the box, "Birthday gift." Qin Min suddenly realized and asked Gu Beiwe in surprise, "Today is your birthday?" Gu Beiwe was stunned, and after a while he smiled and admitted generously, "Yes." "How did Gu Qishao know my birthday? Could it be that when he was young in Medical City, when his grandfather celebrated his birthday, Gu bumped into him?" Gu Beiwe thought about it, and this was the only possibility. Chapter 1329. Today is Daddy's birthday? Little Shadow was also very shocked. He raised his head and looked at his mother. "Mother, you didn't know either?" Qin Min was startled. She looked at Gu Beiwe, not knowing how to answer. Gu Beiwe also didn't know how to answer Little Shadow. The family of 3 stood at the door in silence. In the end, it was Little Shadow who spoke first. "Daddy, why didn't you tell Mother? Why didn't you tell me?" Gu Beiwe held it in for a long time before he came up with a reason. Because it's mid-autumn. It'll be better after mid-autumn. Why can't mid-autumn and my birthday be celebrated together?" Little Shadow tilted his head and asked, Because Daddy doesn't want to celebrate his birthday. Gu Bei West squatted down and answered seriously. Why not? Little Shadow continued to ask. Because I'll be older by 1 year after my birthday. Daddy doesn't want to be old. Gu Bei Wet answered. This reason was enough to convince Little Shadow. No matter how smart Little Shadow was, he was still a child. He laughed mischievously. So Daddy is also afraid of being old. Gu Bei Wet pulled Little Shadow and smiled without saying a word. Little Shadow suddenly retreated and respectfully bowed to Gu Bei Wet. He said loudly, Nanchin wishes Daddy to never be old and live as long as the southern mountains. Live as long as the southern mountains. In an instant, Qin Min's eyes turned red. She turned her head away, not letting Gu Bei Wet and Little Shadow see her. She tried to calm herself down. Gu Bei Wet was greatly startled. Looking at such an obedient and sensible Little Shadow, his heart slowly tightened. He knew that he had wronged this child, but he had never felt so uncomfortable when facing this child. He had never interacted with children before, so he always thought that it was easy to hide from a child's eyes. However, after personally teaching Little Shadow Qinggong and Ningzhou, he realized that children were the easiest to deceive. At first, he only wanted a child to inherit the Shadow Clan's Qinggong and inherit the Shadow Clan's protection. Thus, he made an agreement with Qin Min to marry her. Only now did he realize how absurd the path he had taken was. He would be able to control everything in his life, including his own heart. He would be able to control it well. He was very clear about what he should do and what he shouldn't do. He never crossed his bottom line. Towards Han Yunqi, even if it was admiration and admiration, he was dutiful and never had any improper thoughts or actions. After his identity was exposed, he even very rationally assisted Long Fei. When it came to Qin Min, he was also rational, even if he could not bear to part with her. His words and actions had always been ruthless, always willing to part with his life. She was trying. However, he was very clear about the outcome of the 5-year agreement. He didn't say anything and let her work hard. He knew that only after trying his best would he have no regrets. Only then would he be relieved. But today, in front of Little Shadow, he realized that it was really hard to keep up the act. The older the child was, the more out of control everything would be. He smiled and didn't say anything. He just picked up Little Shadow. Little Shadow was the same as Yenner. He was a baby who loved to sleep. Basically, he would go to sleep as soon as the sky turned dark. Tonight was an exception. On the way back, he was still very sleepy. However, when he heard that it was his father's birthday today, he was wide awake again. As soon as he entered the door, he struggled out of his father's embrace and ran into the house to find a fiery red air pineapple. "Father, here you go." This air pineapple was given to him by his mother. He raised it from a seedling and took a year to bloom. Gu Bei Wet accepted it with a smile. Little Shadow pestered him and told him a bunch of details about the air pineapple. He repeatedly reminded him not to spray too much water or it would rot. In the end, Little Shadow was too sleepy and asked, "Father, it's late. Are you going to sleep?" Gu Bei Wet carried him to the couch and lay down with him. Little Shadow waved to Qin Min, who had followed them in. "Mother, it's time to sleep." When they were in Ningzhou, Little Shadow always went to bed early. It was always Qin Min who coaxed him to sleep. Qin Min always told him that his father still had to read medical books and would sleep at night. Little Shadow didn't wake up early either. Every time he woke up, Qin Min would have already made breakfast and would always tell him that his father had woken up early. As a result, Little Shadow got used to it after so many times. He didn't expect that on their first night back at the Grand Tutor's residence, they would face the problem of sleeping. However, Qin Min still easily resolved it. She said, "Shadow, Mother will sleep with you. Your father needs to take a medicinal bath today." Shadow also knew about Gu Bei Wet taking a medicinal bath. Although he was learning Qinggong and medicine at the same time, with his current level, he couldn't see the effects of those medicinal decoctions at all. In addition, his mother would often make some medicinal decoctions for him to take. He just treated it as recuperation and didn't think too much about it. Little Shadow was so sleepy that his eyes were about to close. He only made an end sound and agreed. However, Gubeiwa got up. Before Qin Min could lie down, Little Shadow had already fallen asleep. Qin Min helped Little Shadow change his clothes and wash his face and feet, but Little Shadow didn't wake up. Gubeiwa watched quietly from the side and didn't leave. After Qin Min was done, she saw that Gubeiwa hadn't left. She asked in a low voice, "Aren't you going to take a medicinal bath?" Gubeiwa said maybe. I shouldn't have lied to him back then. Qin Min didn't know if everything would be different if she knew about Gubeiwa's condition earlier. She said indifferently, "There's no turning back. You promised to lie to him for a lifetime." Gubeiwa was speechless. He turned and left. After he took a medicinal bath, it was already late at night. When he opened the door, he saw Qin Min standing at the door with a bowl of birthday noodles. She must have just arrived. The noodles were still steaming. She said, "Grand Tutor Gu, the Mid-Autumn Festival is your birthday. Why don't you treat me as a family member for the time being and eat this bowl of noodles?" After his grandfather passed away, no family member made birthday noodles for him. Gubeiwa didn't say anything, but he nodded. He finished the bowl of noodles cleanly. Qin Min sat at the side and watched. The more she watched, the more upset she felt. Gubeiwa, oh Gubeiwa, I can be cruel and not love you, but I can't be cruel and not protect you and not take care of you. Gubeiwa finished the bowl of noodles. Qin Min cleaned up the dishes and left. After Qin Min left, Little Thing came down from the roof. It hugged its arms and bowed to Gubeiwa. It was also when it saw the bowl of birthday noodles that Little Thing knew that it was young Master's birthday today. It wanted to wish young Master a happy birthday, but it couldn't, so it could only bow. Gubeiwa understood. He smiled and hugged Little Thing in his arms. He stroked it gently. "Little Thing, long time no see." Little Thing rubbed against his palm affectionately. Finally, it jumped onto his shoulder and pointed at the moon in the sky. Gubeiwa looked up and faintly said, "Little Thing, in the future, help me protect Qin Min and Nanchin, okay?" Little Thing didn't understand. It thought that young Master was asking if the moon was beautiful or not. It nodded seriously. That night, Little Shadow slept peacefully. Gubeiwa and Qin Min looked at the moon for the whole night. The next day, Little Shadow just finished practicing and wanted to return to his room. He bumped into Xianyuan Rue standing at his door. His figure flashed and arrived in front of Xianyuan Rue. He bowed respectfully. "Crown Prince, good morning. It's not early." Xianyuan Rue said coldly. "Crown Prince, what advice do you have?" Little Shadow asked with a smile. "I was entrusted by someone to bring you to the palace." Xianyuan Rue's tone was cold. He was somewhat unhappy. He had a pile of homework to do today, but Yen-Er pestered him to bring her to the Tai tutor's residence. Even if he borrowed courage from Imperial Mother, he didn't dare to bring that little devil out of the palace. First, he couldn't subdue her. Second, if Imperial Father knew, he would definitely be grounded. Helpless, he could only personally go and bring Little Shadow to the palace. Yen-Er came to the Tai tutor's residence to play with Gu Nanchin. Little Shadow was nervous. There were only a few people in the palace, and there were only 3 people who could ask His Highness the Crown Prince to do things. Princess Yen, the Empress, and the Emperor. Of these 3 who wanted to see him. Before Little Shadow could ask, Xianyuan Rue opened his mouth first. "Let's go. My little sister wants to see you." Little Shadow widened his eyes and asked, "Why does Princess Yen want to see me?" Xianyuan Rue rolled his eyes. "How would I know? Are you coming or not?" Little Shadow said, "I want to tell my parents." Xianyuan Rue lost his patience and told Su Donglin to tell Gubeiwa and Qin Min. He pulled Little Shadow over and left. Little Shadow rarely interacted with girls, and after seeing Princess Yan's actions last night, he couldn't help but be afraid of Princess Yan. He was very nervous the whole way, but who knew that when he saw Princess Yan handed him a piece of mooncake. Brother Ing here. Granny Zhao said this was a tribute. It's very delicious. Little Shadow was very surprised and didn't move. Princess Yan chuckled. I know you like to eat sweets, so I specially left it for you. Eat it. Little Shadow was puzzled. He wanted to ask Princess Yan how she knew he liked sweets, but before he could open his mouth, Princess Yan said, I counted. Last night, you ate a total of 4 mooncakes. You ate 1 more than me. You really know how to eat. Little Shadow's face immediately turned red. He didn't know how to answer. Take it. Hurry and eat it. This is the last one. Otherwise, I'll regret it. Princess Yan urged. Little Shadow took the mooncake and ate it in big bites. Princess Yan was happy. Brothering, if you play with me in the future, I'll give you delicious food. Little Shadow ate while nodding his head. Not for anything else, but because this mooncake was really delicious. It was the best dessert he had ever eaten. Xian Yuanrui was waiting at the side. He wanted to wait for Little Shadow to finish eating the mooncake and take him away to accompany him to do his homework. However, when he saw Little Shadow nod his head, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. He snorted disdainfully and turned to leave. In his opinion, little friends who were too easily bought over by delicious food were not good companions. Just like this, Little Shadow became familiar with Crown Prince Rui and Princess Yan, and gradually became a frequent guest in the palace. He followed the Crown Prince and Princess Yan to study, accompanied the Crown Prince to practice martial arts, and was often pestered by Princess Yan to play with him. His father was a busy man, so he became a little busy man. And Qin Min had been closed in the house and didn't go out. She concentrated on studying acupuncture. When she was tired, she went to take care of the wasteland in the house to change her mood. On this day, after Little Shadow fell asleep, Qin Min looked for Gu Beiwa to discuss the efficacy of the medicinal bath. Although Gu Beiwa had been soaking in the medicinal bath every day for several months, Qin Min didn't find that his condition had improved a little. As for whether it had worsened or not, she couldn't tell from his pulse. However, after being treated for so long, there was no improvement. This in itself was a sign of deterioration. Chapter 1330. As Qin Min supervised Gu Beiwa's medicinal bath, she came up with a set of acupuncture techniques. What she wanted to discuss with Gu Beiwa was the combination of medicinal treatment and acupuncture to see if it would be more effective. Ever since the 5-year agreement, Gu Beiwa's attitude towards treatment had been very positive. He cooperated with Qin Min's supervision, and at the same time he also studied the illness with Qin Min and came up with a better treatment. After all, Gu Beiwa's medical skills were much better than Qin Min's. When Qin Min proposed acupuncture, Gu Beiwa gladly accepted. He cooperated with Qin Min's acupuncture and helped with all the adjustments. Thus, they began the combination of medicinal bath and acupuncture treatment. Every day, they would have a medicinal bath and acupuncture treatment. Originally, Gu Beiwa's illness would act up twice a month. After they started the acupuncture treatment, Gu Beiwa's illness only acted up once a month. Qin Min was overjoyed, but Gu Beiwa only smiled faintly. Very soon, Qin Min was dealt a blow. This was because Gu Beiwa's illness acted up 3 times in the following month. Qin Min's eyes were red. Gu Beiwa was like a bystander and comforted her. It's not a big deal. It's common for illness to act up. Let's wait and see. Thus, acupuncture and medicinal bath treatment were used. Qin Min did not care about the wasteland anymore. She immersed herself in the acupuncture treatment and practiced it every day and night. Other than cooperating with Qin Min's treatment and teaching Little Shadow martial arts, Gu Beiwa's work went on as usual. He taught the Crown Prince to study, read history, and commented on politics. He busied himself with the medical department's affairs and often had secret discussions with a group of advisors from the Long Fei. As the days passed, his illness also acted up. Sometimes his illness would act up 3 or even 4 times a month. However, other times it would not act up for an entire month. Qin Min's mood fluctuated along with his illness. Fortunately, Han Yunqi would invite Qin Min into the palace when she was free. She would also come to the Grand Tutor's residence to play with Qin Min. Only when Han Yunqi came to visit Qin Min could Qin Min take out a pile of golden needles and medical books to temporarily relax. Peenie's heart ached when she saw this. She refused to budge an inch for fear that her mistress would tire herself out. How could Gubeiwa not feel heartache? It was as if he could see his mother's sleepless nights because of his father's illness. However, Qin Min was much stronger than her mother. He did not know if Qin Min had shed tears behind his back, but at the very least, she had never cried in front of him. Her eyes had only turned red once. Day after day, it seemed to be repeating itself, but it was not quite the same. Life went on like this, and before they knew it, 2 years had passed. For the past 2 years, Qin Min would cook a bowl of longevity noodles for Gubeiwa. Gubeiwa would finish the noodles, smile at her, and thank her. Even though Gubeiwa's condition kept worsening, Qin Min was never discouraged. She had been trying to figure out a new acupuncture method, and she had never given up even for a moment. This morning, Qin Min came to help Gubeiwa with acupuncture as usual. As usual, Gubeiwa looked at her quietly and did not speak. After Qin Min finished the acupuncture, she waited at the side. She had to wait for 2 hours before she could remove the needles. This was the longest time they had spent alone in the past 2 years. However, other than discussing his condition, they did not speak most of the time. He would lie on the couch, and she would sit at the tea table, flipping through medical books. Since the 5-year agreement, she had been deliberately keeping a distance from him. He could tell. Qin Min sat at the side, reading medical books. As she read, she fell asleep on the table. Gubeiwa turned around and saw her like this. His gaze softened. He sighed softly. "Qin Min, you're really a silly girl." Many times he would make assumptions. If his father could chase his mother away when he left, would his mother not have left with his father? He would never forget the scene of his mother lying in a pool of blood. When he was young, he would dream of that scene 2 or 3 times a year. Later on, when he grew up, he never dreamed of it again. Gubeiwa looked at her. When it was time to remove the needles, he did not wake Qin Min up. Instead, he asked the medical assistant to remove the needles for him. He put on a coat for Qin Min and went out. When Qin Min woke up, it was already late at night. When she looked up, she immediately looked at the bed, only to see that it was empty. "Gubeiwa!" she shouted. Gubeiwa, who was sitting at the side, smiled faintly. "Dr. Qin, what did you do last night?" She actually slept from morning till night. How tired must she be? Qin Min heaved a sigh of relief. "Why didn't you wake me?" The shadow accompanied the crown prince out of the city early in the morning. "He won't be back tonight. I saw that you had nothing to do, so I didn't disturb you," Gubeiwa said faintly. However, Qin Min was furious. She slammed the table and said angrily, "I have a lot of things to do. I want to read medical books. I still have a few sets of acupuncture techniques that I haven't figured out yet." Gubeiwa was startled and did not say anything else. This was probably the first time he had seen Qin Min so angry. He knew that her temper had always been good. It was because of him that she became like this. Qin Min realized that she had overreacted. She lowered her head and said faintly, "It's late. You should rest early." She left after saying that. However, when she reached her room, she suddenly remembered that Gubeiwa had been soaking in the medicinal soup. She would ask him every day, "Did you soak in the medicinal soup?" She immediately went back. Before she could knock on the door, she heard violent coughing coming from inside the room. She panicked and immediately pushed the door open. She saw Gubeiwa kneeling on the floor with one hand on the floor and the other on his chest. He was coughing so hard that he could barely breathe. Qin Min was frantic. She lived each day, cautiously waiting. She was afraid that Gu Beiyue's illness would flare up again. One had to know that Gu Beiyue's illness had flared up 4 times last month, but last month it had not flared up even once. This month, she had lived every day carefully. Until yesterday, Gu Beiyue's illness had not flared up. There were 2 more days until the end of the month. Last night, when she went to bed, she was secretly happy that Gu Beiyue's illness was getting longer and that it was a good sign. However, tonight Qin Min walked over briskly and helped Gu Beiyue sit up. She poured a cup of water for him to drink. However, Gu Beiyue's cough was too severe. There was no way for him to drink water. Qin Min decisively gave up and hurriedly took out her gold needles to treat him. Since the first time Gu Beiyue's illness flared up, she knew how to save him. The first was to let him drink water to relieve his cough. The second was to seize the time to treat him with acupuncture to suppress his cough. If it was in the past, Gu Beiyue's cough would slow down as Qin Min treated him with acupuncture. However, the situation this time was completely different. As Qin Min treated him with acupuncture, Gu Beiyue coughed even more severely. He even coughed up blood. After Qin Min treated him with acupuncture, Gu Beiyue did not stop. Instead, he coughed up 3 mouthfuls of blood. Qin Min was scared out of her wits. However, she was still calm. She changed to another set of acupuncture techniques, but it was still ineffective. She did not give up. She changed to another set, but it was still ineffective. Gu Beiyue's mouth and clothes were full of blood. He kept coughing as he vomited blood. Qin Min's legs were cold. She could not treat him with acupuncture. Gu Beiyue, tell me, what should I do? Tell me. I'm begging you, please. Tell me what to do. You must have a way. Gu Beiyue, stop coughing. I'll leave. I'll leave you. I'll divorce you. I won't let you see me for the rest of my life. As long as you don't cough, as long as you're fine. Qin Min looked at the needles that had fallen to the ground. She really broke down. However, Gu Beiyue coughed until he was almost out of breath. He could not even open his mouth to answer her. His internal organs were all in pain. Fresh blood kept coming out of his mouth. He could only hold on. There was no other way. When Gu Beiyue calmed down, Qin Min looked as if her soul had been sucked out. She sat at the side in a daze and looked at him. Gu Beiyue lay on the ground weakly. His white clothes were stained with the blood that he had coughed up. He was so weak that he looked like he would die at any moment and disappear. The world was quiet and still. Only time passed. After an unknown amount of time, Gu Beiyue finally caught his breath. His tone was frivolous and cruel. He said, "Qin Min, it looks like your acupuncture technique is ineffective." Qin Min's heart was bitten by something. It was extremely painful. She had worked so hard and persevered for so long. How could it be ineffective? How could it be? She crawled to her feet and used all her strength to help Gu Beiyue to his feet and back onto the bed. She called the medical assistant over and helped him change his clothes. She squatted on the ground and used a handkerchief to wipe the blood. It was only when the medical assistant left that she got up and walked to the side of the bed. She said, "Gu Beiyue, it hasn't been 5 years yet. Can't you come to a conclusion so quickly? I still have 3 years, right?" Gu Beiyue did not answer, but Qin Min insisted that he give her a definite answer. "There are still 3 years, right?" She asked him, "Qin Min, you should know that it's impossible to accurately estimate the time when the condition changes." He looked into her eyes when he said this. He was calm and cruel. In other words, she still had 3 years to cure him. However, he might not have 3 years. She pretended not to hear him and did not pursue this issue with him. She pulled his hand out and took his pulse. However, Qin Min panicked when she took his pulse. How could this be? When she checked his pulse this morning, his pulse was still fine and there wasn't much difference from before. But this time it was only 1 day. His pulse was so chaotic that she couldn't figure out what was wrong. She couldn't believe it and tried again, but it was just as chaotic. She tried a few more times, but it was the same. Gu Beiwayu. She choked with sobs. Gu Beiwa withdrew his hand and sighed softly. After a long time, he said, "Qin, I've already explained everything to the medical department. I've asked for leave from His Majesty and want to travel around Cloud Realm Continent to see the situation of the various medical centers. I'll leave in a few days. You accompany me. Don't worry, Shadow will stay with the Esteemed Empress." Gu Beiwa paused for a while before continuing. "In the last 2 to 3 years of my father's life, he spent most of his time soaking in medicinal decoctions. In the last year, he spent almost the entire day soaking in them. That prescription was something my grandfather came up with. It can only stop coughing, not save his life. One day, even that decoction won't stop coughing. Don't say it." Qin covered her ears, not letting Gu Beiwa continue. Gu Beiwa didn't say anything else. Actually, it didn't make any difference whether he said it or not. Qin already understood. She didn't just understand. She was suddenly enlightened. Doctors didn't treat themselves, but doctors knew themselves. Chapter 1331. Gu Beiwa had always been clear about his condition and knew that her acupuncture skills wouldn't be able to save him. Qin suddenly felt that she'd been a fool. Wasn't she just a little better at acupuncture? How could she possibly defeat Gu Beiwa? He was Cloud Realm Continent's only sovereign doctor and its #1 medical practitioner. How was she supposed to do something that even he couldn't do? As it turned out, the 5-year agreement and his cooperation over the past 2 years were all part of his plan. He wanted her to experience it herself and see it with her own eyes. He wanted her to be convinced and give up. Qin stared at Gu Beiwa's pale, gentle face and suddenly couldn't remember how they'd made it through the past 2 years. She clenched her blood-stained handkerchief tightly in her hand as her lips pursed. No one would ever know how much she wanted to throw herself into his arms and cry her heart out. But she couldn't. She didn't. Like was unbridled, while love was restraint. Like often disturb a person, but love didn't. "Rest well," she said mildly. "I'll have the medical assistant stand guard outside. Call me immediately if anything happens." Then she left without any lingering thoughts or entanglement. Qin returned to her rooms just in time to see Xiaoyao coming out. "Young miss, where did you go so late at night?" Xiaoyao asked with concern. When Qin looked up, Xiaoyao froze because she saw her young miss's eyes redden again. She couldn't even remember how long it had been since she last saw her. Since her young miss said she wasn't crying, Xiaoyao didn't dare to say she was. Carefully she asked, "Young miss, did the son-in-law bully you again?" Qin looked at her for a long time before she said word by word, "Xiaoyao, I definitely won't give up." But Qin didn't give up. A few days later, she personally brought little Shadow to the palace and entrusted her to Han Yunqi's care. Then she left the capital with Gu Beiwa. Gu Beiwa had already spent 3 years traveling to every county in Cloud Realm Continent to check on the progress of medical research. Now, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi naturally didn't have any doubts. Long Fei Yi originally planned to send people to patrol. Since Gu Beiwa mentioned it, Long Fei Yi allowed it. The little Shadow was reluctant to part with her father and mother, so she really wanted to go with them. However, his father and mother were on official business, so he didn't dare to say anything. A few days ago, his father had given him a Qigong secret manual and promised him that as long as he learned it, he could go find them. Therefore, after Daddy and Mommy left, little Shadow practiced even more diligently. Before long, summer arrived. Ruei had gone to the Poison Sect's forbidden grounds to learn martial arts from grandfather Hanshin. Princess Yen was bored alone in the palace and couldn't help but harass little Shadow. Little Shadow said to her seriously, "Your Royal Highness, I have to master Qigong before I can catch up to my father and mother. You go play by yourself, all right?" Yen rolled her eyes a few times and immediately ran to grab the sleeping Lil Thing. She said, seriously, let Lil Thing practice with you. Lil Thing runs really fast. Lil Thing wanted to go with the gentleman, but he wouldn't let it. It secretly followed him for an entire day before he glared at it. That was the first time he'd ever been so fierce to it. It felt like the world was crumbling around it. Even now, it was still listless and did nothing but sleep. Lil Thing was too lazy to pay attention to Princess Yen and allowed her to grab it. Unexpectedly, the princess suddenly tossed it into the air and forced it to wake up. It had no idea why Princess Yen had called it here, but it ran as fast as it could as soon as it landed. Seeing this, Little Shadow was amused and immediately chased after her. After all, no one had been able to practice martial arts with him ever since his father left. The shadow guards in the palace were fast, but they were not as fast as him. Yen saw how Little Shadow was happy, so she was happy too. She called over Su Donglin and sat on Su Donglin's neck. She called out, chase them! Chase them! All shadow guards will be heavily rewarded if you catch them. After that, the quiet imperial palace became lively. Little Shadow could often be seen chasing after Lil Thing. A group of people accompanied Princess Yen as they chased after Little Shadow. Gu Beiwe obviously did not patrol the various medical centers. He sent a few people to secretly patrol the medical centers for him and write letters to the medical department from time to time. He brought a servant with him, while Qin Min brought Xiao Yao. The two of them went to Boundless Mountain. Boundless Mountain was to the north of Medical City. It was not too far away from Medical City. It was a very steep mountain. Back then, Northmoon's father had spent the last few years of his life on this mountain. When Qin Min and Gu Beiwe arrived at the waist of the mountain, they discovered quite a lot of medicinal herbs there. They were all on Gu Beiwe's medicinal bath recipe. They passed through a forest and saw a waterfall. There was a small courtyard beside the waterfall. It seemed very much like a place of seclusion. For a moment, Qin Min even mistakenly believed they were going to live here in seclusion, living a carefree life. Approaching the courtyard, Qin Min discovered various wild herbs growing inside and outside the courtyard. These herbs were all on the medicinal bath recipe. She purposefully searched through the recipes one by one, and she really did find them all. Without a doubt, someone had purposefully planted these wild herbs and allowed them to grow wild. Qin Min smiled and asked, so Grand Tutor Gu, you've already prepared everything. Gu Beiwe only smiled and did not answer. After his father and mother passed away, he and his grandfather had left this courtyard. However, his grandfather would bring him back once or twice every year to clean up, repair, and take a look at how these herbs were growing. Grandfather didn't spend the last few years of his life here. Grandfather ended his life in the Gu residence. He had never even seen his grandfather's illness act up before. Although his grandfather did not say it, he knew that this courtyard was left for him, and these herbs were also left for him. Gu Beiwe walked into the house and brought out a chair for Qin Min to sit on. He said, "You haven't been here for a year. Clean up first before you go in." Qin Min rolled her eyes at him. She rolled up her sleeves and strode into the house. Gu Beiwe was slightly stunned. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have been able to imagine Qin Min rolling her eyes. Throughout their journey from the capital to here, Qin Min had stopped calling him Grand Tutor Gu. She called him by his name and did not exchange pleasantries with him. It was as if she had become a different person. However, he did not find it unfamiliar. He still maintained this courtesy and courtesy. Peony followed in, and so did the servants. Qin Min did not chase them away and ordered them to do this and that. However, when Gu Beiwe wanted to go in, Qin Min glared at him. Gu Beiwe had no choice but to sit down and rest. After Qin Min explained everything in the house, she cleaned up the 2 large bathtubs outside the house. These 2 bathtubs were made of stone. They had not been used for many years and had accumulated rainwater. Moss and some vines grew on them. After Qin Min cleaned one, she turned back to look at Gu Beiwe and asked, "Just one? Can we keep the other one?" "Why?" Gu Beiwe asked. "I want to plant some flowers," Qin Min said. Gu Beiwe readily agreed. He could tell that Qin Min's mood had improved a lot after leaving the capital. Perhaps it had something to do with his illness not acting up after leaving the capital. From tomorrow onwards, he would soak in the medicinal soup all day and would not cough for a long time. Her mood should be better. Gu Beiwe was such a mature person, but there were times when he was naive. When Qin Min finished with her work and came over to take his pulse, he knew that he had thought too much of Qin Min. The moment Qin Min took his pulse, she knew that his pulse was deteriorating day by day. After taking his pulse, the corners of Qin Min's mouth drooped. She said, "You rest. I'll go boil the medicinal soup. I haven't done it today." Just like that, they settled down on the mountainside. Gu Beiwe spent most of his time soaking in the medicinal soup, other than cooking 3 meals herself. Qin Min spent most of her time immersed in the medical books that they had brought. She insisted on taking Gu Beiwe's pulse every day, 3 times a day in the morning and at noon. As for the large bathtub that had not been cleaned, she had not planted the flowers that she liked. There was very little interaction between them, but they spent more and more time alone. Gu Beiwe's servants were in charge of gathering and boiling the herbs, while Xiaoyao was in charge of some daily chores. Qin Min personally looked after Gu Beiwe. She would either read the medical books in the house with only a window between her and Gu Beiwe, or sit beside Gu Beiwe and read. When Gu Beiwe was bored, he would ask Qin Min for medical books to read. When Qin Min saw him soaking in the medicinal soup and reading leisurely, she wanted to laugh and feel sad at the same time. Although his illness had not acted up for a long time, he was walking towards the end of his life. How could he be so calm and collected, so cruel? The facade of calmness did not soothe Qin Min's heart. She flipped through all the medical books and finally decided to start with acupuncture. After all, this was what she was best at and the only thing that she could work hard on. She stabbed the small golden knife that Gu Beiwe had given her on the wall as a warning to herself. At the same time, she laughed and joked with Gu Beiwe. "Since it's hopeless, then I'll just treat it as a last resort and use you as practice." Gu Beiwe was stunned for a long time and realized that he could not see through Qin Min. He could not even imagine what Qin Min's reaction would be if he left her one day. Until one day, when he passed by Qin Min's room, the door happened to be open. He caught a glimpse of the small golden knife and the medical books on her table. He sighed softly and did not know what to say. He could only pretend that he did not see it. Day by day, time passed by. Only time would know how long Gu Beiwe would live. In the past few years, the great Qin Empire's national strength had gradually increased. Its treasury was filled, and its industries were very developed. Long Fei Yi gradually had the desire to conquer the mysterious continent again. Of course, his desire to conquer the mysterious continent was just an ambition. He did not want to conquer it immediately. He knew very well that it was a continent where martial strength was king. If he wanted to conquer that continent, an army was useless. Wealth was also useless. Only powerful martial strength was needed. In the past few years, under Han Chen's guidance, he and Han Yunqi had not stopped cultivating. After they had completely mastered the Lust Bite power and Phoenix power, these 2 powers still had room to improve and become stronger. However, it was also more difficult to cultivate. He and Han Yunqi were waiting. They were waiting for the promise of 10 years and the competition for the position of Wolf Sect Master. They believed that that would be their first step into the mysterious continent. Apart from national affairs and martial cultivation, Long Fei Yi had not given up on one thing, and that was to find Ning Cheng. However, Ning Cheng had already gone to the mysterious continent with Lu Zheng a few years ago. Chapter 1332. It was the middle of autumn now, so even the northern regions of Cloud Realm Continent weren't cold yet. But to the north of Cloud Realm Continent, The mysterious continent was already snowing by the ice sea. Although the mysterious continent had 4 seasons, its winters were especially long. In some ways, winter had long begun here. Ning Ching was a winter lover. Besides his addiction to alcohol, he had another secret hobby. He liked to sleep in the sun on winter afternoons. If he couldn't be found anywhere in winter, he'd definitely be found in the sunniest places. Unfortunately, no one knew where he was now. Every winter, he would be in a good mood. He followed Lu Zheng to the mysterious continent and stayed there for 1 winter before deciding never to go back. Lu Zheng was the first to catch wind of Jin Zi's invasion of Winter Crow country and the first to flee. Many of the slave masters who followed him had no choice but to sneak into Northern Li to avoid being caught red-handed. Only Lu Zheng escaped to the mysterious continent without hesitation. Ning Cheng didn't contact Jin Zi to capture Lu Zheng. Instead, he helped the man escape Jin Zi's eyes and reach the shores of the ice sea. This was Jin Zi's first real battle, but his biggest regret was that he couldn't catch Lu Zheng. What would he think if he knew it was Ning Cheng's doing? Naturally, Ning Cheng hadn't helped Lu Zheng for nothing. He wanted to use him to cross the ice sea and investigate Jin Zi's origins while getting a feel for Lu Zheng's background. He had long confirmed that Jin Zi was sold from the mysterious continent to the Winter Crow nation. After 10 rounds of reselling, his true identity was concealed. Only then did he become a slave of the Winter Crow nation and was sold to the 3-way black market. But he still couldn't figure out how Jin Zi had been sold from the mysterious continent to Winter Crow country, or where he came from. What he didn't expect was to find out the origins of the beast-taming arts and the existence of the Black Forest as soon as he set foot on the mysterious continent. Although he hadn't gone there himself, he was certain that the ancestors of the Black Clan had to have come from there. Jin Zi's ability to control tigers had to have come from the Black Forest's former rulers, the Ling clan. No wonder Jin Zi had been sold to Cloud Realm Continent instead of Mysterious Sky Continent. Cloud Realm Continent and the Mysterious Continent had always been 2 separate worlds, making it difficult for news to travel between them. Everyone in the Mysterious Continent knew about this, but it was a huge secret in Cloud Realm Continent. Ning Cheng did not know that Goldie had already met the people in the Black Forest. He was anxious to tell Goldie everything. Unfortunately, he just arrived at the mysterious Void Continent and was unfamiliar with the place, so he was truly unable to find a way to send the news to the other side of the ice sea. There was a rumor on the mysterious continent that the divine bird, the phoenix, had once appeared on the ice sea. Only the phoenix could fly across the ice sea. Of course, it was impossible to use eagles and pigeons to deliver letters, and if one was not capable enough, they would not be able to leave either. The ice sea was a very unique existence. Although it was located between Cloud Realm Continent and the Mysterious Continent, its temperature was much lower than the north and south shores. Within the ice sea region, there had never been any rain or snow. It was always sunny. The vast expanse of ice that stretched as far as the eye could see was like a large, glossy mirror that could clearly reflect all the colors in the sky. This ice surface was not only more slippery than the average ice surface, but the most terrifying thing was that its temperature was much lower than half of the ice surface. Ordinary horses and carriages were useless here, but even ordinary sled dogs wouldn't be able to travel on it. To cross the ice sea, one had to use a type of dog called the golden-eyed snow mastiff to pull the sled. Otherwise, one would be stuck between a rock and a hard place and die on the ice. The ice sea had existed for thousands of years, so it was inevitable that some ignorant people would wander in and freeze to death on the ice. Their corpses were preserved in the cold for eternity. The golden-eyed snow mastiff was a strange beast that lived on the shores of the ice sea. It had an eccentric temperament and was amenable to force, but not persuasion. If you treated it well, it would look down on you and bite you. But if you were tough enough to subdue it, it would obediently pull the sled for you and take you across the ice sea in the shortest time possible. The only way to subdue a golden-eyed snow mastiff was through a duel. Of course, some powerful martial artists didn't even need to fight. They just needed to stand on the shore, and the golden-eyed snow mastiff would obediently submit and lick their feet. This was the case for people like Han Qin. As for martial artists like Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi, no one knew what the situation was like. They had always wanted to come to the ice sea to take a look, but they never had the time. As for Gu, he had to fight with a few golden-eyed snow mastiffs every time he came to the shore. Gu had been traveling between Cloud Realm and Mysterious Realm for many years. So many golden-eyed snow mastiffs were familiar with him. He often stood on the shore and looked back, only to see dogs behind him. As for Ningqing, he didn't have the chance to fight with the golden-eyed snow mastiffs when he came to the ice sea with Lu Zhang. Although Lu Zhang didn't know how to fight, the golden-eyed snow mastiffs were afraid of him and submitted to him. Lu Zhang brought a group of more than 10 people to the northern shore of the ice sea, the mysterious realm continent, in half a month. Ningqing was very puzzled at first, but when he learned about the Black Forest, he guessed that Lu Zhang had most likely come from there. It was also very likely that Lu Zhang had personally taken Jinzi out of the Black Forest. Ningqing thought that Lu Zhang would return to the Black Forest. But not only did Lu Zhang not return, but he also led the Lubei Chamber of Commerce to do all kinds of business on the mysterious realm continent. Ningqing was even more valued by Lu Zhang because he had helped him escape from Winter Crow. After arriving at the mysterious realm continent, he had also helped Lu Zhang earn a lot of money. Now, Ningqing's position in the Lubei Chamber of Commerce was not only on par with Lu Zhang's adopted daughter, Lulu, but also had the potential to surpass her. Ningqing didn't forget to secretly inquire about the Black Forest as he tried to please Lu Zhang. Unfortunately, not everyone could enter the Black Forest, and not everyone knew about it. Even though he had been on the mysterious realm continent for a few years, he still couldn't find out much inside information. The sun was warm in the afternoon. It was deep in the night and snow swirled in the air. Ningqing was boiling wine by himself in his room. No one knew how he did it, but the fragrance of the wine filled the room. Someone with a poor tolerance for alcohol might really get drunk if they stayed too long in the room. He was still used to the black robes he always wore when he was at Cloud Realm Trade Consortium. There were no superfluous decorations, only simple and neat. In private, he always took off his eye patch. Unless one looked closely, one wouldn't be able to tell that his eyeballs were damaged, much less that he was blind in one eye. He sat by the stove and scooped up a spoonful of warm wine. He sniffed at it lightly before his lips curved into an evil smile. This wine was like prey in his hands, tasting as he pleased. Nobody would believe that he wasn't lonely on a snowy winter night in a foreign country, but some would believe that he was enjoying himself. Ningqing's greatest regret when it came to wine was that he could never drink to his heart's content. Drinking wine required a good mood, but getting drunk was even more important. This was especially true for someone with a high tolerance for alcohol. Just as the fragrance of the wine was beginning to build up, Ningqing suddenly paused in the middle of scooping it up. He stood up and leaned against the window, peeking through a crack, only to see a figure vanish from the window above. Someone's broken in. The courtyard he was staying in was a large courtyard house. He lived in the left wing, Lele in the right, and Lu Zhang in the upper room. Lu Zhang didn't know martial arts, but he'd raised a group of experts to protect him on the mysterious continent. This courtyard was heavily guarded, so anyone who could sneak in the middle of the night had to be highly skilled in martial arts. There was no way the guards outside wouldn't have noticed the intruder, but he himself. Ningqing seemed to think of something, because he immediately went out the door to chase after the intruder and sneak into Lu Zhang's room. He saw the black-robed man approaching the sleeping Lu Zhang with a blade in hand. Just as he was about to speak, a dagger suddenly reached out from behind him. The tip of the dagger was pressed against his back. So the real expert was behind him. Before the person behind him could speak, Ningqing spoke first. Lele, if you take another step forward, I guarantee you won't be able to walk out of this room. The black-robed man in front immediately turned around, only to discover that Ningqing had sneaked in. She pulled off her mask, and it really was Lele. Although she was surprised, she remained calm. Her lips curled into a sinister smile, and she whispered to the person behind Ning Cheng, "Jean, do you think your blade is faster or his mouth is faster?" The person behind her didn't answer, so Lele continued, "But even if his mouth is faster, he'll definitely die." From Lele's point of view, the only thing Ning Cheng could do was to call for the guards. Unexpectedly, Ning Cheng said, "Your godfather is dead and I'm dead. You'll never know where the treasure is hidden. There's only 10 taels of silver in the boundless mountains." Not long ago, Lu Zhang had hidden all his wealth from the slave trade in a secret place and told Ning Cheng and Lele about it. He promised that if the two of them got married and inherited the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce, he would give them the wealth. From then on, Lele wanted to kill Lu Zhang. She was originally a slave that Lu Zhang had bought and kept by his side, taking her as his goddaughter. She often said that she would never marry and that she loved her godfather the most, but in reality, what she loved most was Lu Zhang's wealth. When Ning Cheng said this, Lele couldn't remain calm. "Don't try to trick me. If I don't know where the treasure is hidden, it's even more impossible for you to know." Ning Cheng laughed contemptuously. He was obviously under someone's control, but he still acted high and mighty, not showing the slightest bit of embarrassment. He whispered, "There's a key in the 3rd drawer of the cabinet on the left." Lele was shocked. She had already checked everything in Lu Zhang's room. She didn't know that there was a secret room in the 3rd drawer. "There's also a key under your godfather's pillow," Ning Cheng said again. Lele was clearly not calm. Ning Cheng continued, "I also have one on me." Lele followed Ning Cheng's words. Her gaze kept shifting from the cabinet to the bed, and then back to Ning Cheng. "The one in the cabinet was prepared for you. You need to use all 3 keys to open the lock of the treasure," Ning Cheng said again. Lele was a greedy person. After hesitating for a moment, she walked towards the cabinet and decisively opened it. Who knew that as soon as the cabinet opened, an arrow would shoot out? Lele was stunned. The person behind Ning Cheng was also surprised. He immediately chased out and shouted, "Jean, be careful!" Almost at the same time, Lele's arm was pierced by the arrow. The girl, called Jean, rushed to her side and grabbed her hand. Lu Zhang sat up from the bed in shock. The guards outside heard the commotion and rushed over. Ning Cheng didn't move from his spot. Ning Cheng's lips curled into a cold smile. Jean made a prompt decision and pulled Lele to escape through the window. Soon, they were engaged in a fight with the guards outside. Lu Zhang looked at Ning Cheng in shock. What's going on?" Ning Cheng said, "Godfather, Lele betrayed us. She wants to assassinate you." Lu Zhang was so shocked that he couldn't speak. When he got down from the bed and chased after them, Jean had already fought her way out of the encirclement and escaped with Lele. Ning Cheng followed them out and stood behind Lu Zhang. He said calmly, "Godfather, this kind of traitor should be killed without mercy." Chapter 1333. Godfather? This title made Lu Zhang laugh coldly. As he laughed, tears welled up in his eyes. After all, this child was not his own. He treated Lele like his own daughter. Not only did he want to hand over the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce to her, he even found a good son-in-law like Ah Cheng for her. He did not expect Lele to want his life. Lu Zhang laughed coldly for a long time before turning to look at Ning Cheng. He asked, "Ah Cheng, when are you going to betray me?" For the past 2 to 3 years, he had been trying to matchmake Lele and Ning Cheng. He always said to Ah Cheng, "You can call me godfather like your wife. Don't call me Boss Lu. In the future, when you and Lele have a child, I will hand Liu Bei over to you. I will take care of the child for you." Ah Cheng did not agree to the marriage, but had long changed his way of addressing him as godfather like Lele. Ah Cheng's attitude towards marriage had always been difficult for him to understand. After all, compared to Ah Cheng, he had always trusted Lele more. He wanted to hand over the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce to Lele, not Ah Cheng. He only wanted to use the marriage to help Lele keep Ning Cheng and restrain Ah Cheng. After all, Ah Cheng's business skills were much better than Lele's. Everything that had happened tonight, including the scene he had seen when he woke up in bed, had made him despair. Faced with Lu Zheng's question, Ning Cheng was very calm. He said, "Godfather, if I wanted to betray you, you would already be dead." Although this was the truth, Lu Zheng did not seem to believe it. Ning Cheng added, "Liu Bei has long been mine." These words made Lu Zheng believe him. All these years, Liu Bei's big business had been done by Ning Cheng. Although Ah Cheng could not control the wealth he had hidden, it was still easy for him to control the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce. Ning Cheng explained everything that had just happened, including how he had tricked Lele. Lu Zheng remained silent. After a while, the guards who had chased after Lele returned. "Boss, Lu, the people with the young miss are very skilled. They ran away." Lu Zheng suddenly turned around and punched the door. He said, "Lele, don't blame your father for being heartless. I'm not righteous." Ning Cheng said, "Godfather, cut off her source of income immediately. She won't get far." "All right." Lu Zheng went into the house and took out a key. He said, "The treasure is still hidden in a measurable mountain, but the lock has been changed. I'll give you this key first. If you bring Lele back, her key will belong to you." Ning Cheng did not take the key. He said indifferently, "There's no hurry. Keep the key safe. When I catch her, I'll give it to her." "Very good. I hope Godfather didn't misjudge you." After Lu Zheng finished speaking, he turned around and entered the room. "Pa!" He fiercely slammed the door. Although Ning Cheng saw the tears in Lu Zheng's eyes, after Lu Zheng turned around and entered the house, the corners of his mouth still curled up into a mocking smile, without the slightest bit of sympathy. Lu Zheng was a slave trader, and even more so a trafficker. He was betrayed by Lele, so what? That night, Ning Cheng did 3 things. The first was to spread the news that Lele had betrayed the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce and offered a sky-high reward. The second was to lock up all of Lele's henchmen in the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce. Even if it was someone with a high position in the Chamber of Commerce, he showed no mercy. This time, he arrested more than 10 people. Ning Cheng did not interrogate them. Ning Cheng only used this as an excuse to arrest them. He needed to clear out Lele's henchmen in the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce and replace them with his own trusted aides. The third was to interrogate a woman, Shakiyu. On the first New Year's Eve, when Ning Cheng entered the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce, Lu Zheng gave him a female slave, Shakiyu. Although it was given in Lu Zheng's name, she was actually one of Lele's people. Ning Cheng still kept Shakiyu by his side. From time to time, he would give Lele fake news. When Ning Cheng walked into Shakiyu's room, the sleeping Shakiyu immediately woke up. Although she was startled, she quickly came back to her senses. "Master Cheng, why are you so late?" She threw a coquettish glance at Ning Cheng and got off the bed barefoot. Under the thin skirt, her graceful and exquisite body was faintly discernible, very tempting. Over the years, Ning Cheng had received a lot of Shakiyu's charm. He had to admit that Lele was very good at picking women. He had always been very grateful to Lele for giving him such a stunner. He was able to use Shakiyu to win over Lu Zheng's personal servant, Steward Ma. Shakiyu was very good at drinking, but she was still far inferior to Ning Cheng. So, every time after drinking, it was not Ning Cheng himself who did it, but Steward Ma. Shakiyu still did not know about it. As for Lele, he was even more unaware. Shakiyu came up. "Master Ning, did you miss this servant?" She reached out and stroked Ning Cheng's chest, trying to explore through his lapel. Who knew? Ning Cheng suddenly grabbed her neck and pushed her away. Shakiyu was stunned for a moment. Her first reaction was that she was having a nightmare. Ning Cheng grabbed her neck and pressed her against the wall before letting go. Coldly, he said, "You will answer whatever I ask. If there is any untruth, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death." Shakyu finally realized that she was exposed. She wanted to escape, but unfortunately, Ning Cheng's tall body was in front of her. She had no way to escape. Ning Cheng took out a dagger and pressed it against Shakyu's face. Before he could ask, he cut off a piece of Shakyu's face. Shakyu screamed in pain. When Ning Cheng's dagger touched her face again, her screams came to an abrupt end. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Less than an hour after Ning Cheng finished interrogating Shaqiu, he came out and ordered his attendants in a low voice, "Collect the corpse." "That's right. Tell Steward Ma that I'll find a better one for eldest Miss Lu when we catch her." At dawn, Ning Cheng went out. Everyone only knew that he was going to chase Lele, but no one knew how or where he was going to chase her. Lele and the female assassin, named Jean, did not go far. They were hiding next door to the Lubei Chamber of Commerce's courtyard. The most dangerous place was not the safest place, but at least it was safe for the time being. Lele's arm was injured by an arrow. She mumbled that she wanted to see a doctor, but Jean knocked her out with a palm strike from behind. She then roughly pulled out the arrow, applied some medicine, and bandaged the wound. At this time, Lele woke up from her coma. She looked at her bandaged arm and then at Jean, who was resting with her eyes closed. She was stunned for a while before she finally remembered how she fell unconscious. She quietly moved closer to Jin's ear and snarled, "Hua Jin, how dare you plot against me? Do you want to die?" Hua Jin was about to go deaf, but she was very calm. She shifted her position to put some distance between her and Lele before opening her eyes to look at her. Coldly, she said, "I'll treat your wound and give you 100 taels for the consultation fee. Remember to pay me back along with the debt for killing Le Zheng." Her name was Hua Jin. After leaving her family, she became a professional assassin. Her first business deal was with Lele, who had just arrived on the mysterious continent. Lele offered a sky-high price to hire Hua Jin as her personal assassin, but Hua Jin refused. Thus, Lele began to default on her debt. According to Lele, there was no relationship in the world that was more reliable than a debt relationship. As long as she owed Hua Jin money, Hua Jin would never cut ties with her. In order to show her sincerity, Lele took the initiative to tell Hua Jin about her background. Hua Jin, who had never been good at socializing with others, did not know what was wrong with her head. She actually told Lele about her background 2 hours after Lele revealed her identity. As a result, the friendship between the two of them, who knew each other very well, was built and stabilized as Lele went into debt again and again. 100 taels for the consultation fee. Lele's face was full of disbelief. "Hua Jin, you've gone astray." Hua Jin had indeed gone astray. Even the most ignorant person would easily be led astray by Lele. When Lele asked Hua Jin to kill the first person, Hua Jin's price was 10 taels, which was 1,000 times lower than other assassins of the same level. Yesterday, when Lele asked Hua Jin to kill someone, Hua Jin did not ask for a price, but a condition. She wanted Lele to give her 100,000 taels every year. Hua Jin answered seriously, "Jin, I learned it from you." Lele rolled her eyes and stood up with a sigh. 100 taels it is. Anyway, I'll never be able to repay my debt to you. If I'd known this would happen, I would have paid all my debts back then. She had originally wanted to assassinate Lu Zhang and Frame Acheng. Now that her plan had failed, she knew very well that Lu Zhang would cut off all her sources of income. Hua Jin looked at Lele's dejected expression and wanted to comfort her, but Lele recovered quickly. She said, "That's fine too. From today onwards, I'm no longer Lele." Lu Zhang had given her the name Lele. Her real name was Hua Jin, and she had a very noble surname in the mysterious continent. She had secretly found out all this from the information in Lu Zhang's study. She had never wanted to go home and acknowledge her family. She only wanted to be free and do what she liked to do, earn money. She had planned well. She would kill Le Zhang and Frame Acheng. Not only would she obtain Li Zheng's wealth, but she would also be in charge of the Lubei Chamber of Commerce. Unfortunately, everything had gone down the drain. She turned to look at Hua Jin and said seriously, "Jin, seeing that I've been reborn and want to be a new person, let's call it quits, okay?" All these years, Hua Jin, I had owed more than 100 million yuan. If anyone else heard this, they would definitely fly into a rage. However, Hua Jin was incomparably calm. She said, "Hua Jin, you still have Lu Xiaoyao. If you don't pay up, I'll kill Lu Xiaoyao's courtesan." Lu Xiaoyao was a brothel that Lei had privately opened, and Lu Xiaoyao's courtesan was Hua Jin herself. Hua Jin was very clear about this. Hua Jin's expression froze. After a while, she forced a smile. "I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. It's only right and proper to repay a debt. Come, let's go to Lu Xiaoyao. I'll sell myself and pay you back." That night, Hua Jin took Hua Jin and Hua Jin to hide safely in Lu Xiaoyao. Reality proved that Hua Jin's words were always 30% true and 70% false. Hua Jin's harsh words to her were all false. After Hua Jin returned to Lu Xiaoyao, she ignored countless people who wanted to buy the courtesan night. Hua Jin also didn't ask her to pay up. Hua Jin spent half a month seducing a big shot. She said excitedly to Hua Jin, "Jin, that idiot, Ah Chung, still can't find me. I've decided to find him first. This time, you don't have to do anything. You can rest on the side." Rest on the side? Why did these words sound so unpleasant? Hua Jin's face darkened. Hua Jin quickly changed her words. No, you can watch the show. Watch the show." Chapter 1334. The headquarters of the Lubei Chamber of Commerce was located in Pingyang City, the largest city in the southern part of the mysterious continent. Lu Xiaoyao was located in Luoxia City, a small city in the northern part of Pingyang City. Lu Xiaoyao was far more famous than this city. Therefore, many people came to Luoxia City for Lu Xiaoyao. Over time, Luoxia City was innocently given the nickname of Flower City. Most of the men who came to Luoxia City would be regarded as a womanizer. All of this was due to Shang'er. Women had a better eye for women than men. Shang'er was a perfect example of this saying. All the girls in Lu Xiaoyao were personally selected by her. The most successful thing about Lu Xiaoyao was that they had a top courtesan. This courtesan had been wearing a mask since her debut and had never shown her face. However, she had successfully attracted countless men to go crazy for her and spend a lot of money for her. Not for anything else, but because she had superb dancing skills. She didn't need her face to win a man's heart with a dance. That night, Lu Xiaoyao held an auction party called Fated Encounter. He wanted to auction off the real face of the top courtesan in the building. Whoever won the auction would be able to see the true face of the courtesan. At this time, Lu Xiaoyao's round hall was full of people. It was hard to get a ticket for the 10 rows, and the seats at the back also cost money. Shang'er had already made a lot of money before the auction of the courtesan's night started. After a song and dance, the singers and dancers dispersed. The high stage was empty. The noisy audience quieted down immediately. Everyone was nervous and excited, waiting for the courtesan to appear. Sure enough, after a short while, a woman with an extremely good figure slowly flew down from the roof while holding a long silk satin hanging from the ceiling. She was wearing a pink gauze dress, and her figure was enchanting and graceful. She wore a butterfly-shaped mask that covered her eyes and nose. Only her small cherry mouth could be seen. She was elegant, but her cherry mouth was biting her dark red lips. It was so red that the men present couldn't help but want to pounce on her. As soon as she landed on the stage, the audience went into an uproar. Whistles rose and fell one after another, and many men even directly shouted out their love. Since they had come to a brothel, there would naturally be no men hiding their true colors. Almost all the men present revealed their true colors. However, There was a young master in the front row who only glanced at Hua Kuei before continuing to drink. He seemed to have come for the wine, not the woman. He was naturally Ningqing. Hua Kuei didn't say anything. She only raised her arm slightly and signaled the musician to play the music. As the sound of the zither rang out, everyone present consciously quieted down, and courtesan Yi began to dance. Her curling waist is about to break, and her sleeves are about to fly away. The mist is light and red, and the wind is like a purple rose. Everyone was mesmerized by the scene. The whole place was so quiet that only the sound of Ning Cheng pouring wine could be heard. He finished the wine in his cup and casually raised his head to look. Hua Kuei was turning his head, and the two pairs of eyes met. After looking at each other for a moment, Hua Kuei looked away in a panic. Ning Cheng didn't seem to be attracted by her dance either, and soon looked away. After the dance, the whole place went into an uproar again. Ning Cheng was the only one who sat quietly. The bidding began. All kinds of bids rose one after another, and Ning Cheng didn't make a sound all the time. The bidding went on for a long time. Finally, a burly man stood up from the seat directly behind Ning Cheng and shouted, 50 million! For a moment, the whole place fell silent, and no one made a bid for a long time. The brothel keeper was beaming with joy. She went up to the stage and asked, "This gentleman has offered 50 million. Is there anyone else who wants to raise the price?" Not to mention that 50 million wasn't a small number. Just the background of this burly man was enough to make many people feel intimidated. In the mysterious continent, money couldn't solve everything. Real ability was the way to go. Many businesses had powerful forces behind them. Otherwise, no matter how much money they had, they wouldn't be able to stand firm in business. This burly man was none other than Ba Tu, one of the 3 generals under Miss Han of the Wolf sect. As soon as he stood up, several people who could afford to raise the price shrank back. Therefore, Hua Kuei's fate was won by Ba Tu at the sky-high price of 50 million. Hua Kuei went back first. Ba Tu drank a few mouthfuls of wine, tidied his beard, and went upstairs with the maidservant, who led the way. Everyone present was disappointed. Some left, while others stayed to have fun. Ning Cheng went upstairs and found a room. He didn't ask the maidservants to accompany him, and only asked them to send wine. At this time, Shang was waiting in the room. The brothel keeper hurried in. "Master, Ba Tu is stopped by several maidservants. You must act quickly." "Young master," Cheng entered the second room on the second floor. "He's alone." Shang was overjoyed. She deliberately spread the news to let Ning Cheng know that she was hiding in Lu Xiaoyao as Hua Kuei's maidservant. As expected, Ning Cheng came to find her. She had been paying attention to him on the stage just now. She noticed that he was sizing up the masked maidservants below the stage while drinking. This guy would never know that she was the famous Lu Xiaoyao's #1. After the brothel keeper left, Shang hurriedly called Hua Jin out. She said seriously, "Success or failure depends on one move. You can't just watch the show and ignore me. You must protect me. If you don't go now, Ba Tu will come." Hua Jin whispered. Shang went out happily. After killing Ning Cheng, she would slowly deal with Le Zhang. Ning Cheng waited in the room, but the wine was still not delivered. Just as he was about to call for someone, the door was pushed open. He was quite surprised that it was Hua Kuei who walked in and not the maidservant who delivered the wine. "Young master, the snow maiden red you asked for is here." Under the mask, Shang Oi's smile was especially beautiful. She had used the voice-changing technique, so her voice was soft and gentle, unlike her usual sharp tongue. Ning Cheng was slightly stunned. He had already asked Shaqiao about Lu Xiaoyao's background. One must know that many of the maidservants in Lu Xiaoyao were slaves like Shaqiao. They usually had private dealings with each other. Of course, Ning Cheng knew that Lu Xiaoyao's Hua Kuei was Lula herself. Therefore, when he received the news that Lu was hiding in Lu Xiaoyao as a maidservant, He immediately concluded that it was Lulu who spread the news. Lulu wanted to lure him over and catch a turtle in a jar. He knew that Lulu was in Lu Xiaoyao, but didn't make a move because he was interested in Lu Xiaoyao's business. He was planning how to force Lu Xiaoyao into a desperate situation and then slowly deal with Lulu, who knew that Lila didn't obediently hide and actually dared to take the initiative to seduce him. When he came, he also knew that there was a trap in this auction. However, he never expected that Ba Tu of the wolf sect would appear. He also didn't expect that Ba Tu would be infatuated with Lulu and bid for the fate of one time. He still couldn't figure out whether Ba Tu's appearance was an accident or Lulu had already arranged it. He naturally wouldn't find someone to deal with Ba Tuesday. After all, Ba Tu was a follower of the wolf sect's Miss Han. His strength was not ordinary. Even if he brought 3 people with him today, they might not be able to defeat this guy. Moreover, if he offended the wolf clan because of Lulu, the Liu Bei merchant guild would also be in trouble. He had already given up. He just wanted to sit for a while and observe the situation. He wanted to find out what the relationship between Ba Tu and Lulu was. He didn't expect that Lulu would come to him at this time. At this time, she should be serving Ba Tuesday. Ning Cheng seemed to understand something and suddenly laughed. Shang was puzzled. Although she felt a little uneasy, she still calmed down and asked, "Young master, what are you laughing at?" "This servant came personally to deliver the wine. Could it be that you don't like it?" She had already arranged for Ba Tu to be in her room. If they couldn't find him, the procuress would bring Ba Tu here. In a moment, she would hug Ning Cheng. Ba Tu would naturally misunderstand and spare Ning Cheng. She dared to guarantee that with Ba Tu's fiery temper, Ning Cheng would undoubtedly die. Shang approached and was about to sit down when Ning Cheng suddenly pulled her into his arms and encircled her. He asked, "Miss, you've come to the wrong door. I can't fork out 50 million taels of silver. I wasn't the one who bid just now." At this point, Shang, Er's state of mind felt more and more uneasy. However, Ning Cheng continued, "How about this? Call your maidservants over, and I'll let you go." "How about it?" Shang was delighted, secretly laughing that this big idiot was indeed here for her. She said, "If young master doesn't let go of me, how can I call them over?" Ning Cheng said, "Since you've come to the wrong door, there's no harm in accompanying me for a while." As he spoke, his large hand moved towards Shang-Er's thigh. Shang-Er's eyes narrowed as she thought to herself, Shaky was right. This guy looks like he's not interested in women, but he's actually a big pervert. She pretended to be timid and said softly, "Young master, don't be like this, don't." Ning Cheng ignored her. His large hand covered her thigh, caressing down inch by inch. Shang resisted while secretly laughing. It was better for Ah Cheng to take the initiative. If Ba Tu saw this later, he would definitely be angrier than she expected. The angrier Ba Tu was, the faster Ah Cheng would die. Unexpectedly, Ning Cheng suddenly pulled out a well-hidden dagger from her calf. He opened the dagger and casually raised it, cutting through her butterfly-shaped mask. Heavens! Shang only just realized that this guy knew martial arts, and his martial arts weren't bad at all. "Lele, your godfather misses you. Let's go." Before Shang could react, Ning Cheng knocked her out with a palm strike. Hua Jin, who was hiding outside, heard the commotion and immediately broke through the door without caring that Ba Tu hadn't arrived yet. Unexpectedly, what awaited her were 3 assassins. Ah Cheng carried the unconscious Shang and broke through the window at the back. Hua Jin could tell that the 3 assassins outside the door weren't any weaker than her. She turned and ran without hesitation, avoiding the 3 assassins and chasing after Ah Cheng from another direction. The 3 assassins weren't easy to deal with and immediately chased after her. Ba Tu only arrived after everyone had left. He rushed into the room, but there was no one in sight. "Where is she?" He shouted at the madam. The madam was stunned. Where was Master Hua? Where was Ah Cheng? Ba Tu suddenly grabbed the madam's collar and roared, "How dare you lie to me? Hand him over, or I'll burn Lu Xiaoyao to ashes." The madam naturally didn't dare to tell the truth, but she couldn't find Master Hua anywhere. Thus, both the madam and Lu Xiaoyao met with tragedy. Hua Jin was entangled by the three assassins and couldn't catch up with Ah Cheng. When Ah Cheng brought Shang back to Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce, it was already the next night. When Shang woke up, the first thing she saw was Ah Cheng guarding the bed. She looked around and found herself in Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce's boudoir. Although she was panicking, she still forced a smile and said with a chuckle, "Ah Cheng, I thought you'd already handed me over to my godfather. Why, you can't bear to." Chapter 1335. Lei had been with Li Zheng for so many years and knew Li Zheng's temper better than anyone else in the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce. Of course, she knew it better than Ningqing. She knew that once she fell into Li Zheng's hands, it wouldn't be as simple as death. After all, she wasn't Li Zheng's biological daughter. She was so flustered that she didn't know why she forced a smile. Perhaps she didn't want to show weakness in front of this man. Ever since he entered the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce and gained Li Zheng's recognition, she had been at odds with him. And from the moment Li Zheng wanted her to marry him, she had officially started fighting with him. Although she was a woman, she had never lost to any man. Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce was full of men, and many of them wanted to marry her, but she had trampled them all. Only this man in front of her didn't trample her back, but had trampled her several times. This time, he had really trampled her underfoot. She admitted that she had lost, but so what? She didn't want him to see her as a joke. "If you can't bear to, then marry me. Let's kill Li Zheng together and divide his treasures. How about that?" Shang'er asked with a smile. Ningqing said, "It'll be more interesting to see your godfather when you wake up." These words were like a lynching sentence for Shang'er. She was completely flustered and froze on the bed, unable to move. Ningqing got up and called for the guards. "Cold," he instructed. "Tie her up and send her to the boss's courtyard." He had already walked to the door, but turned back to look. It had to be said that at this moment Shang'er, who had always been clear-headed, had an illusion that Ah Cheng seemed to be regretting it and was going to let her go. Who knew that Ningqing would only say cold. "Oh, right, I forgot to tell you. Lu Xiaoyao was burned by Ba Tuesday. Your assassin is surrounded by many people and probably won't be able to make it." After Ningqing finished speaking, he turned and left without hesitation. Shang'er was stunned and lost all her strength. When Shang'er was escorted to Lu Zheng's room by the guards, she saw Ah Cheng standing by the door, playing with two specially shaped keys in his hands. She had already lost all her strength, but seeing this scene, she burned with anger and all her strength came back. She wanted to pounce on Ah Cheng and bite him. Despicable. Damn it. The guards threw her to the ground. After a while, Li Zheng finally walked out. Shang'er lowered her head, not daring to look at him. She knew that at this time she could only be obedient. Otherwise, she would die even more miserably. Lu Zheng was as silent as he had been that night. The only difference was that there were no more tears in his eyes. He looked down at Shang'er and asked coldly why. Shang'er remained silent. "Lei, has an old man treated you well enough? Old man can give you everything you want. Why are you doing this?" Lu Zheng said angrily. Shang'er remained silent. Lu Zheng suddenly walked over and ruthlessly kicked her shoulder, causing her to fall to the ground. Ungrateful bastard. After so many years, the old man might as well raise a dog. Finally, this guy completely infuriated Shang. She raised her head and said word by word, "Boss Lo, adopting a child that you abducted is not called kindness. It's called hypocrisy." Lu Zheng was shocked. "Lei, I'm not called Lei. I'm called Shang'er." Shang'er said angrily, "I've seen all your slave contracts." Lu Zheng looked at Shang'er, his eyes ferocious. He was silent for a long time before he finally said, "Then you deserve to die." A complicated look flashed past Ning Cheng's eyes. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Zheng said, "Steward Ma, I'll leave it to you." Shang'er was shocked. In an instant, cold sweat broke out and drenched her back. Steward Ma was a notorious lecher in Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce. Any female death row prisoner who fell into his hands would be humiliated. No, Shang'er subconsciously looked at Ning Cheng. Her beautiful phoenix eyes were filled with fear and pleading. Yes, she hated him the most, but at this moment she was begging him. She was begging him silently. She could only beg him. Ning Cheng looked at her for a moment before he heartlessly looked away. Shang'er's eyes immediately turned red. She didn't know why, but she suddenly didn't panic. Instead, she felt terrible. Her heart felt like it was being pressed down by something. It was so uncomfortable that she couldn't breathe. It was as if she couldn't accept it, and as if she was disappointed. Steward Ma was overjoyed. If not for Lu Zheng's emotions, he would have laughed out loud. Never in his wildest dreams did he think that he would one day get Miss Lu. He could laugh even in his wildest dreams. "Master, don't worry. Those who betray you, I will make sure they suffer a fate worse than death." Steward Ma strode forward, lifted Shang'er onto his shoulder, and took her away. Shang'er looked up and saw Lu Zheng turning to enter the house. She also saw Ah Cheng following him in. She never cried. Even if it was an act, she wouldn't shed tears. But as soon as she saw Ning Cheng's figure disappear behind the door, bean-sized tears fell from her eyes without a sound. Ning Cheng stayed in Lu Zheng's room for a long time before he came out. He slowly left Lu Zheng's courtyard, but the moment he stepped out of the courtyard, he ran towards Steward Ma's house. With a loud bang, he kicked open Steward Ma's door. He saw Shang'er wrapped in the bedding like a frightened little beast, curled up in the bed. Housekeeper Ma had taken off his clothes and was only left with a pair of underpants. He stood in front of the bed, his whole body covered in scratches. It could be said that he was covered in cuts and bruises and was bleeding nonstop. Ning Cheng was stunned. When Steward Ma saw Ning Cheng enter, he was also stunned. Ning Cheng immediately closed the door. Seeing this, Steward Ma was even more puzzled. "Master Cheng, do you have something else?" Ning Cheng said, "Looks like a little wild cat. It's not easy to tame." Steward Ma was a smart person. When he heard Ning Cheng's words, he more or less guessed what Ning Cheng meant. He quickly put on his clothes and said with a smile, "Master Cheng, it's too fierce. I can't tame it. You should do it." Before Ning Cheng could speak, Steward Ma said, "Don't worry. As long as that person is killed before sunrise tomorrow, boss won't know anything." Ning Cheng casually threw a key to Steward Ma and said in a low voice, "Half of Liu Bei's silver is yours." Steward Ma was overwhelmed by the favor and didn't know what to say for a moment. He practically snatched the keys away from her. This action let Ning Cheng know that his judgment was right. If he wanted to completely bribe this Steward Ma, it would definitely be dangerous if he didn't put in a lot of effort. Steward Ma neatly dressed himself and went out. Meanwhile, Shang'er, who had witnessed the transaction, was still curled up motionlessly with a face full of fear. Seeing her like that, Ning Cheng couldn't help but laugh mockingly. "I thought you had a lot of guts, but you're just like this." Shang'er still didn't make a sound and looked at him in horror. Ning Cheng leaned closer and was about to ask her if she had seen Jin Zi's file. Who knew that Shang'er would suddenly reach out and ruthlessly scratch a wound on the back of his hand. Ning Cheng didn't expect this and retreated. He suddenly shouted, "Are you done pretending? If you don't want to die, then come down." Shang'er didn't move and stared at Ning Cheng with a face full of hatred. If her gaze was like a sharp arrow, Ning Cheng would be riddled with holes. "I'll give you one last chance. If you don't come down and talk properly, I'll immediately call the one surnamed Ma back." Ning Cheng's patience was limited. This was the first time he was scratched by a woman. The word "Ma" frightened Shang'er. While staring at Ning Cheng, she carefully moved to the side of the bed and stretched out her feet. Her bare feet and ankles were especially beautiful. Ning Qing glanced at it and immediately looked away. After Shang'er got off the bed, he looked over again and was shocked. Only then did he realize that Shang'er was completely naked. When she curled up, the small silk blanket could still cover her. When she stood up, it could only wrap around her body. Her slender legs and well-proportioned arms were all exposed. Ning Chung glanced to the side and saw the shredded robes on the ground. His gaze lingered on the pile of clothes, and he unconsciously frowned. Suddenly, Shang'er scolded, "Ah Chung, you bastard! If you have the guts to kill me, are you still a man? How can you humiliate me like this? If you want to kill me, I won't complain. I've lost. But if you humiliate me like this, I'll look down on you." Ning Qing turned to look and saw that Shang'er's face was already covered in tears. He was in a daze and suddenly turned to leave. Shang'er didn't dare to go out and could only wait. She sat for a while and rummaged through the drawers to find clothes. She found Butler Ma's clothes and changed into them. She sat on the bed and waited for Ning Chung. Gradually, she calmed down. She couldn't help but wonder what would have happened if Ning Qing had been a step too late. After a while, Ning Qing came back with a bag of things and threw it at Shang'er's feet. Shang'er glanced at him and asked, "What is it?" Ning Qing didn't say anything, so Shang'er kicked it open. When she saw what was inside, she almost screamed. That was Butler Ma's head. Ning Qing lowered his head and was silent. He said mildly, "Sorry I'm late. You can go." Shang'er stood up and looked at Ning Qing and then at the head on the ground. She suddenly understood and exclaimed, "Hey, you, go. We'll call it even in the future," Ning Qing said coldly. Shang'er rushed in front of him and pushed him, saying loudly, "I'm innocent. I wasn't. I'm innocent. Do you understand?" She didn't know how to explain. Did this guy misunderstand that Butler Ma had really done something to her, so he chopped off Butler Ma's head as an apology? Ning Qing had indeed misunderstood. He wanted to kill Shang'er, but he didn't want to humiliate a woman like this. He couldn't approve of Lu Zheng's way of doing things. He wanted to save Shang'er from Butler Ma so that he could threaten her to reveal Jin Zi's identity. Since she had seen his identity, she must have seen Jin Zi. He didn't expect Butler Ma to act so quickly. He had to admit that when he misunderstood that Shang'er was being bullied, he was at a loss. Now he looked at Shang'er and finally realized his impulsiveness. He would be in trouble if he killed Butler Ma. Shang'er looked at Ning Chung in disbelief and muttered, "Ah Chung, I didn't expect you to be a good person." Ning Chung came back to his senses and exhaled. He couldn't be bothered to explain further and said coldly, "Let me ask you a question." Shang'er smiled. Her tears were still wet, but she smiled brightly and said, "I'll answer you if you promise to let me go." Chapter 1336. At first, Shang'er thought that Ah Chung had found his conscience and wanted to save her. She didn't expect that he had a favor to ask of her. She had to admit that she felt a little guilty after being saved by Ah Chung. However, when she heard that Ah Chung had a question to ask, she felt a lot more relaxed. Since this guy had a favor to ask of her, of course she had to seek the greatest benefit for herself. "As long as you give me the answer I want, I'll let you go." Ning Qing was very straightforward. "What's the question? Let's hear it first." Shang'er chuckled. "You've read all of Lu Zheng's secret files?" Ning Qing asked seriously. Shang'er looked at him meaningfully and suddenly exclaimed, "Okay, Ah Chung, so you're here for those secret files. You weren't sold by Lu Zheng before, were you? Answer my question." Ning Qing said unhappily, "Yes, I've read all of them." Shang'er answered honestly. "You remember all of them?" Ning Qing asked again. Shang'er smiled but didn't say anything. The secret files of the slaves that Lu Zheng personally controlled were top secret. The few people who were bought and sold all had great backgrounds. Of course, she remembered all of them. "What are you laughing at?" Ning Qing asked coldly. Shang'er glanced at the person beside her and suddenly became serious. "Ah Ching, Answer my question honestly. How about it? Speak. Ning Cheng's patience was running out. Shang'er walked closer and stood on her tiptoes to whisper in his ear. Ah Ching, don't tell me you've really fallen for me? After killing Butler Ma, you won't be able to stay by Lu Zheng's side anymore. Ning Cheng was stunned at first, then he sneered. You're thinking too much. Shang'er seemed unwilling to give up and said, Lu Zheng has a total of 5 secret files. Other than mine, if any of the remaining 4 are made public, Lu Zheng will die without a burial place. Do you think that you can hide the fact that you killed Butler Ma from him? This should be the reason why Lu Zheng wanted to kill her so quickly. Otherwise, with Lu Zheng's personality, he would have at least asked Butler Ma to torture her for a while before killing her. If she guessed correctly, Lu Zheng would definitely ask Steward Ma to personally deliver her corpse tomorrow. Shang'er originally thought that Ning Cheng would be very shocked, but Ning Cheng was not. He was still cold and stern as he asked, You're Gina? What's your surname? Where is your family? He had long known that gold came from the Black Forest. Therefore, he had long guessed that the secret files in Lu Zheng's hands were not simple. It was troublesome to kill Steward Ma, but it was not as serious as Shang'er said. The years he spent in Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce were not for nothing. Shang'er avoided Ning Cheng's question and asked again, Are you really not afraid of the consequences? Are you going to answer my question or not? Ning Cheng lowered his voice. Answer my question first. Shang'er chuckled, not looking serious at all. Unexpectedly, Ning Cheng suddenly pulled out a dagger and pressed it against her face. Coldly he said, Either you die or answer me. Since you want to kill me, why save me? Shang'er was not afraid. Ning Cheng snorted lightly. It seems that you've misunderstood. I save you from Steward Ma, and you answer my question. This is a business deal. Whether I kill you or not is another business deal. These are 2 different things, understand? Shang'er finally understood Ning Cheng's meaning. She asked angrily, What right do you have to kill me? What? Only you're allowed to take my life, but I'm not allowed to kill you. Ning Cheng said coldly. Only the 2 of them could treat life and death as a business deal. There were reasons and conditions. You spoiled my plans, so it's only right that I kill you. Shang'er said angrily, If you didn't sneak in, Lu Zheng would be in Great Qin's prison by now. I don't need to follow him to Mysterious Sky either. I hate this place. Seeing that Ning Cheng did not speak, Shang'er continued, I've been a slave since I was 3 and have followed Lu Zheng for more than 20 years. I'm about to kill him. So what right do you have to sneak in? What right do you have to take away Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce? Do you know how much money Lu Zheng has in his treasury that I helped him earn by showing up in public? Shang'er glared at Ning Cheng angrily. There were many things that she did not plan to say. Even to Hua Jin, she would not say them. Lu Zheng was able to have so much power in Winter Crow Kingdom because she had suffered countless losses and grievances to curry favor with the Winter Crow royal family. Women were always more suited to business deals than men because there were many men who wanted to take advantage of women in the business world. In the end, women would always take advantage of them. What kind of person was Lu Zheng? If she did not have true ability, how could she have won Lu Zheng's favor? No one knew that Lu Zheng had wanted her to marry Winter Crow Kingdom's king for business. He had also wanted her to marry Winter Crow Kingdom's slave nobles. She had paid a heavy price to clinch the business deal and protect herself. Lu Zheng saw her true ability and saw that he had no successor, so he gradually doted on and protected her like his own daughter. Perhaps Lu Zheng was old and had forgotten the past. However, she had grown up and understood more, so her hatred had deepened. She did not want to be pitiful. She would rather be a heinous villain with the crime of being ungrateful and killing her foster father than be pitied by others. She did not know why she suddenly told Ning Cheng the truth. Seeing that Ning Cheng was still staring at her without speaking, she was a little embarrassed. Why are you looking at me? Don't look. She hated other people's sympathy, especially him, her opponent. But Ning Qing didn't pity her at all. Instead, he gave her a disdainful look and said, I don't care what grudges you have with Yu Zhang. If you don't have the skills, then admit defeat obediently. I'll ask you one last time. Do you want to die, or do you want to answer my question? Shang'er narrowed her eyes and answered without hesitation, I choose to die. She refused to believe that Ning Cheng wouldn't realize that he'd lost the negotiation from the start with such a lucrative business deal. Since he wanted to know the answer, he was destined to be controlled by her. If she died, who was going to answer his question? She lifted her chin and looked up, looking as if she was unafraid of death. She was much shorter than Ning Cheng. No matter how high she lifted her chin, Ning Cheng would still look down on her. Ning Cheng looked at her disdainfully and snorted contemptuously. He said, Shang'er, do you think I have to ask you? Since I dared to kill Butler Ma, I'm not afraid of trouble. If you don't answer me, I'll ask Le Zhang. Shang'er was stunned. What did this guy mean? Although she was a little uneasy, she still maintained a righteous and fearless attitude. She continued to close her eyes and look up. However, she heard Ning Cheng sigh softly. I originally planned to wait a few days and figure out Lu Zhang's background before making a move. But now it doesn't matter. It doesn't make much of a difference whether I kill him now or later. As soon as he said this, Shang'er immediately opened her eyes and exclaimed, You have a way to kill Lu Zhang? Ning Cheng did not answer. Instead, he held the dagger in his hand and stabbed at Shang. Ah, spare me. Shang'er was scared out of her wits and cried out. Ning Cheng's dagger barely grazed her ear before landing right next to it. It didn't hurt her at all. Shang'er was still scared out of her wits. She closed her eyes and screamed nonstop. Ning Cheng was helpless. He could only cover her mouth and say in a low voice, Enough. I know how afraid you are of death. Shang'er secretly opened her eyes to look at his cold and handsome face. She wished she could find a hole to hide in. How embarrassing. Ning Cheng let go of her mouth and asked straightforwardly, Is there anyone from the Black Forest in the secret files? You. Shang'er was incomparably shocked. You're actually Linga. It's really the Ling family. Ning Cheng was also shocked. He had heard that the Ling family in the Black Forest was the only family that could tame tigers. However, this was only hearsay. When it came to Jin Zi's background, he would not easily believe it unless there was certain information. More than 20 years ago, the Ling family, the master of the Black Forest, lost a baby boy. It was Lu Zhang who personally stole him. Shang'er said seriously. Ning Cheng was deeply moved. No wonder when he saw Jin Zi for the first time at the three-way black market, he felt that the kid was not simple. Who would have thought that he was not simple at all? He was extremely complicated. What's Lu Zhang's background? Ning Cheng asked again. Shang'er shrugged. I don't know either. What's your background then? Ning Cheng asked again. Shang'er smiled. I don't have any background. Otherwise, would I have fallen into your hands? If you don't have any background, would Lu Zhang still keep you by his side? Ning Cheng asked again. When I was young, I was innocent and cute. Everyone loved me, and flowers bloomed when they saw me. Anyone who saw me wanted to take me home and raise me as their daughter. Shang'er answered without any shame. Ning Cheng said, We're even now. You can scram now. Shang'er said seriously, You really don't want to kill me anymore? I don't kill women. Scram now. Ning Cheng said coldly. Not only did Shang'er not leave, she even held onto his hand with a fawning expression. How do you plan to kill Lu Zhang? Do you want me to help you? Ning Cheng broke free. No need. Then I'll stay and help you with your business. Shang'er continued to ask, Are you scramming or not? Ning Cheng turned around and glared at her coldly. Shang'er did not give up and continued to pester him. I can do anything. I can serve in the hall, cook in the kitchen, and even warm the bed. Ning Cheng actually nodded. All right, 10 taels of silver a month. If you have a child, another 10 taels. You can stay if you want. Shang'er immediately let go of his hand. She did not even look at Ning Cheng and turned to leave. She was just about to leave when Ning Cheng stopped her. Jump out of the window on the right. Someone will pick you up. Scram as far as you can. Before Shang'er jumped out of the window, she deliberately turned around and said word by word, "Stingy." Shang'er was sent to Luoxia City. Soon, the assassins who surrounded Hua Jin also dispersed and told Hua Jin that Shang'er was in Luoxia City. When Hua Jin found Shang'er, she was dressed as a man and standing in the brothel opposite Le Xiaoyao, looking at the ruins of her efforts. "Are you all right?" Hua Jin asked with concern. Shang'er turned around, and the first thing she said was, "Jin, you didn't protect me well. How are you going to settle this?" Hua Jin was stunned. Before she could answer, Shang'er said, "Since we've been sisters for so many years, how about this? We'll cancel out this debt with the debt from before." Hua Jin was originally worried that Shang'er would be sad to see Le Xiaoyao in ruins. Now that she saw that Shang'er was still willing to settle the debt, she was relieved. She said, "Wake up. I didn't take your bodyguard's money. I have no obligation to protect you." Finally, Shang'er drooped her head in disappointment. "Jin, Le Xiaoyao is gone. I have nothing left." Hua Jin said, "Take out the secret files you know and buy them. Selling one copy will be enough for you to eat for the rest of your life. No, once those files are leaked, Cheng and everyone in the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce will die." Shang'er was very serious, even stern. Hua Jin was curious. "Haven't you always wanted to kill Cheng?" Chapter 1337. Shang'er thought for a while before answering Hua Jin. She said, "I don't want to kill him now." Hua Jin looked at her in disbelief. Shang'er snickered and immediately told Hua Jin everything that happened at the Liu Bei enterprise. "How can you still laugh? If he's late, your life will be over," Hua Jin said very seriously. "If he's late, I'll leave a blood letter and bang my head against the wall," Shang said. "What blood letter did you leave?" Hua Jin asked curiously. Shang'er seemed to have thought about this question long ago. She said, "I want him to collect my corpse. Otherwise, I'll haunt him even if I become a ghost. This way, he won't forget me for the rest of his life." Hua Jin raised her eyebrows and looked at her. She had a deeper understanding of this girl's viciousness. "Hey, you're really not going home to acknowledge your family?" Hua Jin was very serious. Shang'er was indifferent. "There's no place for me if I go back. Besides, I'm not done with Cheng." Initially, Lu Zhang wanted to kidnap and sell her extremely talented sister, not her. Who knew that he would kidnap and sell her instead? This information was recorded in detail in Lu Zhang's files. She felt that Lu Zhang must have intended to use those records, but she was not sure what they were for. Xian Kong was a world where martial arts were the most important. In large families, the direct descendants were not important. What was important was talent. A good-for-nothing like her would only be asking for trouble if she went back. She knew which family she came from, but she had never found out anything about that family. She had already steeled her heart to not acknowledge them. "Didn't you settle the score with him? Do you still want to go back to court death? Since he has the ability to deal with Le Zhang, what can you threaten him with?" Hua Jin asked. "I don't care. I must have a share of the silver from the Liu Bei enterprise." Shang'er's eyes slowly turned from one side to the other. No one knew what kind of evil idea she was hatching. She knew that Cheng would definitely deal with Le Zhang during this period. No matter what, she had to interfere. Otherwise, she would have no reason to share the silver from the Liu Bei enterprise with him in the future. That night, Shang'er tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Early the next morning, she pulled Hua Jin up and accompanied her back to Pingyang City. Ning Cheng had indeed taken action. On the night Shang'er was sent out of Pingyang City, he took action. Steward Ma was dead, and Lu Zhang wanted to see Steward Ma the next morning. If he wanted to see Steward Ma's corpse, He couldn't hide it no matter how hard he tried. Thus, he killed Lu Zheng that very night, using the excuse of discussing important matters with Yu Zheng. He stayed in Yu Zheng's room until late at night. When his dagger pierced Lu Zheng's heart, Lu Zheng's guards were watching from the side. They didn't even have time to step forward before they were killed. Actually, he had Shang'er to thank. If Shang'er hadn't escaped and Lu Zheng hadn't handed the task of killing Shang'er to him, he definitely wouldn't have had the opportunity to directly come into contact with a professional hitman so quickly. He gave the key to Steward Ma to Xiong Fei, the assassin group hired by Lu Zheng, and signed a contract with Xiong Fei. As long as Xiong Fei helped him kill Yu Zheng, he would become the second in command of the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce. Not only would he act as a bodyguard for the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce, he would also enjoy half of the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce's wealth. Such a huge temptation was not something any employer could afford. Xiong Fei immediately agreed. Ning Cheng was a businessman, so he would never do business at a loss. Giving half of his wealth to Xiong Fei was definitely not as simple as killing Yu Zheng. Having been in Xiankong for many years, he had always known that if he wanted to gain a foothold in Xiankong, he needed the protection of martial strength. He was working with Xiong Fei to pave the way for the future. Perhaps Xiong Fei's assassin group was not the best choice, but at least for now it was the best choice among the forces he could come into contact with. The day after Yu Zheng's death, Ning Qing announced to the entire Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce that Yu Zheng had died of illness. The smart people naturally understood what was going on, while the unintelligent people would naturally raise objections. In the face of this situation, Ning Cheng's methods gave everyone a fright. One had to know that he had used the matter of finding Shang'er to get rid of Shang'er's henchmen. 2/3 of the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce were his people, while the remaining 1/3 were Lu Zheng's trusted aides. Among this 1/3 of the trusted aides, excluding those who were smart enough to surrender, there were only 10 or so people who did not know how to adapt to the circumstances. Ning Cheng actually used another day to lay out all the evidence of corruption since the 10 or so people had entered the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce. This move not only prevented the 10 or so people from taking any money, but they also had to fill in the evidence of corruption before they could leave. If they could not fill in the evidence, they could only continue to earn money for the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce. This move not only dealt with the 10 or so people who objected, but also sounded a particularly loud alarm to the others. All along, the people in the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce knew that Ning Cheng was powerful and respected him greatly. However, after this incident, everyone not only respected him, but also revered him. The Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce changed owners in less than 3 days. From an outsider's point of view, it was as if nothing had happened and everything was calm. So much so that Shang'er only heard the news of Yu Zheng's death when she returned to Pingyang City. She looked at the tightly shut door of the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce and was stunned. After a while, she muttered, "His actions are too fast." Hua Jin walked out from the shadows and reminded her seriously, "Shang'er, don't provoke that man." Shang'er said, "If I don't provoke him, I'll feel uncomfortable all over." In the past, this feeling was not so strong. Now that she knew that Ah Cheng had hidden it so well, she wanted to provoke him even more. Why was it like this? Shang'er could not explain it. She turned back to look at Hua Jin and asked, "Jin, am I courting death?" Hua Jin answered her expressionlessly, "You're asking for it." Shang'er was not angry at all. She even nodded seriously. "That's right." With that, she suddenly quieted down. Her usual foppish expression also softened. After a while, she spoke again. "Jin, I've heard a saying before." Hua Jin was curious. There were not many words that Shang'er approved of. Unexpectedly, Shang'er said, liking someone is asking for it. The corner of Hua Jin's mouth twitched. She did not know how to answer. She did not understand love at all. She looked at Shang'er for a long time before asking a particularly profound question. "Shang'er, you can't get the money, so you want the person?" Shang'er thought for a while and laughed. I've given the best time to Liu Bei Trade Union. I can't lose both the person and the money, right? Hua Jin, bring me in. If I succeed, I'll be able to pay you back. Hua Jin could not send Shonger in at all. After Ning Cheng took over Liu Bei Trade Union, the first thing he did was to get Xiong Fei to find a group of top assassins to guard the headquarters of Liu Bei Trade Union. Xiong Fei himself was to protect him. Hua Jin escaped, but Shonger was thrown out. She fell at the door and was in so much pain that she could not straighten her back. At this moment, Ning Cheng was doing a final search of Lu Zheng's room. He had already found the secret files Shonger had mentioned, but found that there were only 4 of them. Shonger's files were gone. He guessed that Shonger must have taken his files when she snuck in to kill Lu Zheng that night. Of the other 4 files, one was indeed Jin Zi's. Ning Cheng kept Jin Zi's file close to his body and destroyed the other 3. He could not afford to provoke those powers. Once those files were leaked, the Liu Bei Trade Union, and he would disappear from the mysterious continent overnight. As for Jin Zi's files, he planned to find someone he could trust after he was done with his work and send them to northernly across the ice sea. After a final search, Ning Cheng still could not find any information about Lu Zheng's origins. He had always hoped that Lu Zheng would contact his original family so that he could find some clues. Now he hoped that Lu Zheng would completely cut off all contact with his original family. Otherwise, he would be in trouble if Lu Zheng's clansmen came knocking on his door. Hope was hope, but Ning Cheng was not one to take risks. He was already considering how to hand over the Liu Bei Trade Union to someone powerful and retreat unscathed so that no one would be able to find this Cheng. After all, he hadn't joined the Liu Bei Trade Union for money, but for Jin Zi's origins. Now that the truth was out, he couldn't be bothered with so many miscellaneous matters. There were wineries everywhere on the mysterious continent. There was no place for Long Fei Yi to spy on, so he could do as he pleased. He hadn't allowed the Liu Bei Trade Union to enter the winery industry all these years because he wanted to leave a way out for himself. He'd even found a place to open a winery. Xiong Fei came over when Ning Cheng walked out of the door. Guess who's at the door, Cheng? Who? Ning Cheng was confused. Shonger, that Miss Lu from before, Xiong Fei said seriously. Don't let her in, Ning Cheng ordered coldly. But an hour later, just as Ning Cheng was about to go to bed, Shonger came in and walked all the way to his door. She pounded on the door. Cheng, open the door. I just want to ask you one thing. Do you want our child or not? If you don't want it, I'll go get an abortion. Yes, Shonger was yelling at the door, asking Ning Cheng if he wanted a child. Whether it was the guards at the door or those in the dark, they were all frightened. After all, Lu Zheng had been trying to matchmake the 2 of them for so many years, and they'd often bickered. No one knew the real relationship between them. Some people said that they were only at peace on the surface, but fought to the death in private. Some said that they were only at peace on the surface, but fought fiercely in private. Others said that Cheng wanted to marry her, but Lila didn't, so they became enemies. Some even said that Lila had delivered herself to Cheng's door, so she was already Cheng's woman. In short, there were many different opinions. Even Xiong Fei and his assassins didn't know the truth. They only knew that Cheng had saved Shonger from Steward Ma. No matter what, Cheng still had some affection for Shonger. As a result, as soon as Shonger said she was pregnant, everyone thought that Cheng and Shonger had once been together before falling apart. Shonger had run out of options, so she used the child to threaten him. After all, it involved Cheng's own flesh and blood. Who would be careless? They could only let Shonger in. When Ning Cheng heard Shonger's nonsense, his head ached. He rubbed his temples as he went to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Shonger fell silent while the onlookers all hid. Shonger smiled at him ingratiatingly, but Ning Cheng pulled her into the room and slammed the door shut. Mo Yojiao. Ning Cheng will be involved in the promise of 10 years later, while Northmoon's ending will be in the novel. Chapter 1338. After the door was slammed shut, Shang'er's heart skipped a beat. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't afraid of an angry Ah Cheng. However, she couldn't help but take a few more glances at him. She used to think that this guy was blind, but why did she find him more and more good-looking now? He looked twice as handsome when he was angry. Was it because he didn't wear an eye mask? Shang'er pretended to be flustered and asked, "Why did you close the door?" "Where's the child?" Ning Ching asked in return. Shang'er laughed mischievously. "I'm just—" Before she could finish, Ning Chang interrupted her. "Since you're pregnant, get rid of it." Shang'er didn't understand what he meant and was confused. He opened the door and shouted outside, "Someone get a female doctor here!" Shang'er finally realized the danger. She turned and wanted to escape, but Ning Chang closed the door again and leaned his tall body against the door, blocking her. "I was just joking. I have something important to discuss with you." "Really?" "Ah Cheng, we've known each other for so many years. Just give me a chance." The more Shang'er looked at Ning Chang's gloomy face, the more flustered she became. She felt guilty and couldn't continue. Ning Chang just stared at her and didn't say a word. She lowered her head and said resentfully, "I'll leave. I'll leave now, okay?" "No," Ning Chang said coldly. Shang'er looked up suddenly. "I'll never be able to see you again, okay?" "No," Ning Chang said again. "What do you want?" Shang'er asked loudly. "Get rid of the child and you can leave," Ning Chang said coldly. "I don't have a child. How do you want me to get rid of it?" Shang'er was about to cry, "I don't care." Ning Chang was indifferent. If he didn't teach this woman a lesson she would remember today, she would definitely come looking for him again. Just then there was a knock on the door. "Master Chang, the doctor is here." Ning Chang said, "Tell the doctor that the child is very big. There's no need to use medicine. Think of another way." Outside the door, everyone was stunned. "The child is very big? Jean, Er's stomach isn't big at all. What's going on?" The female doctor who had been brought over had a serious expression on her face as she said, "Boss Cheng, if the child is not taking medicine when he's grown up, then we'll have to use external forces. I need to find some tools." Ning Chang replied faintly. Shang'er's face darkened. She couldn't imagine how cruel an external force could be. She stared at Ning Chang, motionless like a statue. Time passed bit by bit. After a while, someone knocked on the door again. It was the doctor. "Boss Cheng, everything is ready. Can I go in now?" Ning Chang was about to turn around and open the door when Shang'er suddenly pounced on Ning Chang. She wrapped her arms around his neck and wrapped her legs around his waist. She kissed Ning Chang on the lips and kissed him without hesitation. Ning Chang was stunned. He had never touched such softness in his life. He only felt that the woman's wet lips were unbelievably soft. Shang'er had never kissed before. She threw caution to the wind and kissed him with all her might. In a moment of confusion, her tongue actually found its way into Ning Chang's mouth. Ning Chang finally came back to his senses and pushed her away forcefully. It seemed like an instinctive reaction. He didn't know how much strength he had used, but this push actually sent Shang'er flying. Shang'er crashed into the wall and fell down. She sprawled on the ground and didn't move. Ning Chang was obviously irritated. He wiped his mouth and walked towards her. He kicked her and said coldly, "Get up! If you keep pretending, I'll throw you out to feed the dogs." Shang'er didn't move. Ning Chang kicked her again. Seeing that she still didn't move, he realized that something was wrong. He quickly squatted down and lifted Shang'er's head. Only then did he see that she was unconscious. Her forehead was injured and covered in blood. Ning Chang was obviously angry. He spat out a mouthful of turbid air and let go of his hand. With a thud, Shang'er's head hit the ground again. "You're courting death." Ning Chang left these two words and strode out of the door. When he came out, the crowd went into hiding again. Only the female doctor and a servant were left standing at the door. "Go in and take care of her," Ning Chang said angrily and left. The female doctor and the servant were quite frightened by his angry look. After he left, the female doctor's reaction was slow. She nodded and said, "Okay, okay." The servant thought that Master Cheng had asked him to take care of Shang. Seeing the female doctor's reaction, he thought that he had misunderstood. Thus, he said to the female doctor, "Hurry up and go in. If it's not convenient, I won't go in." The female doctor hurried in and closed the door behind her. She then found Shanger unconscious on the ground with blood flowing from her forehead. What happened just now? She couldn't care less and hurried over. The first thing she did was to help Shanger stop the bleeding and treat the wound. After the bleeding stopped, she glanced at Shanger's flat stomach. She was basically sure that this woman was not pregnant. She was even more puzzled. After taking her pulse, she was very sure that Shanger was not pregnant. But why did Boss Ching say that the child was very big and that she had to abort it? What did he mean by go in and take care of her? The female doctor really couldn't figure it out. She used a lot of effort to pull Shanger onto the bed. After thinking for a long time, the female doctor went out. She found the servant who had brought her over and said seriously, "Tell Boss Chung that the matter has been taken care of." The servant was still confused about Shanger's pregnancy. After hearing this, he pretended to know and paid the consultation fee. "It's good that it's been taken care of." The female doctor was very clear-headed. The servant didn't ask further. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to explain it. She thought that Boss Cheng wouldn't answer her, so she took the consultation fee and left. Thus, the news of Shanger's pregnancy was taken seriously and spread among the servants. Meanwhile, Shang ended up sleeping on Ning Cheng's bed. Ning Cheng was busy until late at night. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Shanger curled up on his bed and sleeping soundly. He almost thought that he had entered the wrong room. Didn't he instruct the servant to get rid of this woman? Why was she still here? He was about to find the servant to vent his anger when Shanger suddenly muttered, "Drink, come, fill it up." "Ha! Fourth master, as long as this deal is closed, I'll take care of all the wine on the table today. What do you think about this?" "Ha, it's just 10 jars. Sixth master, take that batch of goods. I'll add another jar. If I get drunk, you can do whatever you want with me." She talked in her sleep for a long time. All of it was related to wine, and it was all talk about business at the wine table. Ning Cheng listened quietly and unknowingly sat down at the side. "Come, drink. We're not going home until we're drunk." Shanger suddenly shouted. Ning Cheng's mouth twitched. He seemed to want to do something, but was hesitating. "Are you drinking or not?" It's you." Shanger shouted again. She even stretched her hand out of the blanket as if she was holding it. Ning Cheng finally couldn't take it anymore and replied, "Drink." Shanger even raised her hand and asked loudly, "How much?" Ning Cheng's lips unconsciously curled into a faint smile. He asked, "How much do you want to drink?" Unexpectedly, Shanger suddenly opened her eyes and sat up. She said excitedly, Chung, have you forgiven me?" At this moment, Ning Chung was stunned. He remembered that Ning Nuo would also talk in her sleep when she was young. After he was woken up, he could converse with Ning Nuo a few times. When he asked Ning Nuo the next morning, Ning Nuo didn't remember anything. Thus, he couldn't help but want to talk to her about Shang. But this woman was actually faking it. Yes, Shanger was faking it. She had woken up a long time ago and hadn't left. She had stayed on the bed waiting for Ning Chung to come back. When she heard the door open, she pretended to be asleep without thinking. She heard him walk to the side of the bed and didn't hear anything else. Although it was only quiet for a while, she felt especially uncomfortable. She closed her eyes, but she could feel him staring at her. She couldn't take this kind of torture. She felt that if she didn't do something, she would give up. But what could she do when she pretended to be asleep? She thought of talking in her sleep. As she spoke, she almost couldn't continue and was hesitating whether she should just get up and sleepwalk. Who knew that Cheng would actually be interested in talking to her? First, this guy didn't throw her out. Second, he even listened to her sleep talk for so long. Third, he even talked to her. This discovery made Shang'er so excited that she couldn't continue pretending. Ah, Chung, I knew you wouldn't be so heartless. You helped me treat my wound, let me sleep here, and even talk to me. Let's reconcile. Shang'er laughed shamelessly. Ning Qing glanced at the wound on her forehead and couldn't be bothered to explain. He said, "Okay, we've reconciled. You can scram now." "Then aren't you responsible for me?" Shang'er asked seriously. "Why should I be responsible for you?" Ning Cheng looked incredulous. He had never seen such a thick-skinned woman in his life. "We kissed," Shang'er replied. Ning Cheng couldn't help but frown. After fighting with this woman for so many years, this was the first time he realized that she was such a casual woman. He replied rudely, "You forced it. I won't admit it. A forced kiss is still a kiss," Shang'er said innocently. Ning Cheng was so angry that his face turned green. Shang'er hurriedly changed her words and said seriously, "Now the entire Liu Bei enterprise knows that I'm your woman. If you don't take responsibility for me, how am I going to live in the future? Who else can I marry?" Ning Cheng suddenly leaned forward. Shang'er was actually afraid, but she held on and didn't move, allowing him to close in. Ning Cheng said, "The entire Liu Bei enterprise also knows that Shaikyu is my woman. Do you know how she died?" Shang'er finally retreated. She had to distance herself from this man, or she wouldn't be able to talk calmly. Ning Qing knew that Shaikyu had betrayed her when Lu Xiaoyao recognized her as Hua Kuei. Shang'er didn't know how to answer, but Ning Qing asked again, "What's the difference between you and Shaikyu?" "I'm prettier than her," Shang'er replied immediately. Ning Cheng's gaze fell unceremoniously on Shang'er's chest and snorted. Shang'er subconsciously covered her breasts with both hands and was about to scold him, but seeing his contemptuous smile, she decisively let go. Although her ears were burning, she still puffed out her chest and allowed her to look. Ning Qing only took a glance and wasn't interested. Shang'er knew that her figure wasn't as good as Shaikyu's. She thought for a moment and said seriously, "Ah, Cheng, I can help you find a better woman than Shaikyu. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Looking at her face at this moment, Ning Cheng was really speechless. Chapter 1339. Seeing that things were going well, Shang'er hurriedly added, "Ah, Cheng, I can help you make money, and I can help you pick a woman. Most importantly, I'm most familiar with the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce. Just let me come back. 10 taels of silver it is. I don't think it's too little." She had already thought it through. As long as she could return to the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce, she could casually make a deal and eat a lot of money. Ning Cheng originally didn't want to say anything, but after hearing her say this, he couldn't help it. "You can make money? All the money you've embezzled from the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce over the years. You've spent it all on Lu Xiaoyao, right? You can make money. You can use the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce's money to make a lot of private money." As Ning Qing spoke, he immediately explained in detail how Shang'er had made use of several big deals to make money over the years. He even taught Shang'er a few better methods. "If you did that, it would be perfect, but unfortunately," Ning Cheng said, gently patting her head, "unfortunately, you can't do it here." This was a great humiliation, but Shang'er was convinced. Ah Cheng had used a short 3 days to become the real master of the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce. She was already very impressed, but what Ah Cheng said just now made her admire him even more. She was quiet for a long time, then said seriously, "Ah Cheng, I want to worship you as my master." Ning Cheng heard this and finally broke down, roaring, "Are you going to scram or not?" He had been hurt and humiliated. How thick was this woman's skin? What was her heart made of? She was so shameless, wouldn't she get hurt? Shang'er was determined to cling to this man. She lay back down and pulled the quilt. "I'm sleepy, I can't scram." "How much do you want? Name a price." Ning Cheng said coldly, "If you let me stay, I promise I won't be greedy for money. I don't want the 10 taels of silver every month." You just have to make sure I have enough to eat and wear, Shang'er said. In that moment, Ning Qing almost threw the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce's token to her. After all, besides him, she was the one who could control the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce the most. However, Ning Qing still didn't do so. Since he didn't kill her before, why would he push her into the fire pit now? One had to know that the person who had the most control over Liu Bei did not mean that he could protect Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce. He had to find someone with a strong military background who was familiar with the ways of business to take over Liu Bei. If not, once Liu Zheng's family came to seek revenge, no one would be able to resist. Ning Qing sat down and let out a long sigh. Shang'e looked at him and sat up unconsciously. She had to admit that Ah Cheng was so quiet and serious that it scared her. She would rather he yell at her and be fierce to her. Seeing Ah Cheng look up, she immediately lowered her head. Ning Qing took out 2 keys and said lightly, "These are the keys to Immeasurable Mountain's treasury. There are a total of 3 keys, and one is with Xiong Fei. Xiong Fei killed Yu Zhang, so he should be given a share. The rest is all yours." The key was what Shang'er wanted the most, but she didn't take it. She asked warily, "What are the conditions?" Ning Qing said word by word, "Don't even think about the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce. Get out of here." Shang'er refused. "I don't want it." Ning Qing was surprised. "Don't you want money? You should know that the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce might not be able to earn that much money even if they spend another 3 years. "I want you," Shang'er replied without hesitation. "I don't want money, I want you." Ning Qing was stunned for a moment. Then he burst out laughing as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. However, to him, these words were really the funniest joke in the world. He knew better than anyone else how greedy Shang'er was for money. She actually didn't want money but wanted him. He leaned over and placed his hands on the couch, closing in on her. "Shang'er, I don't want to play anymore. Even if you give me 10 years, I won't be able to help you earn more money." He patted her face and sneered. "Wake up." He didn't pat her hard at all, and her face didn't hurt, but she didn't know why, but her heart ached. It was as if every time he patted her, her heart would ache. So unbearable, she still ignored it and laughed. She said, "I don't care. Anyway, I want you." Ning Qing finally lost his patience. He carried her in his arms and strode out of the door. He took a shortcut to the back door and threw her out without any mercy. The door slammed shut with a bang. "Xiong Fei!" he shouted angrily. Xiong Fei hurried over. "Boss Cheng, what happened? Why are you so angry?" Coldly he said, "Pass down the order. No matter who it is, if they let Shang'er in again, they'll get lost with her." Outside the door, Hua Jin helped Shang'er up. When she saw the wound on her forehead, she panicked. "Did he hurt you?" Shang'er shrugged and said, "No, I asked for it." Hua Jin then realized that Shang'er seemed to be in a good mood. She asked suspiciously, "What happened?" Shang'er burst out laughing. "Jin, he really didn't want to kill me." She had already angered him, but he still didn't want to kill her. This was really beyond her expectations. Hua Jin was still confused. Confused, Shang'er pulled her away. "Let's find a place to stay nearby. I don't believe that he won't go out." Shang'er smiled slyly. Shang'er really did stay nearby. She watched the main entrance of the Liu Bei Merchant Guild and let Hua Jin guard the back door. Hua Jin was an assassin, but she didn't feel aggrieved that she had fallen to this state. She was just bored to death. These 2 days, Ah Cheng didn't go out, but someone from the Liu Bei Merchant Guild came. Ba Tu. When Shang'er saw Ba Tu standing at the entrance, she was so angry that she wanted to rush over and bite him. Hua Jin said very calmly, although he was the one who burned Le Xiaoyao, Ah Cheng was the one who started it. Shang'er said resentfully, "Liu Bei Merchant Guild did a lot of business with the wolf sect last year, but Ba Tu wasn't the one in charge. Why is he here?" Hua Jin shrugged, looking like it was useless to ask her. Shang'er couldn't be bothered to say more. They could only wait. Ba Tu went in for a while before coming out. He left with an ugly expression. "Jean, I have a bad feeling again," Shanger said in a low voice. A complicated look flashed past Hua Jin's eyes. She also said in a low voice, "Since you have a bad feeling, let's leave." Shanger glared at her and didn't say anything else. That afternoon, Shanger's bad feeling came true. Ba, Tu came again. After he got off the carriage, he dragged a middle-aged woman out of the carriage. This person was none other than Lu Xiaoyao's procuress. Shanger sat down by the window and muttered, "Jean, I'm finished." She thought that Ba Tu would kill the procuress, but she didn't expect him to take her away. He brought the procuress to her door. It was undoubtedly the procuress who sold her out. Hua Jin turned to look at the dispirited Shanger and said helplessly, "Why do you keep people who betray their masters?" Shanger said something even more helpless than Hua Jin. "When Ah Cheng put a bounty on my head, everyone knew that I had no money. Anyone would sell me out." Hua Jin said coldly, "So I've never been human." Shanger wanted to laugh, but she couldn't. She knew very well how serious the situation was. Behind Batu was the wolf sect, a sect that few could afford to offend. Although Ah Cheng was the one who handled the transactions between the Liu Bei Merchant Guild and the wolf sect last year, she still knew about it. The current leader of the wolf sect, Miss Han Xiang, was an extremely protective and unforgiving person. Ah Cheng's dealings with the wolf sect were not for the sake of making money, but for the sake of making friends. The wolf sect was the strongest faction in the southern part of the mysterious continent. Lu Zheng told Ah Cheng that as long as they could make friends with the wolf sect, the Liu Bei Merchant Guild's business in the southern part of the mysterious continent would be easy. No one would dare to cause trouble. However, according to her understanding, Miss Han was very ambitious and had always wanted to be a partner of the Liu Bei Merchant Guild. Lu Zheng had refused, and so had Ah Cheng, not for anything else, but because once Han Xiang entered the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce, Lu Zheng and Ah Cheng would lose their right to speak and become servants. Shanger was silent for a while before suddenly standing up. "I want to go take a look." Hua Jin hurriedly pulled her back. "Do you want to die?" "Do you think Batu will forgive you for playing him like this? I'll take responsibility for my own actions. I can't implicate Ah Cheng and the Liu Bei Merchant Guild." Shanger said seriously, "That guy is quite capable. Maybe he can help you." Hua Jin comforted her. "Ba Tu can squash him to death with a single finger. Jean, you know that in this place martial arts is the real deal." Shanger said indifferently, "Then all the more you can't go. Do you think Ah Cheng will sacrifice his own life to protect you?" Hua Jin asked seriously, "You're not stupid yourself. So why do you think he's so stupid?" Shanger pouted resentfully and leaned against the window again. She would wait. Shanger waited until night fell before she saw Ba Tu come out. The procuress didn't follow him. Shanger didn't understand the situation and wanted to barge in to ask what was going on. Unfortunately, she tried a few times, but was blocked by the guards every time. On her last attempt, the back door suddenly opened. It was Ah Cheng who opened the door. She rushed up to him and asked, "What did Ba Tu want from you?" Ning Qing didn't speak and only looked at her cold. Shanger asked again, "Did he threaten you?" Ning Qing still didn't speak. Shanger turned around and left. Ning Qing finally spoke. "Where are you going?" "I'm going to look for him. I started this, so I'll deal with it myself," Shanger answered. Unexpectedly, Ning Qing said, "Shanger, why are you in such a hurry?" Shanger turned back with a puzzled expression. "Ba Tu has already killed the procuress. He's rushing to his master to claim credit. I promised to discuss a collaboration with Miss Han tomorrow." Shanger interrupted Ning Qing and asked seriously, "Ah Cheng, you're protecting me, aren't you?" Ning Qing laughed and said, "You should know that the power behind Lu Zheng isn't weak. After killing Lu Zheng, we can only work with the wolf sect." "You?" Shanger was stunned. "I've already planned this. I have to thank you for provoking Ba Tuesday otherwise. I wouldn't have had the chance to turn back. After all, I've rejected Miss Han before, Ning Cheng said cold. Shang looked at Ah Cheng. For the first time, she felt scared and unfamiliar. For the first time, she realized that she knew so little about him. But even so, she still didn't believe that he was willing to be a lackey. She still believed that he had his reasons. You knew that I was nearby. Why didn't you hand me over? She asked stubbornly. Ah Cheng's answer almost made her despair. Chapter 1340. Ning Cheng said to Shang, after tomorrow, Batu will be the head of the guards of the Liu Bei Merchant Guild. If you really have the guts, come and knock on the door again. With that, he turned and entered the house. This time, he did not slam the door, but slowly closed it. Shang stood rooted to the ground, her heart stifled. Suddenly, she felt like she was out of the game. She had always thought that this game was between her and Ah Cheng, but now she realized that this game was between Ah Cheng and Han Xiang. She was completely kicked out by Ah Cheng. She had always thought that he really did not want to kill her and could not bear to kill her. Now she realized that he just did not want to kill her. Hua Jin walked out from the side, clearly surprised by Ah Cheng's words. Shang, let's retreat, she said seriously. Shang gritted her teeth. I won't. Even if Liu Bei Trade Consortium was Ning Cheng and Han Xiang's plan, so what? She still wanted to mess things up. I just don't believe that he's someone who will be a servant, Shang said coldly. The next afternoon, Shang saw Han Xiang coming from afar. She had never seen Han Xiang before, but she could recognize that the luxurious carriage belonged to the wolf sect. When Han Xiang alighted, Shang immediately asked, Jean, am I prettier or is she prettier? You're prettier. Hua Jin was not lying. Han Xiang's looks were really ordinary. Clothes made the man and gold made the Buddha. If it wasn't for her gorgeous clothes, exquisite makeup, and exquisite accessories, no one would take a second look at her if she stood in the crowd. She's talented, admit it, Hua Jin added. She's just lucky. There are many people more talented than her, but she just had to meet the wolf sect master, Shang said indignantly. Everyone in the mysterious continent knew that Han Xiang was not the wolf sect master's biological daughter. She was just an adopted daughter. No matter what, she's more talented than you. Hua Jin had always been very objective. If not for Shang-er's poor talent, Shang would have won over Han Xiang with her background. Jin, can't you comfort me? Shang was angry. However, Hua Jin spoke the truth again. Jin, you sound jealous. Could it be that there's something between Ah Cheng and Han Xiang? No. Shang muttered. Ah Cheng is really blind. If he wanted to find a backer, wouldn't he go to the heavens to find one? Why did he find someone who was an adopted daughter? Idiot. The more Hua Jin listened, the more jealous she felt. She hugged her sword and stood to the side, not saying anything. They had been keeping watch all this time and had even forgotten to eat. At night, Han Xiang finally came out. Ning Cheng personally sent her out. Ning Cheng was well aware of the background of the wolf sect. He also knew that Han Xiang was not the biological daughter of the wolf sect's leader, Han Chen. Helplessly, he'd been fighting in northern Li all this time. All he knew was that Bai Yanqing had kidnapped Han Yunqi and taken her to the poison sect's forbidden grounds. He didn't know that a Han Chen had appeared there, much less the relationship between him and Han Yunqi. After the war, he'd left northern Li and hadn't contacted any of his old friends. He didn't know anything about Han Chen or the promise of 10 years. They had already walked him to the door. Logically speaking, the guests would politely say, "Please wait." But Han Xiang didn't say anything. She simply walked down the steps. Ning Cheng knew what to do and followed her down. But Han Xiang suddenly sprained her ankle. In her panic, she grabbed his arm. Ouch! Ning Cheng's eyes flashed coldly. He picked her up in his arms and strode over to the carriage, personally carrying her inside. Shang remained calm. After all, she'd done plenty of things like putting on a show to support him. but who knew that Ah Chung stayed in the carriage for a very long time and didn't come out. The more Shonger watched, the faster her breathing quickened. "Do you really want to be a servant?" Inside the carriage, Ning Chung had been about to get off for a long time, but Han Xiang stopped him to talk about something else. "Since Miss Han isn't tired, why don't we find a place where we can talk?" Ning Chung asked. "No need. Let's do it here. Tell me, how do you plan to sell those goods?" As Han Xiang spoke, she leaned lazily on the high pillow and sized up Ning Chung seriously. Although she was only 25 and unmarried, she'd met countless men and had many male pets at home. A few years ago, after she'd entered the Shenkong upstart ranking, her father had slowly handed over the affairs of the wolf sect to her. With her father's retirement, she gradually took control of the wolf sect. With her superb martial arts and power, she naturally attracted the attention of many men. Unfortunately, none of the men she liked allowed her to marry into the wolf sect. As for the men she didn't like, she could only find them to play with when she was bored. They couldn't accompany her for long. In recent years, the Liubei Merchant Guild had suddenly appeared in the southern part of the mysterious continent and developed into a large merchant guild. However, it was only after the Liubei Merchant Guild sold a few batches of goods to the wolf sect last year that she learned that there was a capable person called Ah Chung in the guild. This man's martial arts were average, but he was well versed in the ways of the merchants. One had to know that the business world was like a battlefield. Those who didn't have some skills wouldn't be able to stand firm, and those who didn't have strategies wouldn't be able to go far. Wasn't this the kind of man she wanted and lacked the most? If this man could stay by her side and help her manage the affairs of the wolf sect, she could practice martial arts in peace. In a little more than a year, the promise of 10 years would be up. In that battle, not only did she want to defeat Han Yunqi, but she also wanted to seize the opportunity to make a big move. As Han Xiang listened to Ning Chung, she put her hand on Ning Cheng's shoulder. A trace of malice flashed across Ning Cheng's eyes, but he still didn't make a sound. Unexpectedly, Han Xiang's hand slid down his shoulder, wanting to hold his hand. Ning Cheng evaded without a trace and was about to leave. Who knew that Shang, or his scolding voice, suddenly came from outside. "Ah Chung, come out. You're a bastard who abandons her. If you don't tell me clearly today, I won't let you off. Come out." What was she singing this time? Ning Chung hurriedly alighted from the car, and Han Xiang followed suit. Shang angrily ran towards them, but unfortunately, before she reached them, she was stopped by Han Xiang's guards. Although Han Xiang was curious, she was very calm as she smiled and asked, "Ah Chung, who is she?" Ning Chung shot a glance at Ba Tu, who was standing by the side, and was about to speak when Shang introduced herself. "I am Shang, Lu Xiao Yao's courtesan, and also Lu Zheng's goddaughter, Lulu." Ba Tu immediately raged. "So it's you, slut! Give me your life." Shang didn't hide and was even fiercer than Ba Tuesday. "Stop right there!" Ba Tu seemed to be intimidated and really stopped in his tracks. But very quickly he regained his senses. "Little slut, you dare to speak to me like this? If I don't play you to death today, I'll write my name backwards. Just you wait. I'll just ask Ah Cheng one question. After that, you can do whatever you want of me," Shang said angrily. Ning Cheng's brows were knitted together, but he couldn't say anything in front of Han Xiang. He really didn't know what Shang was up to, and could only wait and see. Who knew that Shang would look at him and ask seriously, "Ah Chung, do you still like me?" Ning Cheng was almost angered to death. He didn't know what Shang was up to, and asked in return, "Eldest miss, I've never liked you, right?" Shang's eyes suddenly reddened, and she turned back to look at Ba Tuesday. "All right, I played you. You want to die? Come over here." Ning Cheng's right hand unconsciously clenched. He then realized that Shang was serious. It had only been a few days. How did such a smart person like her become stupid? Did she become stupid or crazy? Did she really want to die? Didn't she know that falling into Batu's hands would be worse than falling into Steward Ma's? Bah, Tu laughed lewdly. Little girl, you have guts. No wonder you're the second in command of the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce. Hee, how could I bear to kill you? I'll definitely dote on you. Shang didn't move as she allowed Ba Tu to approach her step by step. She just stared at Ning Cheng. Actually, she wasn't crazy at all. She was gambling. Gambling on whether Ning Cheng would protect her. Gambling on Ning Cheng's heart. She had already made thorough preparations. She took the token she stole from Liu Zheng's secret file and went to rescue him. Although she was trash, she was still the Shangguan family's daughter. No family would allow their own family members to be bullied outside. This was an extremely shameful matter. The Shangguan family's power and status in the southern part of Shankong continent was not inferior to the wolf sect. Although they didn't surpass them, they were at least on equal footing. She didn't care what Ah Cheng and Han Xiang had done before. Ba Tu's matter was caused by her, so she would clean it up herself and not implicate anyone. She just wanted to conveniently test how hard this man's heart was. Watching Ba Tu approach Shang, a step by step, Ning Cheng couldn't bear to harden his heart. Perhaps when he rescued her from Steward Ma's hands, he was destined to never be able to harden his heart again. This little demoness wasn't obedient at all. She was restless and never spoke of benevolence, righteousness, and morality. But she really wasn't bad at all. She had been in the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce for so many years. He knew very well how many abducted children she had saved. She had set a rule among her subordinates that any child under the age of 13 must be saved no matter what. Even if they were sold, they must find a way to redeem them and send them home. It was easy to be a good person among good people. It was just a matter of whether one was willing or not. But how difficult was it to be a good person among a bunch of bad people? Ning Cheng had personally experienced it. Just as Ning Cheng was about to speak, Han Xiang suddenly opened her mouth. Her voice was cold and arrogant. Ba Tu, back down. No matter how unbearable Ba Tu's heart was, he immediately retreated obediently, not daring to make a sound. Han Xiang walked towards Shang'er, her arrogant gaze slowly sizing her up from head to toe. Sizing someone up like this was already very impolite. Han Xiang deliberately sized her up very slowly. She didn't need to say anything. Just her gaze was full of contempt. Although Shang'er was Liu Zheng's adopted daughter, she had never been looked at like this since she was young. She said, unhappily, "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beauty before?" Han Xiang then retracted her gaze and chuckled. "You are indeed quite beautiful. No wonder you can take care of Lu Xiaoyao so well. You even seduced this lady's male dog." Ba Tu lowered his head respectfully, as if he didn't hear that he was being scolded. Shang hated this kind of person who scolded people in a strange way, especially women. This kind of woman was the most hypocritical and dark. She wasn't free and easy at all. Shang was magnanimous and said bluntly, "Miss Han, you haven't fed Ba Tu enough." Of course, he would come out to steal food. "I really haven't fed him before. His appetite is quite big, isn't it?" As soon as she said this, Ba Tu's legs turned to jelly. Han Xiang suddenly raised her hand and slapped Shang. Her speed was so fast that Ning Cheng couldn't block it. Chapter 1341. Ning Cheng did not stop Han Xiang, but in the nick of time, Han Xiang's hand still stopped. To be more precise, her hand was stopped by a stone that was thrown from afar. Han Xiang retracted her hand and looked at it. She found that her wrist had been cut by a stone and was bleeding. "Who is it? Come out. If you have the ability, come out and fight me fair and square. What's the point of a sneak attack?" She immediately looked in the direction where the stone came from. The person who dared to sneak an attack on her had guts. Very quickly, a tall man flew down from the opposite roof. He was born with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, looking especially handsome. He was dressed in a white brocade robe that was simple, but not plain. There were not too many luxurious decorations, but the noble aura that he exuded made it obvious that he had a great background. Shangguanze. Han Xiang was very surprised. She never thought that the person who sneaked an attack on her would be the Shangguan clan's first young master, Shangguanze, who was ranked above her on the Xiankong newcomer roll. Han Xiang's first thought was, could it be that this guy also had his eyes on the Upper Lubei Chamber of Commerce? Shangguanze walked over step by step, his aura strong. Although Han Xiang had the same aura of a strong person as him, he was a full head taller than Han Xiang. He stood in front of Han Xiang and did not need to size her up. He only needed to look at her coldly, and it was enough to despise Han Xiang. He said, "First young Miss Han, you're thinking too much. This young master will not fight with someone who has lost to me, much less sneak an attack. This young master just forbids you." As he spoke, his gaze slowly shifted to Shang, or before continuing, "I forbid you to touch the person this young master wants. Not even a strand of hair." Shang stared blankly at the man in front of her, her heartbeat unconsciously speeding up. Good girl. Why didn't she know that she had such a biological brother? This arrogant style was simply to her liking. He said this as if he only intended to help her and did not intend to acknowledge her. However, Shang was already satisfied. She knew that she was saved and would not become Ba Tu's plaything. The Wolf Sect was the largest city in the south of Pingyang City. The Shangguan clan was also here. She had asked Hua Jin to take the token to ask for help. Originally, she did not expect that the Shangguan clan would recognize her so easily, especially in front of everyone. She just wanted to keep her life. She wanted to look back at Ah Cheng, but she didn't. She lowered her head under Shangguanze's gaze. She lost the bet. She had been waiting for Ah Cheng to speak, but unfortunately she couldn't. It turned out that it wasn't that Ah Cheng couldn't bear to kill her, but that he disdained to kill her. She had always stubbornly believed that Ah Cheng was taking care of Han Xiang to protect her. It turned out that she had thought too much. She was completely silent. Ning Cheng remained silent. He didn't know anyone from the Shangguan clan, but he knew of their existence. He had also heard of this young master in front of him. The Shangguan family heads' martial arts were weaker than the Wolf Sect heads, but Shangguanze's martial arts were above Han Xiang's. There was only one rank difference between Han Xiang and Shangguanze on the new ranking list. It was said that Han Xiang had fought with Shangguanze and was defeated by Shangguanze. He's here to save Gina. He said that Jean was the person he wanted. Shang, this little vixen, was really capable. He thought that it was already amazing that she could hook up with one of Han Xiang's generals, but he didn't expect that she could hook up with Shangguanze. What kind of woman was she? What had she done? Ning Cheng looked at Shang, coldly, anger in his eyes. Han Xiang was also angry. She was already angry from being scolded by Shang. But she didn't expect to be humiliated by Shangguanze. To her, the words loser were simply a nightmare. One had to know that ever since the new ranking competition, this nightmare had been following her. Your woman? Haha. When did young Master Zay's taste change? You're interested in such a fickle woman? Han Xiang sneered. Even the way Shangguanze sneered was incomparably noble. He smiled. I'm interested in anyone who's prettier than you. You. Han Xiang finally couldn't hold back her anger. Shangguanze raised his eyebrows and looked over, clearly asking her if she wanted to fight. No matter how unwilling Han Xiang was, she wouldn't impulsively start a fight with him. She knew that she would lose. Since she's your woman, you should take her away as soon as possible so that she won't be an eyesore, she said coldly. Shangguanze didn't have any interest in being entangled with her. He took Shang's hand and turned to leave without saying anything. Ning Cheng looked on coldly, but Shang didn't turn back. Seeing Ning Cheng's reaction, Han Xiang couldn't help but ask angrily, "What has her soul been taken away? I was wondering where she got the guts to run out. She's hooked up with the Shangguan family's financier." Ning Cheng recovered his wits and chuckled. That little slut's got some skills, huh? Is hooking up with men considered a capability in your eyes? Han Xiang asked disdainfully, forgetting how she had hooked up with Ning Cheng in the carriage just now. Forget it. Otherwise, how could she have hooked up with Ba Tu and managed Le Xiao Yao so well? Ning Cheng said, seriously, "Eldest Miss Han, it's a big loss not to keep her in the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce. Why don't you think of a way to get her back?" Han Xiang couldn't do it, but she wouldn't admit it. She still looked high and mighty as she said, "Her heart isn't here. It'll only cause more trouble if I get her back. Ah Chung, don't worry. As long as you partner with my wolf sect, the Shangguan family won't dare to make things difficult for the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce in the south. Since eldest Miss Han says so, then this one can rest assured. This one will get someone to sort out the accounts and send it to you in 2 days," Ning Cheng said seriously. Han Xiang was finally a little happier. She smiled ambiguously at Ning Cheng, saying, "I'll wait for you to send it over personally." "Okay." Ning Cheng agreed readily. After sending Han Xiang off, Ning Cheng's whole face darkened. After he returned to his room, he immediately found a few confidants and told them to act according to the original plan. They had to use the fastest way to take away all the silver that the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce had. When Ba Tu came to him for the money, he had already planned it out. He would try to delay and delay as much as possible. He would take away all the silver that the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce could take away and distribute the rest to his brothers. He wanted Han Xiang to get an empty shell of her colleagues from the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce. He also wanted Han Xiang to bear the crime of killing Lu Zheng. He planned to spend 3 days to distribute all the money to his colleagues, who had disappeared without a trace. In any case, Ah Cheng's identity was fake. He had plenty of ways to hide his identity. If the power behind Lu Zheng came to find him, Han Xiang, as the new owner of the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce, would have no way to explain herself. Everything was under his control. That damned Shang actually came out halfway. If Shangguan Zhe hadn't suddenly appeared, he would have had to save her and his plan would have been ruined. After explaining everything clearly, Ning Cheng let out a breath of turbid air. Xiong Fei watched from the side and couldn't help but say, "Boss Cheng Shang is really capable. She can actually climb up to Master Zhe. You should be careful, lest Master Zhe comes back to find trouble with you." "I can't afford to provoke him, but I can hide," Ning Cheng said coldly. Xiong Fei said again, "Boss Cheng, this matter is a bit strange. Shang has already climbed up to Master Zhe. Why is she still shamelessly pestering you? Could it be he Shang really likes you?" Ning Cheng turned around and looked coldly at him. Xiong Fei's smile froze, and he didn't dare to laugh again. Ning Cheng said lightly, "It's also good to have Shangguan Zhe. Ba Tu can't find trouble with her, and I can also have some peace." Ning Cheng went to work like this. No one knew how busy he was. In short, the matter that would have taken 3 days to complete, he finished it in 2 days. 2 days later, in the morning, everything in Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce was as usual. Ning Cheng's confidants had already been sent away by him last night. He changed into a servant's clothes, pasted on a beard, took his travel expenses, and left from the back door of Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce. He was originally going to the north, but for some reason he unknowingly walked to the back door of Shangguan Manor. He waited from night to the next day. Before dawn, a servant came out from the back door. Ning Cheng looked for a while and saw a person dressed like a steward. He followed her all the way and stopped her at a place where there was no one. "Steward, I want to ask you something. Keep this banknote well," Ning Cheng said as he stuffed the banknote into the steward's hand. If it was a small amount of money, it really wouldn't be able to move the steward, but 1,000 taels of banknote directly moved the steward. She looked around and asked in a low voice, "What is it?" "A few days ago, did young Master Zhe bring a woman back?" Ning Cheng asked in a low voice. "Yes, he brought a woman back, but she has been locked in the room and no one knows where she came from." The old steward answered truthfully. "Locked in the room for what?" Ning Ching asked again. Seeing the steward hesitate, he took out another banknote. Such a large amount of money really scared the steward, and she didn't dare to extort people. Master, this old one only knows this much. Does the head of Shangguan family know about this? Ning Ching asked again. The status of a large family was strict. No one would investigate how many women a noble young master kept outside. But if he wanted to bring in a woman, the head of the family must nod his head. Master is in closed-door cultivation. Master, this servant doesn't work in young Master Zay's house. This servant really can't help. The steward said seriously. Ning Cheng had no choice but to move aside and let the steward go. He leaned against the wall and lowered his head to think. How did Jean hook up with Shangguan Zay? How could Shangguan Zay bring her back to the residence without Master Shangguan knowing? Either Shangguan Zay really took a fancy to Jean, or Shangguan Zay wanted something from Jean. Just as Ning Cheng was immersed in his own thoughts, a sharp sword suddenly pierced in front of him. Ning Cheng suddenly leaned back, and the tip of the sword moved down to his neck. He looked over coldly and found that the person was the female assassin who had been following Jean. The sword was already at his vital point, but Ning Cheng was still as calm as a mountain. He used a voice-changing technique and asked, Heroine, you and I have no enmity. If you want to kill me, at least give me a reason. Boss Cheng, if you want to know about Jean just ask me. I only accept 10 taels of silver. You don't have to give me banknotes. Hua Jean said lightly. Hua Jean was just wandering around out of boredom. She didn't expect to bump into a steward from the residence. She followed and heard Ning Cheng ask the steward a few questions. She knew that this person was Ning Cheng in disguise. Ning Cheng didn't explain, and generously took out 10 taels of silver and threw it to Hua Jin. He asked, Why is Shangguan Zay helping Jean? What's their relationship? Hua Jin hid the snicker in her eyes and lied very seriously. Shangguan Zay used to be a frequent customer of Lu Xiaoyao. Jean didn't want to implicate you and the Lubei Chamber of Commerce because of Ba Tu's incident, so she agreed to be Shangguan Zay's slave for the rest of her life and serve him. MOMO said, Fix a bug in the setting. Previously, I wrote that Han Xiang was an adopted daughter as a secret. Now my cultivation is public. Please understand and forgive me. After writing for a day, I sent it at 4:00. Happy New Year. In 2017, we still want to be together. Chapter 1342. After hearing Hua Jin's explanation, Ning Cheng didn't have much of a reaction. He said, Oh, and turned to leave. Hua Jin looked suspicious. Could it be that this guy didn't care about Jean anymore? She quickly chased after him and asked, Boss Cheng, you don't care about Jean anymore? She has the ability to clean up the mess she caused. What right do I have to control her? Ning Cheng retorted. Hua Jin wanted to refute, but after thinking for a long time, she couldn't find a reason to. Ning Cheng said again, If she has the ability to seduce Shangguan Zay, why didn't she stand up earlier? Does she really think that I'm willing to be entangled with Han Xiang? Hua Jin felt that something was wrong when she heard this. As she walked with Ning Cheng, she pondered what was wrong. Unexpectedly, as they walked, Ning Cheng suddenly stopped. Hua Jin almost bumped into him, but fortunately she noticed in time. Hua Jin was shocked and immediately took a few steps back. Ning Cheng looked back with disdain. This woman was an assassin, but wasn't her vigilance too low? Ning Cheng didn't know that Hua Jin was extremely vigilant, but after meeting Jean, her vigilance was lowered. As long as it had nothing to do with Jean, her vigilance would be lowered. Ning Cheng stood there for a while before Hua Jin realized that they had already taken a detour from the back door of the Shangguan residence to the main door. At this moment, Ning Cheng was looking up at the plaque on the main door. Boss Cheng, what do you want to do? Hua Jin asked curiously. Ning Cheng didn't answer her. He strode up the steps and knocked hard on the door. After a while, a servant came to open the door. Hua Jin saw that the situation wasn't right and quickly slipped away. The servant saw that Ning Cheng was dressed casually and asked angrily, "Who are you? Do you know where this is? Do you think you can knock on this door?" Ning Cheng said, "Please tell young Master Zhe that Ah Cheng of the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce wants to see him." "Your boss Cheng of the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce?" "Ha!" Before the servant could finish laughing, Ning Cheng stuffed his mouth with the banknotes that he wanted to give to the nanny. "Go." The servant took it down and looked at it. He was very surprised. "Please wait a moment." When the servant found Shangguan Zhe, he was in Guan Jiner's room. "Young Master Zhe, there is a man who claims to be the boss of the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce at the door," the servant said seriously. After a moment of silence, the door was suddenly kicked open. The person who rushed out was not Shangguan Zhe, but Shang'er. "He came? Did he say what he was going to do?" Shang'er was very excited. Shangguan Zhe followed her out and looked at his long-lost sister. There was nothing but doting in his eyes. One had to know that this younger sister of his looked too much like his deceased mother. Ever since his sister had gone missing, his parents had never given up on searching for her. Unfortunately, they had searched the entire mysterious continent for more than 10 years, but they had not found any clues. He never thought that she would take the initiative to come to him. If it weren't for the accessories she wore back then, and if it weren't for her face, he really wouldn't dare to believe that all of this was real. Although Shang'er was determined to be a good-for-nothing at birth, it didn't affect everyone's love for her. In this world that relied on force to survive, there was still affection for one's children and brothers. He couldn't imagine how his father would react when he saw Shang'er after coming out of seclusion. Before his father came out of seclusion, he could only temporarily hide this matter and let Shang'er stay here. After all, this was a family matter, and Shang'er's previous identity also affected the Shangguan family's reputation. Therefore, when he saved Shang'er from Han Xiang, he only said that Shang'er was someone he wanted and didn't explain anything else. When Shang'er was brought back by Shangguan Zhe, her heart was filled with Ah Cheng, and she was so sad that she couldn't care about anything else. It wasn't until they arrived at the Shangguan residence that she started to feel afraid. Before she came to the mysterious continent, she already knew that this was a place where one relied on force and strength to speak louder. After coming here, she experienced it even more deeply. She couldn't imagine how a good-for-nothing would be mocked and ridiculed in a big family like the Shangguan family. However, everything was different from what she had imagined. After entering this courtyard, the seemingly arrogant Shangguan Zhe actually hugged her tightly and almost cried. At that moment, she almost cried as well. If she had known that she was loved by her father and brother, she would have come back long ago. Shang'er anxiously asked the servant all kinds of questions, but the servant couldn't answer her. He just said that he wanted to see young Master Zhe. The servant answered truthfully, "I won't see him. Warn him that if he comes again, I'll break his legs." Shangguan Zhe said coldly. Shang'er immediately glared at him. "You dare!" Shangguan Zhe was dumbfounded. He really didn't know the relationship between Shang'er and Ah Cheng. He only knew that Ah Cheng seemed to have hooked up with Han Xiang, and the Liu Bei Merchant Guild would fall into the hands of the Wolf Sect in the future. "Brother, let him in." Shang'er begged. "What's he doing here?" Shangguan Zhe didn't understand. "I don't know either. In any case, he's here. Just let him in." Shang'er's heart pounded like a little deer running around in her heart. She didn't know what Hua Jin had done. One had to know that she had already given up all hope and thought that Ah Cheng really didn't care about her anymore. She didn't expect him to come back. Han Xiang isn't a kind person. You'd better stay away from the people she hooked up with. Shangguan Zhe's face was serious, but Shang'er was even more serious than him. "Brother, I'm not a kind person either. Ah Cheng is worse than me. You can rest assured that the two of us will be together." Shangguan Zhe was speechless. He secretly thought that in the future he would have to pay more attention to this sister and protect her. The Shangguan family had a strict family style and strict upbringing, especially for girls. With her personality, wouldn't she be caught red-handed every day? Call him in. Shang'er came over to tug at Shangguan Zai's hand, so he could only agree. Not long after, Ningqing was brought to the courtyard by the servant. Shangguan Zai sat by the stone table while Shang'er hid in the room, peeking through the cracks in the window. Shang'er was very nervous. That guy must have misunderstood what her brothers said that day. She silently chanted in her heart, "Take me away! Take me away! Take me away!" Shangguan Zai was arrogant, and he indeed had the right to be. He sat motionless and raised his eyebrows at Ningcheng. However, Ningcheng wasn't humble either. He was upright and generous, his back ramrod straight. He stood in front of Shangguan Zai, his aura not inferior. He said, "Young Master Zai, I'm here to discuss a business deal with you today. I wonder if you're interested." Shang'er's heart clenched when she heard this. Shangguan Zai didn't invite Ningcheng to sit, but stood up and asked, "What business deal?" "A business deal related to the wolf sect." Ningqing said. Shangguan Zai's interest was piqued when he said this, but Shang'er's heart gradually sank. So it had nothing to do with her. Ningcheng said, "Lubei Chamber of Commerce is already an empty shell. Han Xiang can only clean up the mess. If you don't mind, I can reorganize a Chamber of Commerce and pledge loyalty to the Shangguan family. I guarantee that after a year, no one from the wolf sect can even think about snatching away the items that the Shangguan family wants in the auction." Shangguan Zai finally realized that Ningcheng wasn't simple when he said this, and finally looked at him in the eye. The wolf sect was far richer than the Shangguan family, so over the years the wolf sect had won many of the medicinal pills auctions that the Shangguan family liked. He and his father had been holding back for a long time. They really didn't expect that this guy would hit the Shangguan family's weak point the moment he opened his mouth. "Why should I believe you?" Shangguan Zai asked. "Because I was the one who fought for the Lubei Chamber of Commerce in Xiankong, and because I have 2 keys to the treasury." Ningcheng answered seriously. Shangguan Zai laughed. "You can play with Han Xiang today, but you'll play with me in the future. If young Master Zai doesn't believe me, I can sign a slave contract." Ningcheng said calmly. Inside the room, Shang'er was dumbfounded. She couldn't understand why Cheng would do this. She couldn't help but wonder if this guy was hiding some kind of conspiracy. How could Shangguan Zai not think so? He sneered. "After saying so much, what do you want?" Ningcheng looked straight at Shangguan Zai and said indifferently, "Let Shang'er go." At this moment, the world stopped. At least, Shang'er's world really stopped. However, the silence didn't last long. She suddenly screamed, "Ah, ah, ah!" Accompanied by the scream was the sound of the door opening. She broke through the door and pounced on Ningcheng. Her strength was especially strong. If Ningcheng wasn't tall and sturdy, he might have been pushed to the ground by her. Just like when she kissed him forcefully, she pounced on him, wrapped her arms around his neck, and wrapped her legs around his body. She buried her head in his shoulder and screamed nonstop. Ningcheng was dumbfounded. Shangguan Zai was also dumbfounded. But the smart Shangguan Zai quickly understood what was going on. He was helpless and amused. Just as he was about to speak, Shang'er stretched out her hand behind her back and waved at him vigorously to chase him away. What else could Shang Guanzi do? He could only leave from the side. "Are you done screaming? Come down," Ningcheng said coldly. Shang'er looked up at him, smiling but not saying a word. Ningcheng was about to pull her away, but she immediately hugged him tightly and wouldn't let go no matter what. "Enough!" Ningcheng was really angry. "Come!" Before Shang'er could finish speaking, Ningcheng really threw her to the ground and asked, "What's going on?" Shang'er sprawled on the ground and said unhappily, "Help me up and I'll tell you." Ningcheng didn't hesitate and turned to leave. Shang'er didn't argue. She nimbly got up and hugged him from behind as soon as she caught up. "Can you?" Ningcheng wanted to pull her hand away, but she said, "You like me. You didn't hesitate to sell yourself to save me. I was the one who caused this trouble, but you still came to clean it up for me. You like me, it must be. You're thinking too much." Ning Qing denied without hesitation. "Then why did you come?" Shang'er asked again. "Between the Shangguan clan and the wolf sect, I prefer the former. Saving you is on the way." Ning Cheng's excuse could be said to be handy. "That's still because you like me. Otherwise, why didn't you mention other conditions?" Shang'er asked with a chuckle. Ning Cheng was silent for a while before saying, "Because I don't want to see you in the Shangguan clan." Shang'er smiled even more happily. She rushed out of the courtyard and shouted, "Brother! Brother, come here. Come here quickly. This guy promised to sign a slave contract with you. A gentleman's words carry enormous weight. He can't go back on his word. Brother?" Ning Cheng slowly turned his head and glanced at Shang'er, who was hugging him from behind. His face gradually paled. Chapter 1343. When Shangguan Zhe walked back, Ning Qing knew that he had fallen into a huge trap. He said in a low voice, You lied to me." "What did I lie to you about?" Shang'er asked innocently. "Your killer said that you were forced to be a slave." Yes, Ning Cheng was not calm at this moment. "So you came to save me?" Shang'er asked with a chuckle. Ning Cheng was at a loss for words and fell silent. Shang'er still couldn't bear to let go of him, as if she was afraid that this guy would run away if she let go. Shangguan Zhe couldn't bear to see Shang'er throwing herself at him like this. However, he didn't know what Shang'er and this guy called Ah Cheng had in the past. Since this guy had sold himself to save Shang'er, at least he had a heart. He stood just inside the door and didn't go near. He said mildly, "Ah Cheng, it's settled then. You can sign the slave contract with my sister." Ning Cheng didn't answer. He was deep in the wolf's den, so it was useless for him to argue. He was especially silent. After Shangguan Zhe left, he said to Shang'er in a low voice, "Are you done?" His voice was especially fierce. Shang'er was really scared. She let go of him resentfully and stood behind him, not knowing what to do. "What's going on?" Ning Qing asked. Shang'er sighed. "Let's talk inside." After entering the house, Ning Cheng smelled the strong smell of alcohol. Shang'er then remembered that she was making wine. She hurried to the table and heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that the wine at the bottom of the pot hadn't been completely burned. Thank goodness! Thank goodness! This is a 300-year-old snow sculpture that my brother found for me." Ning Qing glanced at her, but didn't say anything. He was addicted to alcohol, but it didn't affect him much. He didn't get drunk with his own wine, nor did he covet other people's cups. Shang'er poured a cup of wine attentively. "Try it. It'll definitely suit your taste." Ning Cheng didn't take it. He said coldly, "What's going on? Are you going to tell me or not?" "Drink the wine first, then I'll tell you." Shang'er smiled slyly, not to mention Ning Cheng, who was familiar with her methods. Even those who were not familiar with her would guess that she had tampered with the wine. "Speak." Ning Cheng's patience was running out. "Are you afraid I'll put something in the wine?" Jenna quipped. "Yes." Ning Cheng nodded without hesitation. "Hey, who do you think I am?" Shang'er was a little angry. "Aren't you?" Ning Cheng asked again. As soon as she finished speaking, Shang'er splashed the wine in her hand onto Ning Cheng's face. She said very seriously, "Ah Cheng, let me tell you, you, Shangguan Shang'er, have indeed grown up among men, but I'm innocent, clean, and pure. You can look at me however you want, but you can't treat me as that kind of woman." Ning Cheng froze in place, allowing the wine to slowly flow down his cheeks. His long eyelashes were wet, blurring his vision. This scene, this moment, was so familiar yet so distant. It had clearly happened a few years ago, but it was so distant that it seemed to have happened in his previous life. He even clearly remembered that the wine was cold a few years ago, but the wine today was warm. The angry face from a few years ago seemed to overlap with the angry little face in front of him. He blinked subconsciously to take a closer look, but the water droplets on his eyelashes fell as he blinked. He took a closer look at the face in front of him. It was clean and beautiful, and there was no anger, only a smile. Xiang'er was smiling. Xiang'er was originally full of anger, but seeing Ah Cheng's silly look, she couldn't help but laugh. She didn't expect that this fierce and cold man would actually be scared by her one day. She handed him a handkerchief. "Sorry, I did it on purpose." "Yes," she said, "I did it on purpose." You. Ning Qing really didn't know what to do with this woman. He didn't take her handkerchief, but pulled up his sleeve to wipe the wine off his face. He didn't know if he was angry, blocked, or helpless in his heart, but he unconsciously let out a long sigh. "Okay, you drank this cup of wine. I'll tell you what happened." Xiang'er sat down and seriously told the truth. Ning Cheng listened in disbelief. He hadn't recovered yet when Xiang'er brought paper, ink, and brush to him. "Write it. My brother agreed to let me go, so you can write the slave contract for me." Ning Cheng snorted. If he signed it, it would definitely be the worst deal he had ever made in his life. He stood up. "Since you're fine, I'm leaving. Let's never see each other again." Xiang'er was anxious. She grabbed his right hand and stuffed the brush in. She warned, "You promised yourself. If you don't write it, I promise you won't be able to leave the Shangguan family's door." "Don't make a fuss," Ning Cheng said indifferently. "It's fine if you don't write it, but you have to live with me." Xiang'er said again, "I can't do it. Don't bother me anymore." Ning Cheng said word by word seriously, "You obviously care about me. Why won't you admit it?" Xiang'er was really anxious. The indifference in his eyes made her afraid. "I just pity you." Ning Cheng put down the brush and walked around Xiang'er couldn't hold his right hand, so in a hurry she grabbed his left hand and clasped his fingers. Ning Cheng slightly stiffened. He didn't struggle like before when his right hand was held. Instead, he said sternly, "Let go." "I'm not letting go," Xiang'er stubbornly said. "What do you want for you to let me go?" Ning Cheng had never been so sullen in his life, being controlled by a woman. Xiang'er sniffled. She was obviously anxious to the point of tears, but she still looked willful. "Say you like me. Say it, and I'll let you go." Ning Cheng fell silent. Xiang'er was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "You can never say it, but you can stay forever." Ning Cheng really had to hand it to this woman. "Why do you have to do this?" "I like you," Xiang'er answered calmly. As she answered, she unconsciously tightened her grip on his hand. At this moment, she suddenly realized that something was wrong with Ning Cheng's hand. She hurriedly let go and took his hand for a closer look. She exclaimed, "Your hand." At first, she thought that he was deliberately stiffening his hand because he was resisting. However, when she tightened her grip, she realized that something was wrong. The stiffness of his hand wasn't intentional. It was just like that from the beginning. "What's wrong with your hand?" Xiang'er asked anxiously. "Did Han Xiang hurt you?" Ning Cheng didn't say anything. This hand, this arm was destroyed for the cause of Western Qin's restoration. In the palm of his hand was something that belonged to a Western Qin princess. Now, there was no Western Qin, only Great Qin. There was no Western Qin princess, only Great Qin's empress. And this hand of his had become a habit. If Xiang'er hadn't reminded him, he would have forgotten. What he remembered was done on purpose. What he got used to was forgotten. Ning Cheng was immersed in his own world, but Xiang'er was so anxious that she was about to go crazy. She pulled on Ning Cheng and kept asking, "Tell me, did Han Xiang hurt you? Where are you in pain? Say something." She pulled on him and examined him from head to toe. "Can you say something? Where else are you hurt? I won't force you anymore. Can you say something?" Unable to get anything out of Ning Cheng, Xiang'er let go of him and strode out of the door. Bro, help me kill Han Xiang." "Xiang'er," Ning Cheng hurriedly called out to her. Shang'er turned around and Ning Cheng's heart clenched, because he saw the usually cheerful, heartless, sharp-tongued Shang'er with tears streaming down her face. I'm fine. Han Xiang didn't hurt me. He didn't even realize that his voice had become much gentler. Shang'er hurried back and asked seriously, "Then what happened to your hand?" Ning Cheng looked at her and became serious as well. He said, "Shang'er, not only am I blind, but my hand is also crippled. What do you like about me?" "I like that you beat me," Shang'er blurted out. Perhaps this wasn't the reason. She didn't know why she liked him either. Ning Cheng smiled bitterly. "There are many people who can beat you." "But I met you," Shang'er answered stubbornly. "You don't even know who I am, and you dare to like me?" Ning Cheng asked again. "I don't like you because of who you are," Shang'er answered. Ning Cheng usually bickered with her. After so many years of bickering, he had never lost. But today he was rendered speechless again. "Tell me who you are," Shang'er asked. Ning Cheng didn't hesitate and revealed his identity. Shang'er exclaimed, "So you're Northern Li's great general, the master of the Ning family." Seeing her reaction, Ning Cheng couldn't help but laugh. "It's not too late to know now." Shang'er slapped his hand. "Ning Cheng, I admire you the most among the great Qin's great generals. You haven't lost a single battle in Northern Li. How did you do it? Why did you leave after winning the fight? I've always hoped that you would become the king of Northern Li and attack Winter Crow to destroy Yuzhang." Ning Cheng raised his brows at her. He hadn't expected her to pay attention to the war. "Did you injure your hand on the battlefield?" Shang'er asked seriously. "You could say so," Ning Cheng replied indifferently. Shang'er pulled his hand over again. Ning Cheng wanted to dodge, but she wouldn't let go. Shang'er couldn't understand. "How did you injure yourself? Why can't you move your hand?" A complicated look flitted across Ning Cheng's eyes. He said indifferently, "Let go and I'll tell you." Shang'er really did let go. Ning Cheng took out a dagger and cut a small wound on his palm to extract a golden needle. Shang'er couldn't help but cover her mouth in fright. "This needle, where did it come from?" "It belongs to my master," Ning Cheng replied truthfully. "The great Qin's Empress Han Yunqi?" Shang'er was surprised. "Why did you hide it in your palm? Even if your arm is crippled, you can't go through so much trouble, right? Is this needle very precious?" "This golden needle is," as Ning Cheng spoke, Shang'er took out a handkerchief to bandage his wound. She flicked his finger and then squeezed his palm. Before Ning Cheng could finish, Shang'er interrupted. "After taking out the needle, my hand seems to be able to move." "Yeah, I can move it, but I don't have the strength," Ning Cheng replied. Shang'er hurriedly took his hand and interlocked their fingers. "It's okay if you don't have the strength. It's fine as long as you can hold my hand." She tightened her grip on his hand on her own accord before asking, "What did you say this golden needle was from?" Ning Cheng looked at his tightly clasped hand and didn't say anything for a long time. Shang'er was actually scared out of her wits. She was especially afraid that he would shake her hand off and leave. So she was also silent. She didn't know what Ning Cheng was thinking, but he slowly lifted their interlocked hands and placed them on his lips. Then he kissed the back of Shang'er's hand. He said, "Shang'er, I'll stay. I only have one condition." Shang'er was elated. She stared at her hand that was being kissed and was probably drunk. She didn't even ask what the condition was and replied, "I agree." Ning Cheng couldn't help but roll his eyes at her. He said, "Forget my identity. I'm just Ah Cheng." Shang'er agreed readily. "I wasn't involved in your past, so of course I can forget." Chapter 1344. "Ah Cheng, Ah Cheng, Ah Cheng." Shang'er looked at Ning Cheng and called out happily. Ning Cheng quickly let go of her hand. Ning Cheng hurriedly passed the pen and paper over and smiled at him. "I'll stay," Ning Cheng emphasized seriously. "Business people have business rules. Words are not proof. Words are proof." Shang'er was also serious. "You don't trust me that much?" Ning Qing asked. Is this all you've got? Shang'er asked back. Ning Qing really didn't want to argue with her. He took the pen and graciously wrote down a contract to sell himself to Shang'er as a slave. Before Shang'er could remind him, he went to the desk to find some ink and imprinted his handprint. Shang'er read every word and didn't hesitate to bite her finger and leave a blood imprint. All right, Ah Cheng. From today onwards, you belong to me. Shangguan Shang'er, in life and in death, you belong to me. I'll definitely treat you well, Shang'er said with a smile. Ning Cheng didn't respond. Shang'er took the blood-stained golden needle and carefully wiped it clean. Ning Cheng watched quietly. After Shang'er wiped it clean, he wanted to take it back, but Shang'er didn't let him. Take this as a token of your love for me. A complicated look flashed past Ning Cheng's eyes. He said lightly, give it back. I'll give you something else. I don't want it. Shang'er held the golden needle tightly, afraid that Ning Cheng would snatch it away. I heard that other than the shadow, the D clan's Ning family is the most loyal to the Western Qin royal family. This must be the most important thing to you, right? Hee, I want the most important thing to you. As Shang'er said this, she stuck the golden needle horizontally on her clothes near her heart. Ning Qing didn't even dare to touch it. Ning Cheng didn't insist. You can do whatever you want. Shang'er said jokingly, just treat it as a family heirloom. If our child can't survive in Xiankong in the future, let him take this token to Han Yunxi. No matter what, he can still make a living. Ning Qing gave Shang'er a disdainful look. However, he did not ask Shang'er for the golden needle in the end. He had steeled his heart to conceal his identity here. Perhaps decades or even centuries later, this golden needle would allow future generations to find the roots of the D clan's Ning family. After putting away Ning Cheng's slave contract, Shang'er immediately ran to tell Shang Guanza that Ah Cheng was her man and that they were just throwing tantrums before. If the Shangguan family wanted to acknowledge her as their daughter, they would have to acknowledge Ah Cheng as their son-in-law. Shangguan Zhe had always admired Ah Cheng, and when he heard his sister say my man, he could only nod. However, he said seriously, Shang'er, after father comes out of seclusion, your identity will be made public in the family first. Those uncles may not acknowledge Ah Cheng. He hesitated for a moment before saying directly, the daughters of the Shangguan family have always married into a higher position. Shang'er was so angry that she almost revealed Ning Cheng's identity. She thought about it and only replied, okay, then I'll wait for father to come out and tell him myself. How could Shang'er wait for father to come out of seclusion? It was never her style to sit and wait for others to make a choice. After leaving Shangguan Zhe's room, she already had a plan in mind. Shangguan Zhe was arranging their residence. He wanted to let Shang'er and Ah Cheng stay elsewhere before father came out of seclusion to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. After all, everyone in the family knew that he had brought a woman back. 2 days later, Shangguan Zhe personally sent Shang'er and Ah Cheng out of the Shangguan residence secretly. He took a detour to avoid Han Xiang's people and sent them to a small courtyard house in the alley next to the Shangguan residence. Before Shangguan Zhe left, Shang'er couldn't help but ask, brother, Han Xiang is going to kill us. What should we do? It must be mentioned that on the second day after Ning Cheng left the Lubei Chamber of Commerce, someone sent the account book to Han Xiang. At the same time, someone spread the news that Han Xiang had officially taken over the Lubei Chamber of Commerce. Han Xiang originally only wanted to cooperate with Ning Cheng. After seeing the account book and receiving the news, she suddenly realized how much she had underestimated Ah Cheng. She also realized that she had been tricked. These days, she had been looking for Ah Cheng all over the world. Don't worry, she won't dare to do anything within the Shangguan family's sphere of influence. Before your identity is made public, don't go out and don't go to the south. The south is her territory. Shangguan Zhe said seriously. Shang'er nodded seriously. If we can't afford to offend her, then we'll hide first. After sending Shangguan Zhe off, Shang'er and Ning Cheng began to live in seclusion in their own world. Even though he couldn't go out, Ning Cheng didn't idle around. He studied the recipe for brewing wine and shut himself in the room all day. Shang'er, who felt uncomfortable when she didn't go out for a day, was very calm. She stayed by Ning Cheng's side every day and urged Ning Cheng to eat his 3 meals a day. The rest of the time, she was very quiet. This state lasted for 3 days. Ning Cheng felt uncomfortable. He stopped cooking the rice and asked, "Don't you want to find something to do?" "Aren't I here to accompany you?" Shang'er said with a smile. "Don't you want to find something else to do?" Ning Cheng asked again. "I have plans," Shang'er answered. "What are you going to do?" Ning Cheng was curious. Shang'er's ears turned red. "It's a secret." The light in the kitchen wasn't very good. Ning Cheng didn't see the blush on Shang'er's face. He just felt a little uneasy. He continued to ask, "Then why are you still standing here? Aren't you going to do it?" Shang'er answered, "Wait a little longer. I am not ready yet." She had been preparing for this ever since her brother told her that the daughters of the Shangguan family would only marry into a high position. Ning Cheng became more and more suspicious, but he didn't ask any more questions. He continued to roll up his sleeves and sit in front of the stove to stoke the fire. Shang'er looked at his back. She couldn't help but wonder why she despised this guy for being blind back then. Even the way he cooked the rice was so beautiful. If she had known this would happen, she would have obediently listened to Le Zhang and married him. Perhaps there wouldn't be so many troublesome things today. It was already late at night when Ning Cheng sealed the wine jars and hid them in the basement. After taking a bath, he drank wine in the room. He didn't know when he had developed the habit of slowly sipping a glass of wine before going to bed. He sat lazily on the warm couch, playing with the wine glass while thinking about things. Even though he was forced to stay, his days were still very leisurely and comfortable. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. The servants in the courtyard were only here for a few days. They definitely wouldn't knock at this late hour. Ning Cheng didn't need to ask to know that it was Shang. He didn't open the door. He only asked, "What's the matter?" "Something important. Hurry and open the door," Shang said seriously. "What's so important that you have to say it now?" Ning Cheng asked again. "It's not about saying it now, it's about doing it now." "I'm ready." "It has to be done now," Shang'er answered. Ning Cheng recalled what she said in the kitchen this afternoon. He was curious, but also felt that something was wrong. In the end, he still went to open the door. When the door opened, who knew Shang'er was wearing a long pink dress that reached her chest, revealing her beautiful collarbone. She wore a thin blouse that faintly revealed her beautiful back. She even put on some light makeup. Compared to her usual gender-neutral attire, she looked prettier and gentler. Unfortunately, her smile broke her disguise, because her smile was very sneaky. Ning Cheng's gaze fell on her chest. There was a big bow tied around her chest. Under the cute and playful skin was a seductive cleavage. She followed Ning Cheng's gaze and looked down at herself. Her smile became even more sneaky. After preparing for so long, this outfit really caught his eye. "Ah, Cheng!" She was about to open her mouth when Ning Cheng immediately wanted to close the door. Ning Cheng was almost 30 years old. He wasn't a 16 or 17-year-old youth, and he wasn't a fool. This woman, dressed like this, and knocked on his door in the middle of the night. What could it be? Thinking back to the conversation in the kitchen this afternoon, he wanted to scold himself for being stupid. Shang'er immediately stopped him. She nimbly avoided Ning Cheng's hand and entered the room. She didn't say anything. She just smiled sneakily. She couldn't stop laughing. "Do you have any sense of shame?" Ning Cheng asked directly. "You're already mine. Anyway, when my father comes out of seclusion, you'll have to marry me," Shang'er muttered. "Are you married now?" Ning Cheng asked patiently. "Sooner or later," Shang'er said again. "Are you married now?" Ning Cheng asked again. Shang'er was silent for a while before she muttered. "Not yet." Ning Cheng stepped aside. He pointed at the door and ordered, "Go back to sleep." Shang'er lowered her head and walked over obediently. But when she reached Ning Cheng's side, she suddenly turned around and hugged Ning Cheng. Like a shameless female hooligan, she said to him, "Ah, Cheng, let's have a child first." Ning Cheng didn't understand why he hadn't been angered to death by this woman until now. But even if he hadn't been angered to death, he was so angry that he didn't want to speak. He even had to re-examine this woman. He had to re-examine just how casual and shameless she was. Ning Cheng let Shang'er hug him. He didn't move or speak. Shang'er didn't notice the disgust in his eyes. Seeing that he didn't resist, she thought that he had acquiesced. She was amused. Determination flashed across her eyes as she decisively undid his belt. Just then, Ning Cheng said, "Shang'er, if you need a man so much, go out and find one. Don't disgust me, okay? Take it that I'm begging you." Shang'er's movements stopped abruptly. She needed a man? She needed a child, right? She had already planned it out. When her father went into seclusion for half a year, she and Ah Cheng would be done. When she appeared in front of her father with a big belly, her father would have no choice but to let her marry Ah Cheng. Moreover, for the sake of the family's reputation, they would have to help her hide the fact that she was pregnant before marriage. When the time came, they would definitely announce to the public that Ah Cheng was the son-in-law of the Shangguan family and that she and Ah Cheng were already married. This was the simplest and most direct way to protect Ah Cheng. She didn't care about the opinions of the elders and didn't care whether they were really married or not. Ah Cheng's indenture contract was in her hands. She was his, and everything else was just a formality. Seeing Ning Cheng's angry look and hearing his insults, it would be a lie to say that Shang'er wasn't angry. Ever since she was young, she had been stubborn and bad-tempered. The more she was misunderstood, the more she didn't want to explain, and the more she wanted to do bad things. "Ah Cheng," she yelled. Ning Cheng looked at her coldly. She immediately tore off the bow on her chest. The whole dress was instantly unbuttoned. The spring scenery was completely exposed. Chapter 1345. Ning Cheng saw it, he saw it all. He subconsciously looked away, and Shang'er rushed over to hug him. He turned his head away and did not move. This was all Shang'er dared to do. She just hugged him tightly, that was all. Time passed, but Ning Cheng did not move at all. Just like that, an hour passed. Shang'er was so cold that she was shivering. However, Ning Cheng still did not move. He did not push her away, nor did he hug her. Shang'er thought that he wanted her to let go and leave by herself. Finally, she, who was thick-skinned and big-hearted, felt humiliated. Her face and eyes were red. For the first time, she realized that she was not charming at all. She was already like this, but this guy could still stay calm. Did he really not like her at all? Did he stay because he was forced to? Was it really wishful thinking on her part? Shang'er slowly let go of Ning Cheng's warm embrace. She lowered her head, quietly pulled up her dress, and tied the bow. "Sorry to disturb you." She did not dare to look at him. Silently, she turned around and walked out of the door. Her petite figure looked disappointed, as if she was spurned and chased away by the whole world. But as soon as she stepped out of the door, Ning Cheng chased after her and circled his arms around her waist. Then he picked her up in a princess carry. Shang'er was stunned. She saw Ning Cheng's cold face and serious smile. He carried her all the way to the inner room and threw her onto the bed without any pity. Then he got down and trapped her under his body. Looking at his gloomy eyes, Shang'er's heart thumped wildly. Subconsciously, she reached out to cover her chest, as if she was afraid that her heart would jump out. However, just as she covered her chest, Ning Cheng pulled her hand down and untied the bow on her chest. Ah Cheng, Shang'er was scared. The first thought in her mind was that it was all nonsense. Why was it so different when she was doing it? She only felt that every part of her body was trembling. Seeing him looking down at her chest, she unconsciously held her breath and felt that her heart was about to stop. "Ah Cheng, you..." She felt like she had to say something. ask something, but she didn't know what to say. Ning Qing opened his mouth and said, Shangguan Shui, you're disturbing me. As soon as he finished speaking, a resolute look flashed through his eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, he buried his head down. He was wanton, indulgent, and even ruthless, as if he was taking revenge and punishing her. Shang Er's body stiffened at first, but after a while, she screamed in disbelief. Ning Cheng was just kissing her, but she couldn't bear it anymore. God knows how excited she was. She couldn't stop shouting. Ning Cheng had to reach out and cover her mouth. When her clothes were completely removed, she actually began to tremble. She trembled so much that Ning Cheng had no choice but to stop and look at her. Seeing Ning Cheng's suspicious eyes, she hurriedly turned her head, not daring to meet his eyes. Her entire face was so red that it was almost burning. Ning Cheng was like a cheetah lying on top of his prey, looking down and scrutinizing. At this moment, he realized that his prey was just a person who looked strong on the outside but was weak on the inside. She was so timid. He couldn't help but ask, Shangguan Shui, where did you get the guts to provoke me? Shang tilted her head, her eyes secretly turning to look at him. There was embarrassment, resentment, unwillingness, timidity, and even a little provocation. She was simply a tormenting little demon. Ning Qing couldn't help but laugh. This time he didn't just bury his head down, he did it so close to her body. Did possession mean acceptance and acknowledgement? When Shang screamed again, Ning Qing might have an answer in his heart. Ning Qing, you bastard! You bastard! You let go! Shang was about to faint from the pain. Ning Qing bent down and whispered in her ear, Shangguan Shui, it's not easy to be my woman. You asked for it. Don't regret it. His voice was cold and his actions ruthless. But the strange thing was that as he became ruthless, Shang didn't feel more pain. Instead, she gradually became happy and satisfied. When Shang finally caught her breath, she smiled charmingly as he pleasured her again and again. She said, Cheng, you're finally my man. When it was over, Shang still didn't let Ning Qing go. She didn't let him go and insisted on lying on top of him. Ning Qing lay on his back with his hands behind his head. He seemed to be lost in thought as he stared at the ceiling. Qing, I'm so shameless. Why are you being shameless with me? Shang asked lazily. Ning Qing didn't answer her. She held his face in her hands and asked, Are you listening? No one will think you're mute if you don't talk, Ning Qing said coldly. Will it kill you to be gentler with me? Shang asked back. Yes, Ning Qing answered with certainty. Shang was furious. She lowered her head and bit his chest. Ning Qing wanted to push her away, but she immediately struggled and rubbed against him. Ning Qing didn't realize that he was getting impatient with this woman. He said, Try moving again. Shang really didn't move, but Ning Qing moved. With a flip, he threw Shang onto the bed. Shang was so happy that she giggled. She hugged his neck and went up to him. She said, Cheng, it's okay if you're not gentle. Ning Qing still wasn't gentle, but Shang didn't mind. She shouted wantonly, scolded him and bit him. Even though the two of them were on the bed, they couldn't talk properly or be gentle with each other. But wasn't it fine as long as they were together? After that night, everything went on as usual. Ning Qing was still busy brewing his wine and didn't pay much attention to Shang. Shang was still accompanying him and secretly thinking about opening a winery. At night, Shang wanted to sleep in Ning Qing's arms no matter what. At first, she was thrown off the bed by Ning Qing 3 times, but after 3 times, Ning Qing let her be. Before sleeping, she was especially restless. She would touch here and there, as if she couldn't sleep if she didn't disturb Ning Qing. Sometimes Ning Qing couldn't stand her harassment and would directly do her. Sometimes Ning Qing would let her disturb him and ignore her. But when he woke up in the middle of the night and pulled her into his arms, he couldn't help but bully her and directly make her wake up. Just like that, The two of them quarreled in the courtyard and continued to be lovey-dovey. Shang was already 3 months pregnant when the Shangguan family head came out of seclusion. When she pulled Ningcheng to her father and introduced him, "This is my husband. We got married a few years ago." Only then did Ningcheng understand her shameless intentions. He didn't say anything, but held her tightly. Although his left hand didn't have much strength, it was still able to hold a woman's hand. There were many rumors about Shang and Cheng in the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce. The Shangguan family had investigated it, and so did Shang-Er's uncles. Unfortunately, no one could find any clear information. Seeing their daughter's belly was beginning to show, the Shangguan family could only recognize their daughter and this son-in-law. When Han Xiang heard that the Shangguan family publicly recognized their daughter as their son-in-law, she was so angry that she almost killed her subordinates. In terms of family power, the Shangguan family and the wolf sect were on par. Even if she was angry, she didn't dare to do anything to Shangguan Shang, and Ningcheng. In terms of personal strength, she was inferior to Shangguan Zhe, the Shangguan family head, and the other elders of the Shangguan family. She could only endure. "Mistress, how about we wait for the sect head to come back and have him help us vent our anger?" Ba Tu suggested in a low voice. It would have been better if they hadn't brought it up, because Han Xiang only felt wronged at the mention of it. Her father's martial arts skills were far superior to the Shangguan family heads. If he wanted, he could help her vent her anger. However, her father's temper was cold and emotionless. She knew him best. If her father found out about this, he'd let it pass without helping her or caring about her. A few years ago, her father would still come back to the wolf sect, but he'd spent most of his time in Cloud Realm Continent. She only knew that he was going into closed-door cultivation, but had no idea where. What she worried most was that her father wasn't going into closed-door cultivation, but teaching Han Yunqi martial arts. After all, the 10-year agreement was drawing near. Han Yunqi was her father's own daughter, so she'd never believed that her father wasn't biased. The 10-year agreement was enough to make Han Xiang forget about her grudges with the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce. She told Batu, "Let them go for now. Afterwards, we'll take care of Shangguan Zhe as well." Yes. Mistress definitely can't let them go." Batu's eyes flashed with vulgarity. He'd always been thinking about Jean. "I'll leave matters of the sect to you guys. I'm going to the west," Han Xiang said seriously. She thought it over for a long time before deciding to seek outside help. She didn't want to lose, nor could she afford to. Her father acknowledging his own daughter was the same as abandoning her. She had to find someone to back her up. Furthermore, this person had to not only be able to guarantee her victory, but also be able to fend off her father for her. "Mistress, are you going to the He clan?" Ba Tu asked carefully. Han Xiang immediately glared at him, causing Ba Tu to muffle his mouth and lower his head, afraid to speak again. "You're the only one who knows about this. If word gets out..." Before Han Xiang could finish, Ba Tu fell to his knees. "Mistress, don't worry. This subordinate definitely won't tell anyone. Even if I had 100 guts, I wouldn't dare." Han Xiang kicked him viciously before venting her anger. She flicked her sleeves and left for the north that very day. The largest clan in the west of the mysterious continent was probably the He clan. Their clan head strength was on par with her father's, and he'd only lost to the sect leader by a single move in the last ranking competition. Rumors had it that he'd been ill that day, so he hadn't been able to display his best skills. Even now, the two of them hadn't exchanged blows, so it was impossible to tell who came out on top. Over the past few years, she'd gradually gained control of the wolf sect. The clan head had secretly sent people twice to rope her in and convince her father to join forces to take over the IC. She'd never told her father about this, but kept it hidden in her heart. There was nothing to covet from the IC, so anyone who wanted to take over it had to have designs on Cloud Realm Continent. Because of this, Han Xiang didn't tell her father or even the rest of the sect. After all, The mistress of Cloud Realm Continent was her older sister, who'd come to fight for the throne. Han Xiang left for 3 whole months before returning to the wolf sect. Even Batu had no idea what she'd done, but she didn't cause trouble for Ning Cheng and Shang again. She went into closed-door cultivation as soon as she returned. The next year, Shang gave birth to a chubby little boy for Ning Cheng. The boy had decent martial arts talents and was well liked by the Shangguan clan head. His uncle, Shangguan Zhe, was even more fond of him. Both her grandfather and uncle fought over a name, but Shang refused. She insisted that Ning Cheng pick the name himself. Ning Cheng picked the character for Yuan. Shang asked him what it meant, but Ning Cheng refused to tell her. Ning Cheng and Xiong Fei grew closer and closer until he finally trusted him. He had Xiong Fei make a personal trip and deliver an anonymous letter to Jin Zi. The letter only mentioned Jin Zi's origins, but didn't reveal his own whereabouts. Under the Shangguan clan's protection, he and Shang started off with a winery, and they established the mysterious Sky Chamber of Commerce together. Needless to say, the two of them couldn't get along in other aspects, but they were very compatible in business, and they gradually expanded their business.